Yo, what's up, everybody? Yo, what is up, everybody? What's going on? It is Thursday, May 9th, 2024, and I'm warming up my hands already. All right, we are about to get into some show here. Apologize on my tardiness. Had a few little things to get out of the way. Let's see here, get some jam music here. But how is everybody? Let's see what the comments are doing here. Let's go. Immediate downvotes. Yep. You know, it's on CPT there for a minute. Only 7 minutes. That wasn't that bad. Cut me some slack. Nah, glad you're here. Don't pull an LF gay and end stream for the downvotes. No, I don't think I will ever do that. Even if only like 2 people are watching. I wouldn't do that to you guys. You kidding me? Let's go. Let's see here. So one thing right off the rip. I wanted to start out with a spicy topic. Quite literally. But just looking this up, I've been making my own salsas. Hopefully this isn't but I'm curious how the authentic Latin Mexican way of making these salsas are. And I think I did a couple things wrong this time around. Because I was noticing this lady, she looks pretty legit. Rosana Villa. So, turn off this. Dang, that looks good. That's something I need to get. Is it the little molar thing? What's that called? Little. Okay. Let's put this on 2 times. This is what I did different. I cut up everything first and then roasted it. Yeah, she had the red onion. I did the white onion. I did roasted. Yeah, I got a roasted garlic. Yeah, interesting. She kept it all in the... Oh, and peeled them too. That makes sense. Oh, that's to get the skin off it, not just to heat it up. Maybe it does both. There you go. That's it. Yeah, I go the blender route. Way easier. Way easier. Okay, removing the skin is something I've never done before. And that makes all the sense in the world. She didn't do any spice. Any salt even? Salt, pepper at minimum? Oh, yeah. No cilantro either. Wait, salsa over what? Salsa over salt? Well, yeah. All right. The thing is, how easy it is and how much of a staple it is at the same time. Is that Adriana? I don't think so. I think her name is Rosana Villa. I don't know. I've asked Adriana for some input on some things, and I don't get that much insight in that department. But anyways, okay. So that segues into another thing I want to talk about, which is, I should go grab it real quick from the fridge. So make sure I'm gonna do a little deep dive on what's kind of happened with secret aardvark hot sauce. I got some funny stuff. Let me grab it real quick. Let's see here. Okay, so we're going to do this together. Here it is. You may have seen it before. I believe it originated out of Portland. But I've been on this for almost 15 years, which is crazy to think about. However, I just saw that, lo and behold, Taco Bell is doing a collabo with them right now, which is crazy to me because I got some good content here. I believed in this hot sauce so much that I'm not going to pull up my email right now, but I emailed them about 15 years ago, seeing if essentially I could join their team and work with them. And they were literally, we'll check out the history here. Mind you, these bottles were selling for, they were like $4.50, $5, I think, in the Seattle area. As I said, they're in Portland to begin with. But the thing is that they start. Oh, here it is. Okay. Scott Moritz. I wonder who I communicated with. But when they were making it, it was out of a like an Airstream trailer. And now I think they have an exclusivity through Amazon. And rightfully so, good for them. Like, it's crazy, something so simple, you really put the consistent effort into it. What are they charging now? 3 bottles, $20. That's actually cheaper than Amazon. Hey, what's up? What's up, Uncle Guns? Chillin', man. We're doing a deep dive on some hot sauce brands. Hey, shout out Jeff Riggs. Just chilling. But let's see. I'm curious how much they are on Amazon. Yeah, 3 for $20 on their website, $10 on Amazon. So it's like doubled in price. That makes sense. But anyways, I was shocked to see them doing the Taco Bell collabo. And what's funny is they didn't get any branding. Like, their logo is nowhere on the menu, at least the online menu. They have a cool logo too. So I'm wondering, like what I'm curious about the internal negotiations here, about what they get to use and what they didn't get to use as far as graphics. And that's crazy. Nacho fries coming back with the aardvark. Yeah, they use the Serrano. It's like a Serrano and habanero. It's not as hot as the flagship one. I was curious because the flagship one would have blown people out of the water, like the normies that shop at Taco Bell, because it's way hotter than the whatever the fire sauce those little packets are. Yeah, there it is, the Serrabaniero. So it's yes, Serrano and Hob. But yeah, that was chilling. Hey, what's up, Tyler Larson? Chilling, bruv. Chilling. Just starting it off with some spicy topics here. Yeah, so yeah, that goes back to, I was just making some salsa earlier and we went over the authentic recipe. Maybe we can get Adriana in here to give us some secret family recipes that they've had. Oh, nice. I'm definitely a hot sauce connoisseur. I like universal hot sauces, but I gotta have different hot sauces for different nationality foods. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I hear you. The kind of spice categories of jalapeno, habanero. I mean, I'm sure you're into all like the Carolina, like the Scotch bonnets, the hybrids that are coming out. Yeah, that's a good segue. There was the guy that made the Carolina Reaper, or I should say crossbred it. He came out with a new one that was supposed to eat, you call them breeders, right? Ed Curry. His last name's Curry. You can't make that up. The Pepper X. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Pepper X. Whoa. What is this? It's like, is that what it looks like? It looks like it's molded or some shit. Ooh, bro, when they're all wrinkly like that. Ooh. Oh, we got to pull up a video. This guy's awesome. I've seen him talk before on how he developed the excuse me, how he developed the Carolina Reaper. Let's just pull up his name and see what kind of vids we can get. Oh, damn. Let's actually just see what's popping on his page before. Oh, this through Epicurious. Oh, I'm sure he's got a channel. Let's see. Yeah, I hear you, Uncle Guns. There's actually a theory from, I don't know if you know Nick from American Anchor Baby on Bond Network. He has a stream every day at 3 o'clock. He has a theory on how hot sauces were like developed and why they were developed. It was more or less to cover bad food. Because he did sort of a dive into it, and it makes sense. Like, I believe a lot of hot sauces come from like poorer, rural, lower class areas because of the food quality. They're trying to kind of make it something worthwhile. You know, maybe not the best piece of meat, so you gotta cover it up with something. Man, this guy's been everywhere. Epicurious, Wired even did a. This is probably a pretty good. I'm trying to find a decent video on him. Yeah, see, that was 6 years ago. It's no longer the hottest one. Let's just check out the Pepper X. Oh, here we go. Oh, Riggs, you vegetables in a tostada? Damn. Yeah, I mean, I like my tacos just pretty much meat and like salsa, fresh cilantro, fresh onion, maybe a little cheese. I feel like the cheese is kind of taints like the pureness of like a street taco, because street tacos don't typically have cheese in them. You know, it's like either get the quesadilla or get the taco, right? is kind of my thinking. Damn. Oh yeah, dude, totally. Growing peppers indoors. Yeah, because you can do the hybridization and was like pollinating, and the cool thing is obviously that it's legal, but it has a lot of ganja, not crossover breeds, but crossovers as far as the process of growing something and harvesting, and yeah, coming home, something to look forward to, like right when it buds, you know, that little pepper, that first pepper comes out. I've grown habanero out in my front here, in my little area that gets good sunlight. It's close to the door, but as soon as the plant got pretty big, I'm pretty sure the rabbits ate it. I did put some urine around it, and that didn't do it. Anyways, let's check this Ed Curie video real quick. Nice. Oh, come on, man. What is your goal? Oh, damn. That's audio bullshit. Is audio coming through? Gosh, dang it. I think it was just low. I mean, it should not be coming through. He was talking about he's talking about, is there still no audio? Oh my gosh, come on, man. I had this all sorted. I even did tests and everything. What changed? Anyways, he's talking about oh no, the mic audio is fine. It's the browser audio is not coming through. Anywho, it was interesting because he says a lot of people think that, oh, I'm just trying to make the hottest pepper out there, just like keep making more records and more records. And he says, no, I'm actually trying to cure diseases and have medical purposes for the capsaicin. So that's pretty cool. Sorry, that's really frustrating that the dealing with that again. Worked fine last time, but here, I'll open up the StreamYard. Maybe, I'm sure you guys got some. If you guys want to call in, this would be a good spicy first topic. Because I do find it interesting. It's cool that Ed was just saying that he's in it to further it for medical purposes. So, I mean, I understand. I mean, I think there's some. I always heard like people in the fields in Mexico working the fields, they would break the peppers and just rub them all over their heads so they could break, like forests break sweats to cool themselves down. I thought that was interesting. Okay, I posted the StreamYard. I'm going to try to open up this. Oh, no, if I close the browser, then this is going to end. Oh, well, I guess we're doing no browser audio today, which is fine. Just find it. Let's see. So, okay. So, one to-do list, mission accomplished. Looking up traditional salsas and how to make. A big thing I learned tonight. You got to peel off the frickin' skin off the tomato. I always leave the skin on, and that makes sense because when I make it, it's a little more pulpy. You go to the restaurant, it's not pulpy, which is what I want. I want pulpy. Probably some other implications of leaving the skin on that may. What is tomato skin? Is there any flavor in tomato skin, or is it just here? Oh, we got some people backstage. Help me out, guys. You probably know some. What up, Riggs?
Yo.
We got Riggs and Rough Word Inc. What is good?
Hello.
What's good, fellas?
I'm good. Can you hear me properly? I'm not like popping and my audio doesn't sound too bad, does it?
Sounds great to me.
Okay. Well, I've actually recently made a whole batch of cherry tomato pasta sauce.
Oh, okay. Let's go.
It's got pulp in it, but the immersion blender.
Yep.
Made the tomatoes soft, added in the gochujang, and then just stuck the immersion blender in. So it's a bit pulpy, but the tomato skin doesn't really taste of anything. It's just sort of hard to digest.
Right. It's a protective measure, right, for the fruit or the vegetable.
Pretty much. Another reason why they take it out is just hard to digest in the restaurants. So
that makes sense.
Most people are really fussy, aren't they? So might as well take it out.
Yeah, interesting. It's kind of like an apple, but I hear there's so many good benefits from eating an apple just straight up, like dental benefits for your teeth and gums. So yeah, it's interesting, that kind of nature's protective barrier on some of these fruits and vegetables.
Well, I eat the apple as is, whereas I've got the pulp in that tomato sauce, and to be honest, I can tell you now, it's not. Next time I'll take it out. Yeah,
like through a strainer.
Yeah.
Especially for like Italian food, that makes sense. I think you can get away with the chunkiness in a lot of Mexican, South American dishes, but
yeah, I think don't chilies actually have a taste to them though, right? Like tomatoes, sure. The innards of the tomatoes have taste on them, but even never mind. I think the chili's a chili, isn't it? A pepper's a pepper. So.
Yeah, chili pepper. I don't know the.
To me, they're all the same shit. At least here in California, it's like, oh, I got a pepper. It's basically a chili.
Yeah.
And then at work, a chili's basically a pepper. Depending on what variety of pepper you get, who knows? But to me, like those words, to me, where I'm at, are interchangeable.
Yeah, but they do have like like a banana pepper is not spicy. Like there's no capsaicin in it. But
still pepper though, right?
Yeah, it's still pepper. But I guess chili pepper is just denoting that it's got spice to it. Makes sense.
Maybe, yeah. Usually the coworkers, it's all chile, but they're all from Mexico, so I don't know. I don't know. I just put them both together from what I deal with.
Right. Yeah, I think those peppers, like the small kind of banana ones, are kind of weird. They have like zero spice. Is that natural?
I've never even heard of those.
They look like
no
chili
spice.
peppers.
I'm out.
But they're I know. I need to have a little bit. But
peppers are fire.
Who we got here? Yo, Davey. What's going on? Hey, speaking of apples.
Davey keeping that doctor away today.
Every day I eat 2 apples a day, maybe sometimes 3.
Hey, I fuck with the green ones though too. I like them, but here's the pro tip:
the grannies.
Somehow I never end up eating them. So do I really like them? But
Davey, are you wearing?
Do you like the idea of them?
I've got 3 molding, and I got 2 molding. I don't like the green ones.
Bro, what is wrong with you?
Yeah, Davey, are you wearing MC Hammer's pants as well?
Dude, keeping those waves tight, bro.
I'm not wearing pants right now.
No, I was just wondering. You've got the chain and thing.
That's my boy just kicking it. He ain't even dressed up. This is just
I like
chilling.
I like Granny Smiths, and I also like Pink Lady apples. Those ones are like candy.
Pink ladies are pretty good.
Pink ladies are.
I like the pink ladies.
What's that, like apple species?
They're
Yes, a type of apple.
yeah, because
Man,
what's that? Don't they have to continually develop these
you
apples and
guys are some
potatoes?
connoisseurs of apples. That's wild, bro.
What's that called? CSS element would know. Botany of Desire. It's about. There's a good documentary about it. It's keeping the was it Rutherford potato, like the McDonald's potato and like the Pringles potato. It's a battle. It's a war between nature because nature keeps on coming up with ways to evolve and like pests get into it. So the humans keep having to create pesticides, and it's a battle for. And like you can't change the type of potato for McDonald's. You know, like the brand it's too heavy. Definitely recommend Botany of Desire. I think it's a documentary. I think they do cannabis too. It's apples, cannabis, potatoes, and something else. Oh, here it is.
You guys
I'll throw
ever
it in the chat.
cannabis?
What's that?
What? Cannabis?
Have you ever done that?
Oh yeah,
No.
Crushed up some pot seeds and snorted them. Hell yeah.
If this video gets 1,000 likes, I'll go live, partner.
Hey, is he not?
I
is
don't
he-
smoke drugs.
Yeah, is he not going live anymore? I feel like there's been kind of a falling off for that scene.
It's been a month or so since I've even checked it out.
Well, it didn't get 1,000 likes, brother.
Yeah. Where's it at?
Maybe if we all coordinate, we can give it 1,000 downvotes instead.
We can get some.
Man,
Gonna hire out some bots to
pay
sabotage
some
it.
Chinamans.
That would be funny. That would be funny.
But man, those tostadas at work, my boy was hyping them up, right? He's like,
Yeah,
I told
yeah.
my girl make extra, like, so you could try it. And I was like, oh, maybe these are gonna be fire. And then what
That's
he
some good
brought
beef.
out, oh man, what he brought out, I could see it through the lid. I said, what kind of abomination is this man gonna try to present to me? I just shook my head. I was like, I ain't fucking with that.
Do you see some broccoli on it?
I didn't see broccoli, but best broccoli I could do if I sit down and eat. Maybe I could do 3 broccolis for real, like
Yeah.
3 whole ones, and I'm like,
Some butter?
okay, I'm about broccolied out after 3. Like it's okay, I
Wait,
guess. But
What was in it? It just didn't look right, or you said there was a lot of vegetables or something?
oh yeah. Well, what my boy brought, yeah. I mean, that don't fit my kind of taste buds or what I want, you know. I'm sure if you
Right.
like stuff like that, it was fire. Like the other coworkers were all about it, but they had like cilantro, all kinds of stuff, like fish, all kinds of shit. But it's just, you know what I mean. That wasn't.
So his wife didn't hook it up. It was just Mar.
But
Yeah.
I mean, if it's
No,
not
he's
fishing,
what-
maybe it's a coastal recipe.
yeah, no, yeah, I'm sure. You know what I mean. They're both from Mexico, so yeah. But I was just like, I'm seeing a little too much green for your boy's interest.
Yeah.
But again,
On a
some people,
tostada, that's
it might
weird.
be fire. Well, there's a lot of people that do it here, like ceviche on tostadas, like
Yeah.
ceviche with what, you know what I mean?
Sure.
That's just,
Sure.
it's not my thing. I need something that can run, jump, and see, and then I want to eat
Right.
it. Other than that, I'm good.
Yeah. I'm browsing some photos here. It looks pretty lit. I've had some good tostadas, but usually it's they just put cabbage and beef or like avocado.
Well, Yeah, some, but his girl like diced up all kinds of stuff for it. Like I'm sure, like I said, I'm sure if that's what you're about, it's fire.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I just told him, I was like, the white devil really don't eat that, partner.
Yeah.
But it's like a joke, you know what I mean? He calls me
Of
white
course.
devil and whatever other names, you know what I mean? So I just roll with it.
Yep. I hear
But
that.
yeah, once I seen it, and then he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna do a tri-tip this weekend on my smoker." I was like, "Put a brisket on that motherfucker, son, and bring some
Yeah.
to work on Monday."
Right.
I want to try and get my brisket game tight, but I haven't ever tried to make one yet. But I'd like to fuck with it. I think that's a solid. Brisket's fire when it's good.
Yeah, you got you have a smoker or just barbecue?
I just usually use I have my Weber. I just 2-zone it, bro.
Yeah.
I got the
Taiwan's
Sloan steer
Jeff
for my
cam up.
Weber.
What's
I'm
up?
morbidly obese. Can't do it.
Be in shape.
Also, I'd have to have a camera to go on camera.
Yep.
Oh, you're not just using your phone right now?
No, I'm on my computer. I mean, I guess I could
Oh.
get a camera at some point, but
Gotcha.
Cat.
What up, T-Lar? What's popping off?
What's up, brother? Just chilling.
Nice.
is my man drinking a brewski?
Yeah, I got some Keystone Light, my favorite.
Oh yeah.
Hey, man, when I
It's-
was young, do you know how many of those things got shotgun and murdered?
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody says it's the cheap shit, but I like it. You know, I think it's damn good.
What if I told you it all goes to the same place? It's just how much do you want to pay to get there?
Is JV licking his camera?
He's
Oh,
cleaning
it's-
his camera like an old guy.
Oh, that's so much better.
Hey, I
It was
reading
dirty
on
as
the-
fuck.
Dude, it was
I
so
was
dirty.
reading-
I'm
That
so
shit was.
confused. We have it on the TV right now, and I was like, "There's no way that the quality is like the speed is that slow." And I was like, "Wait, is it just dirty? It's just that dirty."
Have you guys ever had that where somehow you end up, you know what I mean? You're out, whatever. So you're gonna go beatbox on a random, right? And you go to the bathroom to piss, and the mirror is just destroyed. Like there's like toothpaste all over it, like never been cleaned once. You're like, what the fuck? Like in a
Yeah,
girl's house? You know
I
what
don't like
mean?
that. I clean
Dude,
that shit off. I did that actually this morning because Ty gets the mirror extra dirty in the bathroom, and I had to clean it off.
Dang, man. Is this are you shaming him in public right now?
Yes, this is public shaming.
While keeping those waves tight. Beautiful.
Keeping them fresh.
Gotta
Is
keep
Ty
them fresh.
still
buddy.
laying the brick? What a goat.
Yep, brick, block, stone. You know it, man.
Yes.
Nice.
Some of the custom stonework, like one of my boys does it, and I'm like, that just takes a special person.
Mostly just block work is what I've been doing lately, though.
Blocks,
Different
yeah, I
types
hear
of
you can
block.
make money laying block.
Oh yeah, I'm in the union, so it's all like big commercial jobs. But
Oh yeah, I'm a union cement mason too. Do they have a bricklayers or like a what is it out there?
yeah, bricklayers union. I'm an apprentice.
Oh
Yeah.
man, how many years of schooling do you have to do to
3 total, and I'm
30
about
out?
3 years. I'm about halfway through it.
Yeah, so you have to get your 3 years and then the work hours, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think the cement masons when I went to the apprenticeship was 3 years also.
Are we in the same union, man? Because here in Wisconsin, I mean, concrete is a part of the bricklayers union. There's 7 trowel trades. It's brick, stone, concrete, restoration. So, are you in the BAC, man? Is that your union? Or,
I think it kind of varies as far as like because I'm in the the union I'm in, word for word, is like operational plasters and cement masons. So here, the concrete guys and plasterers are a part of the same union, and it's like from the city I live in all the way to the top of California. But I talked to some guys in Canada that do concrete too, and they're in a different union, but the union I'm in is also in Canada. So I'm like, what the shit? Like, and they're doing concrete, but they're in the laborers
weird.
union.
Concrete is weird because I asked my instructor about it. He said some concrete guys are in the BAC, which I'm in, and some are in a totally different one. So they should just group us all into the same thing, concrete guys to be with the masons, but I guess it's a little complicated.
I mean, you would think concrete and blocks relatively, it's similar in a way, like you're working with a cement product, right?
Yeah, because I pour concrete into the block. When we lay block and we got rebar, we got to pour grout, which is essentially concrete. We got to pour that into the block. So
yeah. Do you guys pour the footings also, or is that the like masons or other concrete cats? You guys just come lay the block on the footings?
typically, yeah, that's how it goes.
You can always tell the decent concrete guys from shit ones when you go to start laying block, huh?
Oh, totally, man.
Like
Totally.
on the footing, if it's some hack lames, like you go to start laying block, you put the level on it, and it's like, what? Like your first block, you're like, oh, we're gonna need a lot of mud for this one.
Oh yeah, totally.
We
Gotta
always
get your
try and
face
strike
right.
our footings off, like with rod boards.
Oh, they're about to fight.
Oh, little Gato versus big Gato.
Oh!
Little one's a killer.
Got it. Got
Oh
it.
man.
That's funny.
So how you guys like it? How you guys liking the new spot, bro? You guys
It's
have been
really
there
nice.
for how long? You guys been there? A couple weeks now? No.
It's been 2 months now, 2.5.
Nice.
No. God damn. When you get old
Time
like
flies.
me, I'm like, it's been like 2 weeks since you moved in. He's like 2 months. I'm like, damn.
Time
Yeah,
keeps
it has
flying
gone
away.
by pretty quick. And like the days are getting a lot longer now. It's just, I swear, just 2 weeks ago, the sun was still going down at 7. Now it's going down at 8 or 8:30. So the days are getting a lot longer already.
Yep. Loving the summertime.
Sun comes out, skin comes out. So
Hot girl summer, right around the corner.
it's a white boy summer.
Yep. White boy summer with do-rags. White boys with do-rag summer.
Oh yeah, I need to get a pair of gold shiny pants. Or silver shiny pants. That'd
You
work
guys,
too.
You guys throwing another Rager?
Yeah.
You end up coming to it, John. It's the only way.
Were you just
That
gonna
would be
fly
awesome.
out to Illinois and run it?
Just for like 48 hours. That'd be so sick.
That'd be awesome. We could do it. I'm planning
I'd be
one
down
for.
a 48-hour bender.
That'd be
Oh, for
funny.
sure.
Yeah, I can get
I'm thinking probably in June we'll have another one.
Seriously,
Who's-
come
oh,
on up.
man.
There's an airport in Madison. You can just fly right into Madison.
oh man. That'd be an epic adventure if we all.
Oh,
I've
man.
been talking about doing the meetup, like, because we've been chatting for like over. I mean, you and CT Settlements have been probably chatting for years, but it'd be awesome to get a meetup going.
It's been fucking years already since everyone met each other.
2021. It was coming
Or
up
at
on
least,
3
like,
years now.
internet-wise.
Yeah, I've been probably about a year, I think. I'm jumping.
It's
in there.
it's over. No, it's over a year for you. It's probably been a year and a half,
Yeah.
maybe even closer to 2 years. But it's been almost 3 years for Riggs Hates You, CL Settlements, and I were the first 3 members in the Discord. So
Word.
That was October or November of 2021.
Word.
Damn, it's been that long. Jesus.
Yeah. Yep.
It's been a long time.
Yeah.
But
it's
John would know that because I put all that in my wrench mod essay. So
Yeah, we should pull that up. Did you ever send it to me?
Oh man.
I actually didn't send it to you. I thought I did though.
I remember reading it on Discord, like through the video.
That's right. I was sharing my screen.
Yeah, we should congratulate Davey. I accepted his one-page essay on why he should be a mod. It's pretty good. I thought you were gonna maybe just use
I'll pull it
AI
up
or
right
something,
now.
but I thought it was pretty well thought out, man. So, congratulations.
I will share it with you right now. I'm pretty sure I already have your Gmail.
Well, we just flip through it. I thought that was funny.
Well, I mean, if you want to
But-
share it on the screen.
Yeah.
Bro, I don't even know how to
Like-
share right now. I'm retarded.
Share as an email. Need some email help, bro? Man, it's a weird day we live
I
in.
got
like,
it now.
where you're like meet people
God.
online and then you meet them in real life.
Yeah,
Like,
typically
'cause
it's the
there's
other
a-
way around.
Because there's a lot of right. Typically, when I was growing up, is like you meet them in real life and then you follow up. Like, oh, here's my socials. You can keep up that way. But now it's the other way around. And because all these people that are like YouTube people and
Excuse me.
influence, they all have meetups, which can be kind of weird. Who's that one guy? I watched his meetup in like a Walmart parking lot. Yeah, like these strange people showing up, you know, because you don't really know your fan base until they show up in real life. What do we got here? Davy Jones wrench application.
Oh, yeah. Let's pull it up
Let's do it.
and read it off.
Let's see here. Opening wrench application.
Oh, never mind. All right, let's see it.
Let's see here. Opening that wrench app. Let's go any day.
Any day
What
now.
the heck? Any day? What the frick?
I think you might need to close a couple tabs.
No, that's the issue. I do have a lot of things going, but that shouldn't hinder pulling up an email. What is going on here? Anyways, we'll pull it up when we pull it up.
Yeah, we'll
But
get
yes,
to it
we
when
gotta.
get
I'm
to it.
I'm surprised at LFA's community. They've never done. I mean, that's like. How do you organize all that? How do we get that going?
You bring it up in your videos?
I guess. Okay, here we go. My date. Wow, you even formatted the heading and everything with the date. Mod essay. My name is Davy Jones. I'm qualified to be awarded the wrench as a mod for the Jon-Fredric YouTube channel. 3 of my main qualifications are as follows. Co-founder of the After Hours Discord server, event organizer of the Sunday Men's Roundtable, and frequent participant on the channel and the chat panel. In the following paragraphs, I will go into further detail on the former qualifications. In essence, I'm overqualified for the position of moderator. Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Back in July of 21, I was like many others my age, a lost soul looking for a community, and I found that one on LFA YouTube channel. I was an active member in that community during each Friday live stream and was promoted to moderator of the live chat in under 6 months of joining. Wow. Through the channel, I've met many like-minded individuals, one of them being CSS Element around the end of August of the same year. CSS Element and I went back and forth for a couple weeks before exchanging contact information during one of the live streams. Shortly after, we had our first phone conversation that eventually led to the topic of finding a platform to communicate outside of YouTube, in which Discord was brought up. By the end of October 21, we had already co-founded the LFA After Hours server on Discord. That was 3 years ago. There's the answer. And I'm still an active member and moderator of the now After Hours server. Oh my gosh. One of the most popular attractions in the early days of LFA After Hours was the voice channels, where we had a group call in general voice every Friday for 7 months straight. After that, my participation in the Friday night live streams started lacking consistency as a result of being in the field, and voice calls followed suit. As a result, I organized the early stages of Sunday Roundtable to still be active on the server, and eventually LFA After Hours parted ways with LFA to become After Hours. The Roundtable has been going on 2 years now, with some blips along the way. What are some blips? During many of the Roundtable sessions, talk of streaming or monetizing discussion has been brought up over 20 times with no action taken to forgo the process. True. Finally, after over a year bringing it up, Jon-Fredric started streaming in hopes to transfer the Roundtable over to his channel. It's still in the early stages, and I've been one of the most active participants. Yeah, dude, facts. Man,
The blips is that we haven't been consistent on Sundays all the time. So there's been like a couple times where we'll go weeks without having a Sunday night discussion.
Dave,
Those are the blips. Especially with summer.
I'm just gonna say, just that essay, it was a wonderful essay. If you'd put in just a modicum of effort in a personal statement for a job, Davey, you'd probably land a good salaried job. Just saying.
I know, right?
Should I use that as my cover letter?
No.
I mean,
Just read this.
I mean, there are things though, definitely for employment, like the first paragraph about, you know, developing the channel or developing the Discord, I mean, and the organizing the Sunday Roundtable. I think those are, I mean, you're not lying. I mean, you know.
Sunday Roundtable is real.
Yeah, it's an organized men's, you know, group essentially.
I was just thinking, you know, as John was reading it, I was like, well, if a job came up and a personal statement has to be tailored to that job, right? Seems like Davey would be able to think well on his feet to do a quick personal statement and keep his toes in the game. So,
yeah, I thought it was very well written, and you presented your case very well. I would have been. I had no other option but to give you the old wrench.
That took me like under 20 minutes.
Yep, I believe it. I mean,
Game strong.
yeah. Dang, bro, you paid attention during our writing in school. It's pretty good writing.
Honestly, as you were reading it, some of the shit just sounded kind of weird.
Yeah, I mean, I was reading it very fast, and
no, I meant just like I was reading it along with it, and some things I could I think I was just adding a bunch of filler words.
Yeah, like
to make it longer.
Saying like shortly after we had our first phone conversation, like and then as a result, I organized it. Yeah.
Yeah,
you gotta appeal to women too, because they like long-winded ass shit.
Yeah.
True.
You don't know if you're getting a man interviewer where he reads it and he's like, "Yeah, this guy gets it." You could get a girl and she's like, "This guy's retarded."
Retarded.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely could do that easily, or like write a cover letter, I think.
Yeah.
What I want to start doing is just organizing bigger like eventually start organizing way bigger parties.
Mm-hmm.
I think our most we had here was 15, I think, which is still a decent amount, but I want to push it to at least. I'm hoping for 20 by the next party.
When you start throwing ragers, you gotta make sure you guys got your shit locked up. Like, I'm just saying, if you're gonna throw like parties and like you start getting the big numbers, you gotta be on your P's and Q's if you're hosting, because there's some thieving motherfuckers out there.
Absolutely.
For real.
Absolutely. And like once one person finds out they're having a party, that shit spreads like wildfire, and you got people in different circles you don't even know are coming.
Like when I was young, there was like circles of cats that were there for the come up. Like that's how they operated.
Right. Right.
Like they would roll up, and their whole plan to be there was and then go steal shit in Vominos.
Yep.
So you're saying I should be carrying?
No, just know who's there.
Yeah, I knew everyone that was at the last party, so I don't think I would throw a rager that huge. If someone showed up and I had never met them, nor did they really know anyone
Right.
that I knew here, they wouldn't be in.
Is that?
Yeah.
I get. Yeah, if you're hosting it. Yeah, I don't know. I just remember when I was your age. Maybe it's like maybe just because I'm fucking old now, but like when I was your age, like there would be house parties that were bangers, like packed, bro. Of like people you just came with your group and you didn't know fucking anyone.
Mm-hmm.
Like those were kind of fun times, like to look back and think about that.
Yeah.
I
Those
don't know if it's
houses
a generational thing.
I don't think
Yeah.
we have. I would want to do that at a separate venue.
Oh, of course. If it gets too big, because your house will just get destroyed, dude.
Like there's been
Like-
times I've been at house parties when I was young, and there'd be like 100 people, like between the front and the
Here,
in the
just
house.
look at the ceiling. You
backyard
see
of
the
the house.
ceiling right now?
Oh, that's
Oh,
good,
yeah.
bro. You
Little
good?
crack. That's normal.
No. Maybe I need to get closer. It's like-
Foundational.
It comes down a bit.
You
Is
know
there a
what that
second
is?
story?
Is you got a fucking roof leak.
Is it a second story?
Probably.
That's my bedroom.
Oh.
So, I mean, that's why I have no fatties in my room.
Man, base.
Yeah. You can put a pencil marker on that to see if it is growing. The crack.
Pencil mark? How would I do that? I'm trying to think how that would work.
Just mark
Pencil
it.
mark.
See if the crack is growing. I think that's pretty normal though for
You have
I
to
mean, a
mark it
house has
with
got to be
tape.
like 60
And
years
then
old.
measure
maybe?
the marks.
This is over 100 years old, I think,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
not
That's pretty. I'm sure it's.
or close to 100. Well,
You can pull
if
up
we
the
had a
wall up
rager
there.
here, I feel like shit would just get it would just break.
I was thinking that the other day when we had on our main floor, it would our main floor would squeak a ton, and we had a lot of people, a lot of bodies in that room, and I was wondering to this day if there were a few more people, that floor would have just fallen through. Because you have 60 people in a living room and an old ass house. That
Bro,
thing's
that's
designed to.
no, it's
carry,
not.
like,
It's
more
not
than 10
even
people.
designed for that many people.
Right.
Old
right.
buildings are boosty. Sometimes we'll do remodels at work, and I'm like, they put the studs this far apart. Like what? But I mean, they were still standing the test of time.
Right.
So they were doing something right to an extent. I mean, none of you guys have died yet falling through a floor, right?
No. One of our buddies is a contractor, and he pointed that out, and that the floor in our bathroom sinks.
I need about 150 off rent.
Right.
I
or
mean,
come fix
I
it.
was thinking I'll just tell them to come fix it, but then we might be out of the fucking house for a while. But I think there's
Or you
if
could
they have
fix
to
it.
repair it, I think they would have to pay for us to stay in a hotel.
You could fix that Chingus on
Yeah.
the ceiling.
I
Cut
would
it
probably
out,
fix
throw a
that, but I don't
2x4
know.
up there.
I don't know if it's just the ceiling or if it's because of the floor above it. I'm not sure.
Oh,
But-
it probably is.
And then our deck was we share the house, so so that wall right there is the other house, basically, our neighbors. So we have the back deck that we share, bro.
Oh.
Our little
Duplex?
section, yeah, kind of. Our little section was all fucked up. It was basically a trampoline on our little section of the back porch.
That's not a bad thing for parties.
Trampoline.
But they finally came and they're gonna fix it now. They ripped up all the boards, and they just need to come back and actually work on it, because it's been a week now, and all they did was rip up the boards.
Milking the boss man.
Oh, here's that.
But it was funny because I was just gonna tell someone that I was just telling my friends I was gonna report that to the management company. Bro, that looks packed.
Is the video coming through? It's
The
frozen
video
on
isn't
my
coming
end.
through, but
but I see a video.
So frustrating.
Yeah, it's like a still frame.
I'm gonna ditch
What
this
the hell?
background. I think that's using a lot of CPU power.
Definitely
But-
is.
Let me change that. Yeah, I've never had it this bad. But the second floor at this Gunna show, it's like rocking. Like it looks like it's about to fall, but like the wings of an airplane, like it's structurally supposed to do that.
Maybe.
Yeah, it's supposed to bend a little bit, or in
Maybe.
this case, quite a bit.
Maybe.
I'm gonna ditch this background.
Maybe. Oh,
No, it's for real. There was a structural engineer that like did a deep dive on this.
okay. Because I know there was
Isn't that crazy? It's like shaking.
Oh, what the heck? I would literally get the fuck out of there if I felt that.
Can you imagine the stampede? Oh my gosh. Yeah, everyone's like, "Holy shit, is this thing gonna fall?" But
I think I would
it's
only-
designed for that, you know.
I would only laugh a little bit if I saw that thing
Yeah,
collapse.
I
Oh.
think that thing's got too many people on it. That's why
Look,
it's
it's-
bouncing so much.
It's like a rubber band. Well,
They need to put a few pillars under it.
Well, but as I said, there was a guy on Twitter that did. I should have saved the link, but he said that's how it's designed. It's supposed to flex like that, like that's normal. I was like, damn, it's like it's about to snap to me, but you know, we got good regulations here in the civilized world, so I think they've probably have a lot of engineering checks and everything, because that's a huge liability. I mean, that be coming on top of hundreds of people. Oh man. Okay, I've got some pod topics. Andy Pants is supposed to call in. I don't know where he
Bro,
is.
where's Andy Pants at?
Oh no, I've got a bunch of topics that he sent.
Where's-
Let's
Where's
see.
Pac?
I don't know.
Where's Pac at?
Do you want me
I
to
got a
send you
topic.
a topic?
Yeah, if you guys got topics, I mean, absolutely throw them out there.
Send you something in the chat.
Yeah. Let's see here, onheard.com. Oh, Lauren Southern, yeah, she's back. Let's see here.
But it's,
Who?
Just reading that article though, what she went through. I mean, it's only her side of the story, but still,
Right. What's
Yeah.
the too long
What's
didn't
it?
read?
it's too long to read. But I'll summarize it. Basically,
Yeah, too long
she
didn't
said-
read. What's the TLDR?
Yeah. So basically, she says,
Oh, I love this song.
she,
Little
you know,
Keith gave that
they got
shit.
married very quickly. She got pregnant very quickly, and his behavior was rather immature. If he'd get angry with her, he would just get in the car and leave. Sometimes he would end up locking her out of the house so she couldn't get back in, and she would have the baby with her and stuff like that. So essentially, she was saying that her sort of trad dream, she was maybe a little too naive about it.
Sure.
And
She
she
I mean, she's
maybe,
an
you know-
excellent documentarian, an excellent media personality. I've watched a lot of her stuff. And she's
Yeah.
labeled as like far right, yeah, alt right. It's funny the TradCon thing is kind of being shattered, and
Here's
also
a
vice
neocon.
versa. The open marriage thing is being kind of shattered. Like, remember Destiny and his wife? Like,
Yeah.
he was rubbing in everyone's face, like, "Oh yeah, it's great, we're in an open marriage, yada yada yada." And then, you know,
It
lo
should
and
be
behold,
shattered. It's pretty
Like-
demonic if you ask me.
I think she married a psycho, to be honest, because if you end up marrying someone in 4 months, like you're either very, very Christian or, you know, you're
Mhm.
marrying somebody who's nuts.
right,
You know?
right, yeah. It seems like if you go too far to like the trad side or too far to the liberal side as far as relationships go, you have to like strike it somewhere in the middle. Like, it's never gonna be perfect, but
I think that guy, he thought that
Oh,
somebody like her, like media
is that
personality, documentary maker, was going to,
I
you
don't
know,
know.
settle down and do that, you know, for all her
Mhm.
life. I just don't think she was going to.
It's a good idea.
yeah, I've tried to keep up with Lauren Southern 'cause she was not on the internet for like years, right?
Yeah.
Where'd
And
Jeff
she's-
go?
Don't
we got a bit serious, and Jeff was like, "Peace out."
know.
Tell me you can't say that shit.
He might be on later. Whatever.
Yeah, that's cool. I just didn't know he left. Anyway, no, isn't Lauren Southern? I don't really know who she is. The more I've heard about her, I'm pretty sure she's just a neocon.
No, she's not. I mean, she's not said anything about the main neocon topic, as it were. I won't mention it here, but essentially, she used to work for a neocon, quote unquote, and
Yeah.
he wanted her to do something. She got very upset, and she left the organization and became independent. That's how you got, farmlands and different documentaries when she went independent. So she's done some really, really good work.
Yeah.
I think I don't know. I read that obviously we're only hearing it from her side, but I did feel sorry for her because some of that behavior, like just letting your mother, the mother of your children and your kid,
Hmm.
like outside in the rain, locking them out of the house. What the hell? Why on earth would you do such a thing?
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Who knows? I'd love to hear the other guys' take on it, but
What
it
did she
seems like
do
her
again?
life has just been a
I'm sorry.
mess.
Sorry to interrupt. So she
Yeah.
locked her kids out of her house, and
No, he locked her out of the house with the kid. So the kid and her were locked outside of the house, and they couldn't get in the house.
Oh, so she did nothing wrong.
Well,
Apparently, but to
well,
be fair, she could have forgotten her keys.
yeah. I mean, what led up to this scenario, right? Like, I mean,
I don't know, it's in the article. It says basically that anytime she disagreed with him, he would be very childish about it. Like he'd get really angry, get in the car and drive off. Sometimes she won't see him for days.
yeah, maybe. Yeah, this is very one-sided, very heavy. Like
Yeah.
I've heard nothing from this guy's story, and yes, there's a chance that he could just be a psycho. But I don't know. I've followed her story on bits and pieces here and there, but I can never really like get the. It's just so spotty.
I don't know.
He looks old.
What's that?
He looks old.
Who does?
No, she's very good looking. I mean, she's 28. But yeah, she's a great media person. Now it's funny how like these internet people, like her life and
He looked wrinkly in the Wikipedia picture.
oh well,
Davey, come on.
but like these internet people. Do you think, Pyro, that
Don't
there's like a
change it.
shift?
Otherwise, it
where-
will copyright his video.
There's a
Where-
what? Sorry.
Oh, like a shift in media where so she was talking about kind of, I guess, quote, alt-right subjects, for her platform,
Yeah.
or that's what she would tackle. But now it's gone to like kind of the implications and things that she was talking about. But now all the focus is how that is playing out in her own life. Like, now her life has become the story. It's no longer, her doing documentary work or for right now at least.
Yeah.
It's
I
like a
think
shift, and it's weird.
It depends. Isn't she doing some sort of? Was she working for some new media company or something like that? So, I mean, after what she's said in some of her videos about what she went through with her ex-husband and how much money she lost and stuff like that, like she's probably doing stuff to, get back on her feet or whatever. I don't know how it works, but I think the shift is interesting, right? Because the trad wife sort of myth is getting busted, right?
Right. Both
'Cause-
sides, as we said earlier.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, what I would say is I've always find that trad thing a little odd, because I would say, what about a normal wife? Like the one who stays at home, does good works, and you contribute a little here and there, and it's all good. Like, how about we start with normal first, instead of crazy Destiny's wife who's walking around saying she'll suck any dude's dick. You know?
Yeah.
So
But why is it so attractive as an audience? Like, why is this content hitting so hard? Is it cope? Is it just like delusion?
I think it's because for the first time in history, we've got so many men and women who are single, and the men are attracted to what they purport to be security, right? So how they see security, as in somebody at home takes care of you, you've got an emotional connection, you've got a companion, stuff like that.
Right.
However, they don't know how relationships work at all, because many of them probably have never been in one. So,
Sure.
you know, it's just super attractive because you've got too many lonely dudes, and they've got time to kill, right? Like, if you look at the audience metrics, you'll see it's mostly men. Like, women aren't watching it, so.
Right. Yeah, it's like, it's almost like a fantasy, or like ideals are being promoted, but they're not real. Like, even like, yeah, we talked about like the two ends of the spectrum. You got Lauren Southern, like trad con, marriage, what that looks like. That's like ideal, but it's not real at the same time. Like, even growing up, like my parents had like a traditional marriage, so to speak. But there were so many other things that weren't being dealt with, you know, that needed to be. And then the other side of the coin, you got like, you know, Myron on Fresh and Fit, you know, giving a different prescription of, you know, like the 50 bodies thing, and using that as an example to understand more of female nature. Because, I mean, yeah, I went to a Christian college, and a lot of marriages happened freshman year, like when they were married in college, like they lived together in a dorm, like as married. It was weird, man. I was like, oof, like, and a lot of them did not work over the years in school, because, I mean, come on, like, what are you thinking? Like, getting married and living together, unless you're older or you're in your like third or fourth year of school. But that's where I'm kind of in the middle. I think there's.
I think personally, you know, I want a wife who is going to be more traditional, but I'm not crazy, if you know what I mean. I don't want them to dress up in fucking 50s this and do your hair and greet me with a fucking martini. Like, I do my own meal prep, I'll be fine.
Right.
You know? So, and what you said about the college thing is interesting, because personally, I believe most people should get married young, personally, because that's the right breeding age. But I think most people, they don't discuss what that marriage is going to look like for them. Right?
Yeah.
They hook up and they're like, well, we're Christians, let's get married because we're supposed to. And then they've not even talked about how many kids they want, how they're going to raise them, how they're going to look after a house, stuff like that. They haven't, you know, dealt with the logistical side of it, because obviously that conversation is a serious conversation and it's boring as fuck to do. You know, they're not doing that. And they don't even understand each other. They don't know the attachment style of the dude. The guy doesn't know the attachment style of his wife. He doesn't. What I'm saying is they don't even understand each other physically, their needs. So this is why it doesn't work out as much.
Yeah, I'm reminded of like the love languages, and like, I don't know if I really buy into all that. There's good points about that. I can't remember that guy's name, that author, that he made a lot of money on that book, the different love languages. But
yeah, well, I'm talking about attachment styles, you know, like anxious, avoidant, stuff like that. Like the avoidant type is like, he or she doesn't really want to share their emotions, as it were, because there's a lot of people like that, right? Some of them are avoidant because they don't know why they deserve it. And then you've got the anxious types who are like afraid to get abandoned. You know, it could be from childhood abandonment, like daddy leaving or mummy leaving.
Yeah,
Stuff
it seems
like
like
that.
If you haven't overcome those issues personally, then it's going to be doomsday if you mix with someone else, right?
Well, yeah, especially if you're with somebody who's well adjusted and you're not, you know,
Yeah.
because that person's gonna tell you to get out very quickly because they won't put up with it.
Yeah. I mean, people get married for crazy reasons. I mean, I hope I'd have enough clarity to see if it was working, you know, while dating. I mean, that's where you kind of learn, is this going to work or not? But some people, you know, they don't expect. Got 2 Davy accounts here. Yeah, just don't know. In for a rude awakening sometimes. Because I mean, yeah, I've disavow, but I've lived with a woman who was fucking eye-opening. Whoo! I mean, I thought I knew, you know, I was like, okay, I know it's going to be probably difficult at times, but like time management, space, dealing, like when I wouldn't be around, you know, dealing with her, the anxiety coming from her, you know, and like, oh my gosh. And I mean, maybe I could have handled it better, but I was definitely in a what do you call it, like a culture shock or like a living arrangement shock, especially after a few months. I was like, oh my gosh, is this it?
Mm-hmm.
This is
Well,
it.
yeah, it's another human being, right? I think that's the whole trad wife LARP, is that these dudes who are watching this don't understand there's a real human being behind this whole frigging outfit, right? And they have flaws,
Right.
or you have flaws, and they may not like that, you know. So
Yeah, yep. Got to really overcome that stuff. I guess that's like, you know, the Beatitudes in the Bible, you know, like love is patient, kind, does not envy, doesn't strife. And those things are, you know, the statement's easy to read and be like, oh yeah, no duh, but oh boy, in the heat of the moment and doing that over your lifetime with a partner is not easy, but no one said it's easy.
yeah, I think it's more to do with patience, isn't it? Right? It's more making sure you're in it for the long haul, right? You need somebody who understands that from the start. So
Right. And I mean, we always come back to like AWOLT. I know that's an ongoing thing, but understanding a woman's nature.
AWOL.
I didn't understand it, you know, until maybe several years back. But the more, you know, we discuss it and have conversations with, you know, other men and women, hearing different perspectives, it's just an acceptance of nature. It can be hella frustrating sometimes, but it's just is what it is.
I think the whole idea of AWOLT, or all women are like that, to me comes from just their nature, right? The way they are. And to be honest, their nature is the way it is because, well, God made them that way for a reason. We're supposed to work complementary, but the flaws in the modern age, you know, at least we've got brains to overcome them, and with the right person, hopefully the idea is you can overcome it together. So
right, yeah. So many guys, it sounds like they want to date like a man when they're like, you know, like, why can't she just, you know, see it this way, or like, why can't she just understand it? You know, it's like,
Yay.
because it's like a different language, you know. And
well, maybe because the guy was too, you know, well, sorry for using profanities, but balls deep in passion before he could even teach her how he communicates, you know, how to understand him, as it were, you know.
Yep. Oh boy, we just got. Wait, Davey's saying, what are you, Davey? You want to do a little show and tell about your avatar here?
What about it?
I don't know. You're saying peep the new pic, folks.
I just had to change it. It was a cat, and then I switched it to a cat, and I was like, "Now I'll go with one with a picture of me." That's a picture of me.
It looks
That's
like a
you.
woman.
Yeah.
No, I'm in
Or
the
something.
picture.
It's so
Here,
small.
I'll
Hold
cam
on.
up. Let me cam up. Let me switch cameras quick.
Let's see here. Oh shit.
It's weird.
Oh. All right.
There we
We got
go.
some good content here.
Oh wait, now I
Adrian's
can't
calling
cam
you
up.
out,
Never
bro.
mind. All right, never mind. That didn't make any
What are you
sense.
doing? You try to cam up and go close.
I was
to the
gonna cam up
television?
and show my avatar, but I did it too slow. Just a second. There's a little bit of a delay. Let me see if I can fix it real
No,
quick.
there's no delay here. Not what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Here we go.
We
Here
saw
we
the
go.
attempt.
Boom. That's me right there.
Let's see. It's
All right, actually, I zoomed in on Ty. Oops.
very difficult to make out any people
All right,
in that
I'll try
photo.
again. I'll try one more time. Here we go. We'll just wait for the delay.
It's not delaying. Oh, maybe in your end.
On StreamYard, it's real time. On YouTube, it's slightly delayed. All right, here we go. Oh wait, no, never mind. I did it wrong. I'll do it one more time just for you.
You can just
All right, here we go.
you
Here we
can
go.
you can
3,
share in
2,
StreamYard, bro.
1.
Like go down. Like why are you so
That's
top
me.
on it?
That's
Just go
me.
straight on. Like you're going top on it. Just straight on.
The
the
camera's
heck?
all. The
I think
camera's
you're trying to hide
inverted.
something or something.
The camera's
camera's-
inverted.
All right.
You try using StreamYard on your phone and fixing the camera. It's got 4 options.
Can you not
They say,
share?
here we go.
You don't have the present option? I think
No,
Callers?
I don't think so.
pretty sure callers have a present option. Maybe that's just for host.
No, that's just you.
Ah.
Here we go. That's me.
Oh, there you are. Okay, that's better. It's not so top down, just straight on. Just oh my gosh, bruh. I know, right? Davey is definitely doing some boomer type stuff right now.
No,
There's
it's
gotta be a
just
way, Davey.
the phone is extra weird, right? It was being weird.
All right. It just looked like you were coming a little top down on it, but
Oh well.
oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
All right, I'll do it one more time because I don't think everyone saw it.
We get the gist. It just goes straight on. I just don't understand why. Anyway, nice.
There we go. Adriana
stuff, man.
pops in here now. She's gonna. You had the link posted still? Yeah.
What's the scoop?
Is Adriana gonna call in, or is she gonna be a little bitch from the chat?
I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. But what's the status with all these ladies in your avatar pic? Who are they?
Brazilians.
Are they legal?
They're au pairs.
They're what?
Au pairs.
Like babysitters for
Oh,
women who can't be
oh.
asked looking after their kids.
I was like, au pair, like a nanny?
Yeah.
Pretty-
Au pair? What the heck is that? I've never heard that before. Anyways, so you didn't answer the question.
What was the question?
Are they legal?
I don't know.
Interesting.
They come here to America through an au pair system where they are au pairs and then go to school.
Oh, so it's probably legit. It's probably legit then. So what's the plan?
I don't know. Ty was being weird with the one today.
How is that being weird?
Yeah.
He was saying weird
Let's hear
stuff.
it.
Just tell. You want to tell the story?
Just being weird.
I think he was being weird,
I mean,
but
has anyone sealed any deals? What's going on? or is this all?
There's been an exchange
Hopes
of
and
goods and a
aspirations.
couple there's been some handshakes and exchange of goods.
Some handshakes. Word. Always be closing, man. Did you watch that Glengarry Ross movie yet?
No, I was gonna watch it this weekend, but I did watch
Oh, yeah.
the clip. That does seem pretty good. Dude,
Yeah.
I do not like making cold calls. I hate it, actually.
Why is that?
I don't know. It's just weird
Rejection.
to me. Maybe that's what, I don't know. Maybe it's because I feel like I haven't done enough role playing and practicing the script. Even though I've
Right.
done a lot of that, I just haven't done it enough. Or there's certain strategies maybe I could implement
Yeah.
to better prepare. One of the
I
videos I was watching was saying just how professional athletes, they warm up before a game. Maybe I could do that in the morning.
You talking
Sprint
about?
up and down the office or something.
Oh, do you not smack your balls every morning for vitality?
No, I do that. I did that before I had the job or my current job. I mean,
That while mewing and sun gazing and
retaining.
sack ball,
Sack slapping.
sack sunning, and smacking for
clapping.
vitality, and sun gazing and mewing at the same time. You'll take over.
That's a good idea.
Dang, you're getting some heat here from Adriana.
Adriana's just jealous that she's not the only one.
How? You think she's jealous because your attention is being diverted? You're no longer picking fights with her on Discord?
She's upset that there's more than one Latina in my life and it's not her.
Oh. Well, Adriana missed my salsa making intro.
I know. Hopefully she can cam up. She can cam up and show us some recipes.
Yeah, hopefully we got. Wonder if she has one of the little grindstone thing, the little grind bowl.
Pestle and mortar.
Oh, mortar and
Yeah,
pestle.
pestle mortar. Yep. Yeah, but like the the Mexico ones, not like a marble one. Oh wow.
Funnily enough, I actually gave somebody a pestle and mortar as a wedding present.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it was actually for the husband. He's a cook, so he really liked it.
Yeah, ain't no pestle mortar. It's a molcajete. I think I'm saying that right.
Molcajete.
Oh, well, let's see some salsa making, Adrian. I made some salsa earlier.
Cam up.
And we were looking at authentic recipes. We found some lady on YouTube. What's her name? Vanessa something. She was making some dank salsas. Whew. Oh, wow.
Oh wow.
A woman with many men isn't impressive, but the inverse is. Oh, man.
Facts.
You guys are continuing the bickering.
Why don't you guys come in here and start bickering? We can moderate the debate, you know. If anyone talks over a minute, we mute them.
Did you see this video of this lady getting wrangled by a belt and then raped? Well, I mean, graped. Check this out,
shit.
dude. It's in New York. It's crazy. How much you want to wage that this guy is illegal?
What the fuck?
Okay, watch this. It's a crazy video. Check this out. Dude freaking wrangles it around her neck and just pulls her. And allegedly, news reports say that he raped her after this, like in between those cars.
Is she
Why
alive?
That messed up, dude. This is like in New York, in America.
Her body's just like limp. I don't understand.
She's got it around her breathing tube.
Yeah,
Well, you can still move your arms when you're not able to breathe.
Yep, I hear you, Davey. I was kind of interested on that.
I think
But
though, if it goes around a
I don't
certain
know.
vein or something, you know, there's a thing in your neck. You can disable someone very quickly if it's hard enough.
Oh, maybe that
Yeah.
could be.
Well, did you see how tight he pulled it too? Like he used all of his weight, to pull like right as he got it around her neck. So I mean, if your aorta gets plugged immediately, it might have a kind of a stunting effect. I don't know. We need a specialist, but yeah, man, this guy's
To be honest,
gotta be
you know,
illegal.
Jesus Christ! Like, why do people do this? Like,
It's
Bro, what's on his face? He's got like a towel or handkerchief, like something just draping down.
yeah, wild stuff. But I was gonna say that you're asking Pyro why people do stuff like that. Yeah, I there is a theory on, you know, IQ. I know a lot of people poo-poo IQ chat because IQ is not the only way to measure intelligence, but I think there was a guy that did a study off like thousands of inmates at San Quentin, and I'm really simplifying this, but bottom line is his theory was that all the criminals that had doing violent time for violent sentences were low IQ. Like they literally could not model other people going through pain, like empathy. They literally didn't have the intelligence to think, okay, if someone did that to me, that would really hurt and like, you know, that cause pain. And so there's
Sounds like an animal to me.
Yeah, there's a theory that these people just literally can't even model another person's life. Like it's wild, but
They don't know how they would have felt had they not eaten breakfast yesterday morning.
exactly. Exactly.
well, I just hope God, you know, helps that woman, because oh shit. Like,
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out here. I can do a little. We'll see what the latest is on it, but this stuff is not gonna slow down. For
it's
sure.
only gonna get worse. I mean, the stuff happening in my country, oof. Just even thinking about it is enraging.
All the Muslims.
Just everything, like stuff like that we just saw. That's happening way too much. Too much.
Yeah.
Like, once is too much, but you know what I mean.
Right. I mean, this is multiculturalism in a nutshell, right? Like, these people can't figure out their own countries for themselves. So, I mean, yeah, you're going to get a lot of riffraff coming here. How many people are here now illegally? It's like 6 million or something?
A lot.
What's the latest number?
I thought it was America had like 30-40 million.
Well, yeah, I guess just counting like the last since Biden administration. Yeah. Let's see, how many illegals in America? Because whatever number it is, it's got to be like 2 or 3 times that, right? Studies have shown that 40 million foreign-born residents, 11.7 million of that population is illegal. Damn.
Well, that's the ones they know about.
Right. So yeah, you're probably right. Probably 20, 25, 30. Oh my gosh. My goodness. Wild times. There's gonna be an inflection point, right? There's gotta be. I don't know what that's gonna look like. But...
Well, it's certainly not going to be whoever the fucking guy is, in a guy, man, or woman in charge, and wherever that happened. Certainly, because you know, if I'm running a city or a country and a video, if I saw that video of the things I would do the next day, you know, it would not happen again.
Yeah. Oh, you mean like making a public example, or?
What, just public example and making sure it never happens again.
Yeah.
In a very, very clear, concise way that everybody knows. Don't do this.
Right. Yeah. I mean, the old bring that guy to the city square, tar and feather him, put him in shackles for a week, so everyone sees him. Everyone can spit on him and punch him.
What the
And
fuck
no
did
one would-
Adriana just tell me?
No.
no one would do that again.
Highlight
Well, yeah.
Adriana's comment.
It's not even that. I think it's just you have to. Some crimes, sometimes crimes like this are a choice, right? It's a choice that you tolerate it, because I'm sure this is not the first time this guy's done that.
Pull it up.
Like, it looks like
Right.
it's not his first time.
Yeah,
'Cause
he
if you
executed
look
it well.
into like criminology, the first time's always a mess.
Right.
So
Bro, Adriana's
done that
projecting
before.
her sexual fantasies on me.
Oh wow. What's going on?
Pull up her last chat.
Get a room, you two.
These people are oppressed. That's why they commit crime. You're being a white supremacist. You need illegal to choke you so you can pay for your white sins. Yeah, I agree. I agree.
She's projecting her
Davey,
fantasies onto me.
You need to kiss boots, bro. Come on.
Wait, where'd it go?
Pull
They're
it
good.
back up. Ty wasn't able to
They're
read it.
good. There are good people coming over here. It's not all military age men.
Crime, maybe white supremacy.
I'd pay reparations to send people out of the country.
So we're sitting for being a white. That seems like a victim type thing.
Yep.
What the heck? Look what you just said. Adriana, it's called autoerotic asphyxiation. It's not something I'm into, but some people I've been with are into it.
Yeah, just be careful with that. You don't want to end up in the news. Local man does this and now in jail. Sorry, prison.
A little choking never hurt anyone.
Yeah, that's what some men have thought.
Oh man, that movie "World's Greatest Dad." Have you seen that scene where he's doing that?
No, I haven't actually.
Oh man, no, I mean it's not graphic, but it was a good. Yeah, he's like tilted back on a chair, and like being choked, and his dad walks in. He's like, "What the fuck?" Let's see here. I'll just run the trailer in the background here.
Will you get taken the
It
full
is a good
screen
movie.
taken down?
No, you can show trailer. I don't have audio, but you can show trailers, can't you? It's like an advertisement.
Stay black, y'all.
I think it's creative something or other.
My name is Lance Clayton. I'm a
Oh, it's from the studios of Donnie
so far,
Darko?
Nothing I've written has ever been published.
I watched the director's cut of Donnie Darko the other day. Great
I
movie.
think it's creative input. And why am I echoing?
Oh, sorry. You couldn't hear the trailer, right?
No, I can just hear myself.
Man, that's so weird.
I could hear the trailer, but Davey was busy talking over it.
Oh, you could hear the YouTube trailer?
I
I
couldn't.
could, yeah.
Oh. Weird. Because when I play a video... Hold on, I'm going to do a test real quick.
Pride and nationalism.
Yep,
Look,
yep.
I think it's weird that every other ethnicity,
You can hear that okay?
Can play again?
Did you hear Vivek?
their ethnic heritage.
Yep.
But if white people or people of a
You can hear Vivek?
Yep.
What? I was doing this earlier and it wasn't, or people said it. This is a good video, by the way. We'll watch it. That's cool. Yeah, it feeds back because it's like a main output. So, but we can watch a video together and then just talk about it after. I think this is a good one. It's a very good point that is so obvious. I like Vivek a lot. He seems like a pretty logical guy. I mean,
Now I'm going to make 2 points here relating to ethnic pride and nationalism. Look, I think it's weird that every other ethnicity other than the white ethnicity can take pride in their ethnic heritage. But if white people or people of a WASP variety or whatever take just pride, not denigration of anybody else, but pride in their own ethnic heritage,
Sure.
that's deemed racist. I think that's weird. But I think it's insufficient to just stop there. I think what we're actually missing is why doesn't everybody actually start taking pride in the American civic heritage, right? So this is the way I don't want to see us go. I think it's great. The reactionary point is to make an observation that's true. It's super bizarre and weird and hypocritical and illogical and inconsistent for every ethnicity except for one subset of ethnicities based on the shade of your tan, which if it's light, a shade of your tan, you can't actually take pride in your own ethnic heritage. Now,
I mean, obvious points, but so true. I mean, if white people take pride, then it's racist or supremacy, but any other person can do it, and it's like a positive thing. But when white people do it, it's negative. It's all because of slavery, right? White man bad?
It's all a bunch of,
Like,
Unless you're gay, you can be white and proud if you're a fag.
well, I mean, yeah.
I just find it strange how it's coming from an Indian and he's been hosted by a guy who's worked for Jews all his life.
I know, right? It is. It's crazy. Like, I mean, yeah, it is crazy that we got an Indian guy coming to America. His parents immigrants, probably second gen, and like he understands like the conservative proper functionings of America better than anyone. I would love to see a Trump Vivek ticket. I think that would be awesome.
To be honest, Trump should have been saying this his first term. Or even just playing that video of Biden during the election saying, we're going to be a minority and it's going to be great. Like, I would have just played that as my campaign for Biden if I ran against him.
Yeah. Vivek is controlled opposition.
I agree.
You need to explain more. I mean, yes, there's always going to be skepticism, like, because, I mean, what's another example of someone that flipped and you're like, what the fuck? I mean, even Trump right now on the Israel thing, it's funny because, like, Trump is saying, like, it would be ridiculous to stop supporting Israel, but now Biden's considering stopping funding to Israel. So you're getting like this cross wires of the Venn diagrams is bleeding in a weird way.
Well, there's a literal video of Biden declaring that he's a proud Zionist. So I don't think Biden's going to get rid of any money anytime soon. I think he's doing it to satisfy all these weird protesters that he's just saying stuff.
No, he's placating. Like, yeah, it's just. But it is interesting how like how this flip is happening.
Let's see tomorrow. Have Ella ever respond?
Nope.
Nothing. All right. Peace out.
Maybe she will.
All right. Good night.
Good night.
Oh, my bad. I thought I was muted.
Oh, this is a good one. You guys will enjoy this one. This meme that's coming out. It's gonna be a heater. This one's no text, but that's what Davey's not gonna have, or else his bedroom's gonna collapse into the living room.
What the fuck?
If you're here earlier, it's got that blanket, that Indian blanket,
tapestry blanket.
The mandala. It's the mandala. John, it's called a mandala, by the way.
It's Indian, isn't it? Mandala,
Yeah, mandala, yeah.
Yeah, and that's funny.
My sister had one of those.
This meme's getting heat.
Every millennial and Zoomer woman has that. It's odd.
Right.
They don't even know what it represents.
Right. Yeah, I posted that meme a long time ago. It's like, it's like the flag for mid pussy, or something like that.
Well, I think I recall telling you it was the flag for every hoe in town.
Yeah, same thing. It's funny because, well, I'm not gonna name any names, but I know a couple of girls that had those. in the room. I didn't really connect the dots back then, but
Well,
I guess
put it this way. Put it this way. If they've got a Bible in their drawer and that on their wall, they've got to choose between that or the Bible because the mandala is basically satanic. So
right. Yeah, that's funny. That is good stuff. But I'm seeing some spicy memes come out on that one.
I'm surprised the internet didn't catch on to it earlier. To be honest.
Well, it's by yeah. I mean, this new artwork is coming out every day, but it obviously hit a nerve or it resonated with a group of fellas.
Can you send me that meme?
Yeah, I'll post it in the.
Okay. I think it would be even better if it had some ginormous hoop earrings.
Just
It's like laying either on the fatty or just like on the ground or something.
Wait, we should do a Google reverse image so we can see all the spicy memes that are coming from it.
Yeah, don't put it on screen just yet.
Yeah.
Especially that one.
Well, I mean, it will just a meme. It will just come up with all the other memes here.
What was the song that you posted on your Instagram story? That went hard.
Let's see here. Well, I'll do that in the background.
You play that
which
for
one
us
last
right
night?
now? It was whatever you just posted on your Instagram story. It might have been last night. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't think I
could-
mixed it down yet. Let's see.
I'd like to hear that again. That was fucking great.
Yeah, I can send it to you. Let's see. Yeah, I was using that that cool visual. Oh yeah, here. Let's see. I'll pull it up. Let's see if you can hear it. Yeah, I was using that milk siphon project, which Davey, if you throw in another party, download this for your visuals. This app. It's really cool. Yeah. Is that the one you're talking about, Davey? Probably.
Is that the one you're talking about, Davey? Probably.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was banging. Working on that.
that
one
was
last
going
night.
hard.
Yeah, thanks, man. I love that visualizer. It really helps get back to, I don't know, it puts like something physical to the sound. Obviously, but it's like easier to get the ball down the field further, like when you have that, you know what I mean? Kind of comes alive a little more.
Dude, I just had another fantastic idea for one of my parties.
Hell yeah.
With the input on that, whatever, I don't know what software that is. I think you had it pulled up. I just didn't.
Yeah.
You link that to me as well. I think I'm going to get a projector because I don't really like the TV. Plus, I was using the DJ. That is the DJ stand on the entertainment center.
Right.
I would just get a projector and like project it on the wall.
Yeah. It's a pretty light CPU app too, and it's called Milk Siphon. There's like hundreds of artists or like presets that different artists have made, and it's all sound reactive, and you can adjust like the different frequencies of the sound, of which sections of frequencies you want to affect certain things. It's like only the highs or only the bass affect certain parts of the visual. But play around with it. It's like it's plug and play. You can pretty much just hit play and start getting good stuff from
Okay.
it. But it's
Yeah, that would be pretty cool.
I think I put it in the. Yeah, I put it Project Milk Siphon.
Oh, I just thought of even something even cooler on top of my idea I just had. Have like
Go
a
on, bro.
fog machine with the projector, so then you can see
yeah.
the visuals in the fog.
Oh yeah, that's what you do. That is what you do, man.
See, now I can think outside of the box. I was already telling you I'm out of box thinker, but I need to know the box. So now I got the box established. I'm getting pretty good ideas. I gotta write these down. I'm typing this shit out right now. I'm gonna forget if I go to sleep.
Yep. Write them down.
Did you find any interesting mandala memes? I think I sent you one.
Yeah, yes, I saw that one in the Discord. It's funny. I'm trying to do the reverse search here of. Let's see here. Well, when I come across them, I've been seeing them a lot more on Twitter. You guys on Twitter at all?
No,
It's the one I don't use that much.
Oh my gosh, I swear, like ever since the Elon taking over, like it actually feels like free speech, like pretty close to free speech, especially like race stuff or religion or cultural. I mean, it's kind of crazy because it wasn't this way just a year ago or a year and a half ago, at least my feed.
Well, I think he's got a long way to go. He's still got to get rid of all the harlots and whores on there. But
yeah.
Other than that,
he's been pressed on like the porn thing, and he's like, he kind of, I don't think he's even responded on it. But I mean, they just reinstated Nick Fuentes, so we back. We're so back. You guys, Groiper fans?
50-50. They did some good things. They asked some good questions about the Holodomor to Jordan Peterson, which was something he could not answer, and he admitted that he didn't want to answer it. So it shows where his priorities lie.
I mean, any debate that I've seen Fuentes do has been a home run. I've not yet seen a debate where he doesn't own and like at least explain his position in a very clear, not intellectual way, but a way where everyone can understand it. You know, like when he was on Fresh and Fit, that was incredible.
I've not watched it, to be honest. I've not watched him in a long time. I've watched the viral with a video. I think one of the videos that got him cancelled originally was the one where he has the two whiteboards, where it's like one is "Make America Great Again," and that's got nothing on it, and then the other one's like, "Here's what we've actually been doing," and it's just like, "Make a certain other country great again."
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's better to have people like him than the other side, right? Like, there's never going to be a perfect middle ground, but...
Well, yeah, I agree. I think it's always good to have different people. I think we shouldn't get into the habit of not critiquing them, though, because if we don't critique them, we'll get new people, but they'll be worse than the old people. So it's always good to, keep their toes on the fire a little sometimes over certain things, because that way they'll know who put them there.
Right. Oh my gosh. Check out this clothing store in India. Hope I don't get in trouble. Yeah, the caption is, well, we all know who's not running the ad industry in India. It's probably the only place you can pull that. Oh, wow, they got ice cream too? Damn.
Oh yeah, they've got all sorts like street vendors and everything who do stuff like that.
I mean, that's hilarious.
What the heck?
That's funny. That's I mean, that says a lot. That says quite a bit there.
Hold on, watch that one. Races, blah blah blah.
That is hilarious. Oh yeah, I do want to some of these clips about when Myron went on that what's that show called? Like a Jubilee type show where they're arguing is being fat a choice.
I mean, unless you've got a thyroid or autoimmune disease, it is a choice.
Right, and it is pretty interesting. I've seen some
I'm fat
clips
by
from it.
choice.
I didn't watch the whole thing yet. Let's see here. I think it was a Jubilee. Let's see. Myron Gaines. Wow, it's not even indexed yet.
Dude, it's only 9:30. God damn, I thought it seems way later than that.
Oh yeah.
I might have time to watch that movie tonight.
You better watch it on 1x speed, bro.
Hell no.
I can't believe you watch movies on
I will not sit through that torture of 1 times speed.
brutal, man.
What was it called? Wait, don't tell me.
Which one? I've been giving out a lot of recos. For movies.
The one you just recommended, but don't tell me. I'm gonna remember it. It's Russ something.
Russ something.
It's called Passion of the Christ, and you should accept him as your Lord and Savior.
Yeah, Adriana, exactly. The two like gay fat black guys, and Myron's going in on them hard. I'm trying to find a good clip from it because it is like a 20-minute video. I need to be saving stuff when I come across it. Let's see here.
Does it involve Myron yelling at them?
Oh yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. But I mean, he makes his case that, you know, people need to be yelled at, need to be called out, because if not, then who, you know, the situation's not going to change. Although I'm not like white knight for fat people and like go around my crusade and, you know, telling everyone they need to do what, but oh, here it is.
Okay.
Never mind.
We'll
It's Glengarry Glen Ross.
Yeah, Glengarry Glen Ross. Good movie, bro. Check it out. Here, I'll play. I might skip around a little bit. Hang tight. You'll feedback if you talk, but.
Oh, I'd just be a nice guy and girls are gonna like me. No, they're not. She's not gonna suck your dick with the same veracity when you're a fat as when you're in shape. She's just not.
What's going on, YouTube? It's your boy Goon Turn God. I'm back on another video. If y'all like to be a part of the community, please join the Reddit, please join the Discord. There'll be a link down in the description below. Now, have y'all seen this new episode of Jubilee? It was about it being fat a choice.
We're gonna get to the raw. I don't want to hear from some other guy. Here we go. Booyah.
You can watch your calories, you can go to the gym, you have time to do it. People just like to make excuses.
I don't think anyone's debating that weight loss is impossible here. I think the question is, why do you hate fat people, that you feel the disgust towards it?
Well, like I said before, it's a culmination of a bunch of bad decisions. I'm not gonna go ahead and give the same level of respect to someone who's a fat ass to someone that has worked really hard and diligently on their physique, because your body's outward manifestations
There's more
of your decisions,
factors to
your
a human
consistency.
being than their body.
Well, you could judge a lot just off of someone's physique. You'd be like, okay, well, this guy is lazy, and that's personified through their physique. It's the truth.
Abe, I saw you wanted to say something.
Just to take it back to the prompt, I think we just kind of went all over the place there.
Yeah, we're still focusing on the word disgust.
Just the word disgust. I mean, I would never look at someone and show disgust towards them. I mean, I think I would respect, like you said. I mean, you don't respect everyone, like you said, but I think
respect is earned.
I mean, it is earned, but I mean, I think at a humane level, we can learn to appreciate each other's differences.
Yeah, I don't know if like disgust would be the right word, right?
I know.
Greg mentioned some health implications with being over.
Are all the fat guys gay too? Is that the common thread?
I was thinking the same thing.
Wait a second. I want to hear Myron go
That's
off.
what it seems like. They're all sound gay as fuck.
Wait, did they flip the seating arrangement here? All right, I'm gonna poke around a little more.
Extremely attractive, and it's like, well, I can't get that guy. I'm attracted to the 10 on 10 supermodel, but I'm not going to get her, so I'll be happy with the 9.9 on 10.
Just to be clear,
it's that guy.
Women being attracted to men.
It's not just about women. It's just about attraction. What is the most attractive, in your opinion, physique for a man?
Okay, I'm speaking from like what women find attractive. So when I speak, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
I'm sexually fluid, so my law of attraction does not adhere to anyone's standards, pretty much. I'm attracted to people in general, so you could be jacked, you could be more plus size, you could be skinny, you could be whatever it is that you are. If I'm attracted to you, I'm attracted to you.
What are the traits you find most attractive?
I think the way that you carry yourself is a really big thing for me. I can't date someone who lacks confidence because I feel like that seeps into other aspects of your life.
Do you mind if I jump in on the confidence thing?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So growing up, wasn't too confident in myself, and I gained that confidence when I started losing weight. And I noticed it was me putting myself in positions to get more opportunities with women. Right now, I'm single right now, but I'm doing okay. But the confidence came from me losing weight. So I do agree that it's a subjective kind of standpoint, but socially, I understand that physically fit men, that's just like what everyone's liking. It's like
I don't think it's as subjective as guys are trying to say. Attraction isn't a choice, and there are hardwired traits that women look for in men. And what I've come to realize is that what women put out there is what they find attractive or politically correct things. Oh, he has a dad bod. He's nice. He's a good guy. The reality is that women don't respond well and favorably to these men. There's a reason why nice guys finish last is a thing. It's because when you're too nice and you kind of bend to her will, etc., girls aren't aroused by that. Girls don't want to say what they're really aroused by. Guys that are able to stand up to them, guys that are able to tell them, well, that was a stupid comment, or hold them accountable for their stupidity when they do dumb things. This is what women find attractive because these are leadership traits.
Have any of those things happened to you, though?
Well, I mean, I've talked to almost 3,000 women.
This is funny, the little, the middle ground thing. Do you see that updates on the top? It's like, they like try I guess the producer or whoever is updating like the middle ground.
Oh, I see.
To like, so it changed because before it said like, are you repulsed by fat people or whatever, and now it's like jacked men are more attractive than fat men.
Like the topic or something, what they're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know how much I can play. I think I have to like play 30 seconds a piece or something to not. We're small times, so it doesn't really matter, but yeah. I mean, here, let's see. This guy asked Myron a pretty good question.
And what I've come to realize from talking to all of them is that most of the time, you know, when they're in a comment section of TikTok, like, you're so handsome, blah, 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 will they actually go on a date and have sex with that guy? Probably not. But they say that because it's politically correct, and women tend to not want to be adversarial. They're going to say what sounds good, but what they're actually aroused by are two different things.
But they're married to those guys.
Yeah, that was kind of what I was
Most
getting to.
often they're married
I'm
to
married.
And marriage is a failed institution in the West, and this is why most men get divorced by women. This is why they get destroyed in the divorce courts. This is why women overwhelmingly initiated the divorce rates in America, 80%.
The arms are crossed. Did you see that? This guy obviously, I thought he was gay. Is this guy not
he's
gay?
From a YMCA video.
But he looks a little triggered. Let's see what he says.
Are initiated by women because we sit here and we lie and we believe what women say they're actually attracted to. No, they're not attracted
Let's
to
go
all the
back
things
to
they talk about.
attraction for a second, though, because I'm married.
Sure.
I have a child.
Cool.
I have a beautiful wife. I was this size the entire process through it.
Would you say that you're an average guy?
I would say that I'm bigger than average.
Yeah, you're not an average guy.
And a model
You're not an average
for
guy.
being slightly overweight.
I wasn't a model when I started
But
dating
you are
my
a
wife.
very good-looking, tall,
I was a
big
bartender
guy who's
doing
on
whatever.
magazine covers. So
But
out of
I
the
think-
million guys overweight, you're at
But
the
you're not
top.
an average guy.
But I think what you're missing is he just said that he wasn't any of those things.
He's not 5'6", man, like me.
Met his
Try
wife.
being 5'6" and doing it.
No, I totally agree with you. Well, that's what I was gonna actually agree with Myron for a second.
What straight guy wears a shirt like that though, with like the chest hair popping out and everything?
Yeah,
Well, don't hate on that. Don't hate
I
on
had
that.
him pegged as like a bear, like the gay bear, the big guys. Because they always do that. They always like show all their like chest hair and like they're over masculine, like they're trying to emphasize the masculine traits.
Yeah,
That's funny.
it is giving the YMCA video vibes there.
Yeah, I mean, how many buttons down is that? 1, 2, 3. That's like 4 buttons down. It's like halfway down.
Oh, what about like if I don't button up the top 2? Because that's what I do.
Oh yeah, I think you're good. I'm not saying it's that's verifying, but based on first impression.
In his case, he might look a little better because if he, buttons up the shirt a couple of buttons, it'll look like he's got man tits.
Oh yeah.
Pecs.
When I used to work at Walmart, I used to unbutton like the top 4 or 5 and walk past the store manager.
Nice.
While I was on the clock, and she would just, I don't know, she didn't say anything about it.
Let's see. I want to hear this guy's case because he's getting called out now that you're like not a normal guy. You're like, what? He's a model and he's like 6'2".
Believe it or not. We're talking about, you mentioned status, and then a lot of people other mentioned confidence. So you even put in your own pecking order ahead of being jacked or being physically attractive. Wouldn't you say that matters more? Confidence, how you carry yourself, how you do it?
I mean, the prompt was simply, is it either you're jacked or
I'm not
what's
going to
more
argue
attractive?
the fact that our society definitely finds jack guys more attractive. But I disagreed with the statement because it was a blanket statement that I have found untrue in my own life.
Do all of you feel like you'd be more or less attractive, let's say 50 pounds lighter than you are, and simply like just body fat?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something that I struggled with for a while is, in me losing weight, am I still going to be able to book the jobs that I book? Because
what's this guy do for work?
Because I've built an entire brand off of my body. I mean, granted, like, cool as shit, like, I did something that's all my own. Like, I worked on that. But then I was also just like, if I lose this, are you still gonna want me to like do this campaign for you? Are you still gonna want me in your magazine? Are you still gonna want to dress me? And then I had to like take a step back and say like, well, what is it for me? Do I want to be skinny? No. Do I want to look like Greg? No. Do I want to look like Myron? No. But I know I want to look like me. I think talking about the law of attraction, you focus so heavy about what women would find attractive and the perspective of the woman. And I feel like, are you even attracted to yourself? When you look in that mirror, when you put your clothes on, are you like, damn,
Holy shit, can you rewind like 10 seconds?
When I got up this morning and clothes on, had to like take a step back and say like,
wait, maybe a little further.
Address that I struggled with for a while is, in me losing weight, am I still going to be able to book the jobs that I book?
I went too far back, but yeah, there's some
too far back.
There are some hilarious faces that Myron makes.
They look hilarious.
But like the same thing happened with Adele. Like she got shamed for losing weight by her fans, as I recall, because she used to be like pretty heavy, like chin, like she had like no chin, all fat and everything, and I'm pretty sure her fans were like not liking it when she lost all that weight. Was that a few years back? But let's see here. Let's see. It's a little further in here.
Like loving yourself, which I think is great. She's promoting a lifestyle that is unhealthy, like being very overweight, drinking, not sleeping. All of these things are not conducive to your health. So I think you conflate that, and sure, being body positive is important, like loving yourself, loving the way you look. But if that's gonna influence other people to make bad decisions about their body and their health, that's problematic.
Body positivity is disempowering people. It's making them think that they're healthy at any size, which they're not. And so as soon as you start telling people, hey, just love your body, like Lizzo will literally rub her belly and said, you're giving me all this power.
I gotta rewind that back.
Hey, just love your body, like Lizzo will literally rub her belly and said, you're giving me all this power, as she's eating a burger and she's promoting being obese. By doing this, you're just ruining it for people who actually should think, wait a minute, I can lose weight, I can go to the gym, I can eat less, I can do this.
Personally,
yeah, dude, what if Lizzo lost all her weight? Like, that would change everything. I bet her fan base would totally, her career might be over. That's crazy. Like Myron looks tiny next to this guy's massive.
They're definitely on roids.
Oh yeah, orange top for sure.
My problem
Maybe.
with body positivity isn't necessarily what it stands for. And I feel like there's a misconception because there are those people that they use it to justify fatness and just, I don't even want to say fatness. I want to make it very clear, unhealthiness. Because there's someone like me who I wouldn't say I'm necessarily part of the body positive community anymore. Personally, I would say I champion body diversity because it's all encompassing. It's inclusive of what everybody, is doing within their journey. When I expressed the desire to lose weight, another plus size individual that I used to be friends with was just like, well, I don't feel like I can share your content because I'm not sure how my followers are going to perceive this. I think it might be triggering for them and stuff like that. And my response to it was, well, if you're championing body positivity, then what I'm doing should not be a problem, because the entire time that I've been advocating for people that look like me or people who have been othered in any capacity in general is that all bodies are good bodies. What we do with our body is what matters. And so body diversity is important to me because for a guy like you or a guy like the two of you might suffer from body dysmorphia. And that's a very real thing. You might not see yourself for what you really are. And so you're seeking unhealthy habits to achieve a goal. To get where you want to go, like you just got to give it time. Be healthy in it, in all aspects, like mentally, physically. You've got to find the right avenue to do what it is that you need to do for yourself.
The body positivity movement is a huge psyop to keep us fatter and stupider. It's all a scam.
Yeah, I think his name's Tevin. I assume that he made like a brand for like plus size fashion, maybe is what I'm gathering. Yeah, he does have some good points. Like I can hear him, making some reasonable things. That's why I thought, I don't know if CT Settlement Sphere earlier, I thought the middle ground thing, it's like a scoreboard for the middle ground that's being created between the conversation. That was pretty interesting. Well, we'll see what Myron has to say. He's obviously oh, we had someone backstage, but they dipped. You can call back in CCCKA. Sorry, I didn't see you there for a minute. Anyways, yeah, I think Tevin, the green guy, has got some decent points on body diversity, but I don't know. Oh, we can pull up the Wes Watson clip here. I want to see Myron's take on this, and then we can jump over that.
The reality is that Big Pharma wants money, and they understand that when you're fat, you have more health problems. They understand that you're going to need insulin, you're going to need medication, etc. And they make a bunch of money on us being sick. There is no incentive to actually have you be healthy. So let's go ahead and make our people fat as hell, get them in the hospitals, get them on medication, continue to make money, etc. It's all a big psyop.
So you believe it's all intentional?
Yes, we promote mediocrity.
I feel like it's a subset. Yes, I'm sitting here because I do think that there is a part of it that is problematic. But I think that the problematic part of it is a subset of people that use it as a tool to weaponize whatever it is that they're doing.
I think the whole movement is a problem. The body positivity movement in general is a problem. All of it.
So you shouldn't feel positive even about your own, like for you, for instance.
Well,
right?
I think if you haven't earned, here's the thing, being happy and content with yourself, it's not given, it's earned. You have to go out there, work, and then you're going to feel that satisfaction like, I earned that. That feels
good. So at what point do you earn it though?
When you can look back in the mirror and actually genuinely, not coping, respect the man that you see before you. And the reality is people are going to realize that you're going to need to achieve a certain physique because you have all these fat people, I love my body. No, you don't. It's a lie, dude. You're just coping, you're lying to yourself. And now all these people on Instagram and TikTok with the body positivity movement are lying to themselves. They're not happy where they want to be. They just accept that because they're too lazy to make a change.
No, but
yeah, I can hear that. I mean, no one wants to be encumbered through physical day-to-day activity with carrying around a burden of fat. Like it's, I mean, do you think anyone legitimately who is overweight is like, I love the way I move around?
Hold that thought. I'm gonna go get some coffee ice cream.
Like I can't fathom that would actually be the case, unless there's like a dysmorphia on like the other end where, like I saw some videos today. I think Myron actually posted it. There's a guy in Miami that has like a telephoto lens on one of the passes for where all the boats come through to go out to the Atlantic. And I need to find that account. It's a pretty interesting account, but he gets very zoomed in photos or videos of people partying on boats. And he posted this video of this like Lizzo lady in a like G-string, little tiny top, and just fat, dude, just fat. And she's moving around, dancing, just like, you know, feeling very free and comfortable. And I mean, I don't know, like, yes, people should have that ability to be comfortable and free and be themselves, but at the same time, it's like disgusting.
No, there needs to be a law where you can't be that fat and have that little clothing on in public.
Well, but that's anti-American though. That's like, you know, but that's where like kind of just like etiquette and society, you know, that's kind of more of the topic. Because yeah, I mean, one side of the argument is, as I said, that they should be able to do whatever they want, but at the same time, like, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of split on this one.
Pardon me. I've got a new campaign idea for everybody. It will be our lose weight campaign, and it will just simply be one less bite a day, and you'll look like this fit person.
One less bite a day.
Yeah.
A coffee ice cream a day, and you're set.
Exactly. Yeah. One less
Andy
bite
Pants.
a day.
We got a hater, Myron hater, Andy Pants, L on everything. Well, what you think he's taking an L on this? I mean, have you been here? Are you watching this video? Because this is I'm play a little more. Let's see what Tev's got to say.
I genuinely do love my body.
Right now as you are?
Yeah.
Then why are you going to
And
gym?
I'll explain to you.
Then why are you going to gym?
I will explain it to you. I love everything that my body is capable of doing. I love the fact that at my size, I can do a lot of things that other people smaller than me still cannot do.
But you want to lose weight though?
And
Like what? Eat more?
I want to lose weight because I love my body, but I have one body. Why would I not love it?
Yeah.
And because I love my
But you
body is
understand that your
why
body
I'm
now needs to
looking to make changes,
Yeah,
right?
make changes.
But to say that loving your body is BS, no, you make changes, you make healthy changes to yourself because you love yourself. All of that time that I'm putting in, the work, the money that I'm spending, that's a labor of love because I love myself enough to know that I want to make some changes to live a better lifestyle in the sense of I can just do a little bit more.
For how long? Yeah, for how long though?
Exactly. The argument's a wrap. Like yes, you should. Okay, yes, you should deal and like not hate yourself for the situation but that doesn't mean you should be like confident and like coping proud of your fat body. So yeah, I mean, Myron makes the point, like Tev, why is he going to the gym then if he loves himself? But I guess Tev is coming from a different.
Well, I think it's good to put in perspective that we live in a society where the poor are overwhelmingly obese, and you know they can afford to be obese, right? So
right in America, and probably England, Europe,
yeah. And you know, it's that attitude. Then combine that with social media. You know, here in England, I remember not long ago, because we have a socialized healthcare system, we had doctors actually physically coming out in mainstream media going, look, we personally think if people are too fat, the NHS shouldn't be, the taxpayers should not be paying for their surgeries and stuff like that. Like the doctors were fully on board with it. Give it a few more years, bang, all of a sudden you know, the NHS is pro obese people, you know, because it's fat phobic or some shit. So.
Right. See, Adriana says, a man saying that he loves his body is kind of repulsive. I don't know why. Yeah,
I agree.
Explain that. I'd be curious to hear maybe if you think more about like, why is that? And I will say, like, there's a lot, that high school kids at the gym, it is repulsive because they're like constantly checking themselves out. Like even like, you know, like in the public area, the mirrors, like, you know, pulling up their shirt and like flexing. And it's not just like a little, like, you know, seeing how your how your work is resulting in seeing the fruits of your labor, it's like worshiping yourself. It's too much. And I'm all for health and fitness, but there's definitely this strange line. And you guys were talking about Wes Watson earlier. That was wild with Andrew Wilson and Wes Watson on the Fresh and Fit show. That was crazy because Wes totally revealed himself. And I don't think he's ever really been in an arena like that, where that kind of format, but man, he totally exposed himself. You got to be a knucklehead to not see like the cope in his kind of his shallowness. But I will say at the same time, he did do a great job of promoting his brand and sticking to his guns, so to speak. And I don't know if sticking to his guns is just out of ignorance, but you know, his what's his brand? Ripped, Rare, and Ripped. It's another R word, but I don't know. It's good for the brand. Like if he has a following, like I'm sure all his cronies are like, yeah, dude, show that fat loser Andrew Wilson, show that little chunky guy what's up. Because it's like, if you don't have a Greek god body, like you're nothing, like you're pathetic. And yeah, as I think CSS Element mentioned, it's like, you know, it's the only thing they're hanging on to, because it's literally the best thing they have to offer, it seems, in most of the case. Because I know guys that are very fit and strong, but that's not like their primary message. You know, like it's not like their go-to thing. I think it'd be a cope if it's your go-to all the time, and you know.
Yeah, wait. I can kind of relate to it because late high school, college, and even first year of university, I used to work out every day, particularly press-ups and sit-ups, and just my body reacted to it very good. I remember going swimming with my then girlfriend and her friends, and one of the girls were like, "Oh my god, you did not get that body from press-ups and sit-ups." And I was like, "I did." She was like, "You look way more, you know, there's way more here. How like, or you're doing more than that." Well, all the other girls were looking at her a bit weird, but I think it's genetics, right?
Yeah,
so
that's a big part.
Anyway, I mean, I like working out, but the problem is, for example, you look at Greg Doucette and the tank top dude, and I'm just like, nah. Like, even the dudes, this is why I don't go to the gym anymore. I've got dumbbells and stuff at home. Because even the girls are as shallow as the dudes, or even shallower with their frigging leggings and asses and everything else.
Oh yeah, I mean, women in the modern women in the gym is a whole another topic. I cannot believe some of the things.
Some of the things they wear, anyway. But the whole point is, it's just shallowness.
That and like movements and mannerisms, and like it's. I know that I'm not tripping. I'm not just like fantasizing. Like when I see some of the workout routines, you know, like a knee on the bench and doing like a lat pull up with the arm, and their ass is just like, it's literally like in the air, just like poked out, center of attention. And I know I'm not like, it's wild, dude.
Yeah, I've actually experienced that as well. I've had
it's like a strip club.
It is. You know what you said about the lat pull downs, like I call them tricep rows or something. I use that to work that out. I was near the dumbbells once, and actually just what you said, this girl in pink, you know, sports thingy and tights and everything, does that knee and everything, and just the body is shaped in a certain way. You could think she was it was the beginning of a fucking porno or something.
Absolutely.
It was fatherless behavior. Yeah, it was basically like as if she was trying to get my attention. I know she wasn't trying or whatever, but whatever it was weird.
I don't think it's just like, yeah, I mean, maybe we could have some women call in here strictly from a men's perspective, but I don't think it's about attention for you necessarily. It's just attention for any male like energy in the room. It doesn't really matter. And I've had candid discussions this last girl I dated, and she was telling me like she gets creeped out when older guys will like hit on her or strike up a conversation or just, you know, public chat. And I'm like, do you really get creeped out though? She's like, well, you know, yada, yada, yada. And I'm like, the bottom line is that I realize that a woman likes attention from anybody. I'm not saying like sexual, you know, if like an older guy is talking with a younger girl. I'm not talking about the motivation. I'm just talking about the nature. And maybe people have some more to speak on that. But I realize that that, you know, a woman's, it's survival instinct almost to have attention in a social environment for women. It's not necessarily a bad thing. I always see it as, you know, like these women in the gym. I don't blame them for the behavior. I think it's kind of slutty to me. It like is not, you know, attractive. But at the same time, I understand like where it's coming from. But maybe it's just a little bit of a distortion of, you know, trying to attract a mate. Yeah, as you said, Adriana, it's fatherless behavior. it's
just needless peacocking.
Yeah. And I mean, maybe there's not even a consciousness that's like aware of what they're doing. Because some of these younger high school girls, I just don't. I'm like, do you like realize what you're doing here? Like this is overt like stripper like behavior in a YMCA, you know?
Yeah.
Again, I could be wrong here. Maybe this is a figment of my own imagination, but I don't think so. I think I can see it for what it is.
Well, it's dressing up like they're for sale and then behaving like harlots. That's how I see it. Like,
yep.
I don't know where her dad is, but even nowadays I've noticed, like, if the father says anything, the mother has something to say to the father about the daughter wearing something. You know, dad's like, go back upstairs, get dressed properly, and mom's like, blah, 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 blah. You know?
Yeah.
So the mothers are enabling them, you know?
Right.
So.
And, yeah, men not standing up to the wife. Yeah, that whole stuff. The other phenomenon is this is still like a trending thing where women will do the selfies in the gym and then there'll be a guy like 40 feet behind them, you know, and he's like looking, you know, maybe somewhere close. Maybe he's looking at the clock and it's like above them. And the women will post like, oh, I had a great workout today. Everything was great, but this guy like was looking at me, you know, and bro, this guy's like 40 feet away. How do you know he's looking at you? Like this solipsism. You think that everyone's just jaws are dropping for you? It's like, it's kind of delusional thing that maybe is in the thinking that if they wear a bodysuit and they're young, like, okay, yes, probably a majority of men are going to oogle and ogle, but not all. I mean, I don't know. We need some female input here. Adriana, call in.
Personally, I already, you know what? I already know what Adriana's going to say. She's going to say it's fatherless behavior. So,
yeah. It's pretty
dress
funny.
for myself. Yeah. What a load of bollocks.
Right. That's just like the, yeah. And like makeup, I hear that argument all the time. They're like, no, I just put the makeup on so I feel better about myself. I'm more confident.
Yeah, well, my ex-girlfriend used to say that a lot.
Yeah. It's fun, you know, or whatever. It's,
you know, the other reason why they do that, other than
What's
for
that?
the male gaze, it's to flex on other women.
Oh yeah. There's a big argument that women are like, and I've done it before at like nightclubs or in bars. If you take a minute and like kind of focus on one woman or like a group of women and watch how they react to other women coming through the front door or just in general. Oh, it's brutal. It's funny because guys like don't give a fuck who's entering or really they're not, but women are just viciously competitive with other women. It seems, again, this is from the male perspective. So Adriana or Latin A, you guys can call in and maybe drop some knowledge for me if I'm way off base.
No, I don't think you're way off base. I think
I know that.
Female knowledge dropping is. Hello, Adriana.
Hello.
What's up?
Nothing. Just listening to you guys.
Are we
massive.
on?
You're massive misogynist.
Oh, yep.
This is just flat out misogyny, sexism, racism, fat phobia.
We're hitting all the topics. We haven't even gotten to some issues yet.
Hush. Adriana, you enjoy the fat phobia and the racism and the sexism, misogyny.
Yeah, I'm a bigot.
Oh, welcome, bigot.
Cam up.
You are bigoted.
Cam up.
Stop simping, Davey.
Yeah.
Cam up.
Davey told me you're like a 400-pound whale or something.
I am.
That's what he told me, and I was like, well, I guess I have never really seen her before, so he could be. Could be right.
You have seen me before. What are you talking?
Yeah, but that's true. I could tell by I have seen it, but it's been a long time. When was that? It was like on an LFA thing. But
yeah, I gained 300 pounds in half a year.
Damn. Wow. That's all those tacos are adding up, huh?
Yeah, I eat them every day, like 5 times a day. You know.
Where the recipes at then?
Yeah, did you see that was my opening was authentic salsa, how to make it. And I learned something very valuable about peeling the tomato skin off. Like to get rid of, you don't need the skin on the tomatoes. And I always put but anyways.
I mean, you can do that, but not every Mexican does that.
I know, but like the skin is pointless. You shouldn't put the skin in salsa or else it gets like pulpy. Like it shouldn't be in there.
You don't like the texture?
It's just the skin is a protective measure for the fruit.
I mean, it depends on how you want it.
Like worms don't get into it. So, and as Rough Word was saying earlier, that it's a digestive issue for humans. It's a little tougher to digest the skin.
I mean, we can digest meat, but not tomato skin.
Pretty much, yeah, because your stomach or whatever enzymes are not designed for it.
I don't know. Us Mexicans, we just put the whole thing in. We don't care.
It also depends on how long and how much it was cooked for too, because
Do you guys have self-love for your own bodies?
Hell yeah, dude. Every day I just look in the mirror. I say, yeah, let's go.
You look at yourself in the mirror and then you're like, I love myself. I love my body. I accept my body for what it is.
I look in the mirror every morning and I say, you're awesome. You got a huge cock. I love you, and then I blow myself a kiss.
That's pretty gay.
Sounding a little sus, Davey.
Yeah. No, that was part of my sack slap.
That was a little too much.
You gotta repent and take communion.
That was a little too much self-love there.
Too much, bro. I mean, I do thank God for blessing me with a functional body. I mean, but it's like when you do the who was the Greek guy that looked in the mirror? What's his name? Narcissus. What was his name? His name though. But anyways, yeah, it's like there's a line, right? And like And I wanted to make a point about Myron was making some good points about, how exercising is, and I wanted to make the point that exercise and working out is of God, because I mean, look at our body. We've got like limbs and stuff. If God wanted us not to move around, we would just be a blob, right? So he designed like legs and like extremities, and those need to be like worked. And I think that's my bottom line argument. It's just the human body is designed to move and, operate.
I mean, just look at two of the capital sins: gluttony and sloth.
I love you.
Yeah.
You love Jesus. I love that, Davey.
Huh?
You love
What'd you say?
Jesus.
I was looking in the mirror. Stop being weird.
You were looking at Jesus in the mirror? That's weird.
Yeah, I am Jesus. When I look in the mirror, I see Jesus.
That's blasphemy.
No, it's a fact.
Jesus is not white.
What?
When I look in the mirror, I'm white.
I think Latin is confusing "love thy neighbor" with
God is love, and God
respect. I
said
mean,
to not
love.
judge.
Well, love is respect in a sense. So yeah, you should have respect for your neighbors, but that involves, mowing your lawn, keeping your property nice, so the rest of the neighborhood has higher house prices. I guess I'm paraphrasing the commandment there, but
I mean, love itself from a biblical perspective is truth. That is
That was
that
gay.
is love. No, it's not gay.
That was gay as fuck.
Isn't that what she just said to you?
You're gay.
I think you're projecting.
Massive rebuttal, bro.
yeah, Davey, you just sound like a teenager who fancies a girl.
Don't project your homosexuality on me.
No, you're gay.
I mean, you can keep saying it. That's fine.
Oh my gosh. Yo, Latin A, are you in? I'm expanding my horizons here. I joined the dreaded conservative Discord, and I think I saw your name in there. I was watching one of their streams. I thought there seemed like a decent group of guys, and maybe there
How many
was
people we got with us right now?
Jesus was a Jew. Andy Pants. I mean, yeah, he was.
Yeah.
But I don't know what you mean by pointing that out.
Yeah, what's the argument? So
yeah,
what?
what's it? Yeah. Exactly. I think the point is though
I've heard this argument, but I want to hear it from him.
He's here. Why hasn't he called in yet?
I don't know.
I heard he was calling
an
in.
atheist.
People are scared, bro. These people are scared. Don't be scared.
Talk.
Hold on.
That name needs to call in and cam up.
Hold on. I've got my Bible right here. Give me a sec.
We're thumping. Let's thump.
It's Mark. Hold on.
You got the KJV?
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
Hold on. Is it Matthew? Mark? Okay.
Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, Acts, Romans, 1st, 2nd things, 1st, 2nd, something. Ephesians, Galatians, Ephesians, Philippians, Colossians.
Is CL Settlement still in the chat? I haven't seen him in a while.
What was that?
CL Settlements, is he still here? He hasn't said anything in a while.
I don't know.
How many live viewers we got right now? 100?
Nah, I don't know.
Oh, dang. We have to end the stream.
Oh, okay. We got Andy Pants, Jesus was a Jew argument. Go.
Just the fact, bro. He was a Jew. He's king of the Jews.
I know, but what's your point?
Well, I don't know. I just figured it might trigger you.
It didn't.
Honestly.
I know, but what?
It didn't.
Well, that's surprising, but that's actually encouraging to hear.
I'm pissed, bro. I am raged.
Thought your white ass might be up to put it.
Well, in the book, he actually rejects them at some point, and he calls them something else. If you want to open that book up and check what he says.
Yeah, in the chapter and verse, England.
Yeah, I mean, like what he said about the Pharisees and like the
Yeah,
the
there was
religious
men
Jews of that day.
corrupting the Jewish religion, but I mean,
Yeah, but Christ is the new covenant. We don't need to do all the Jewish shit anymore, like Jewish religion stuff, like all that stupid hoopla and like have you seen these videos of
earrings?
these like
What?
Jews in New York? They like how to get out of
tunnels.
No, how they get out of oh my gosh, I'm blanking on where they can't use electricity. What's that shit called?
Survivalism?
No, it's for like certain like during a week they can't use electricity.
Oh yeah, they have to hire like a goyim to do it for them.
Dude, it is the most Shabbat. That's what. So there are these videos of these Jews like outsmarting God on Shabbat, and like, and I have personal like
Hero talks about that.
I know what you're
like,
talking about.
It's like they can't touch a light switch, but if they use like a stick or like their like physical body is
They
not
found a
touching it, it's
loophole.
okay. Yeah, they're like loopholing God. I'm like, you people are retarded.
But here's the thing. I've been reading through Leviticus and Exodus. Put it this way: people did try to loophole God, and God burnt them. So when they went into the tabernacle to do offerings, they did the wrong offerings. They cut corners, or as God puts it, they provided wicked stuff. And two of Aaron's sons, God killed them. And then there's a bunch of other people who do stuff. So they've been doing this loopholing thing, and it didn't work. But so back to Luke 23. But they cried, saying, "Crucify him, crucify him." And he said unto them the third time, "Why, what evil hath he done? I have found no cause of death in him. I will therefore chastise him and let him go." And they said, and they were instances of loud voices requiring that he might be crucified, and the voices of them and of the chief priests prevailed. And guess who was doing the whole crucify him, Jews.
Yeah,
Yeah, because they saw him as being what's the word, like a false prophet.
Well, yeah, but that's not how we see him.
No, but he forgave them while he was chilling on the cross.
Chilling.
Well, I mean, the other book says, okay,
blasphemy.
Revelation
Oh wait,
3.
Latinate doesn't like Andrew Tate. Adriana, you got a new friend.
Good for her. Good for her.
He's been going off the rails lately. I don't understand what his point is with all the.
It's engagement farming.
He's
the guy's
leaning
bored. He's
in.
going to go prison soon.
He's leaning in.
He needs the
I
attention.
love Andrew Tate. I love
Yeah, I'm
Andrew
curious what the what he's trying to do right now. I'm sure it's
Hold on. Don't change the subject.
Yeah,
just
we
yet.
gotta. Let's wrap up the Luke verse.
Well, I've wrapped up Luke, and
So-
we're on Revelation 3:9 now.
Oh,
Oh,
I
let me
hate
pull it up.
Revelations. It's like
Right.
gobbledygook.
Basically, behold, I will make them of the synagogue of Satan, which say they are Jews and are not, but do lie. Behold, I will make them to come and worship before thy feet, and to know that I have loved thee. So,
Who wrote Revelations and how did it get into the Bible? Because I know it wasn't.
okay, now
from Jesus' time.
you're pulling a Jew. Are you?
Well, Revelations is a book that was written. No,
It is a
That's
crazy
a-
book.
that's an
I've read it.
inflammatory line, though, and it was written hundreds of years after Jesus. So I just think it's like, I don't know. I'm curious to know how it got in there, like why it's considered so, so vital that it's in the King James Bible.
It's in every Bible.
Yeah, but why though? Like, who wrote it?
I don't even. Who did
Um,
write it? Is it,
I don't
Mark
really-
or something. John the Elder. Was
It
that
would
the
have been
the
one of the
Gospel of John?
apostles. It would have
pull it
been
up,
one of the
J-Mo.
apostles.
Yeah. Let's see here. Boom. Boom.
And while you're looking that up too, I would just say that I kind of reject all religious dogma. I think that Buddhism has as much to teach us as Christianity, as much to teach us as Islam is as much to teaches as Judaism. They're all really the same.
That's such a normie take.
Oh well, I
It's
guess
a
call you a
yeah.
normie
It's
then.
a
All
centrist
religions,
take.
all the religions are the same. No, they aren't.
They're all just kind of guides for a good life. You know, just different people.
Adriana, this is how a nation, slips into communism. At first, it's wishy-washy mandalas, and I don't know, yeah, but no, but, and then the communist state comes and says, "We own you," and that's it.
Well, yeah.
That's
Once
how it happens.
societies reject God, it's ultimately what ends up happening. Everyone tells themselves, "We know better." God, oh, that's such an outdated concept. We know better, but we actually don't. Humans are stupid.
Speak for yourself.
What did you say?
I said, speak for yourself, woman.
I mean, if the shoe fits, you can wear it. I wasn't necessarily talking about you, but
I don't
if
wear
the shoe
shoes.
fits, well, that makes no sense.
Well, Latine, I mean, Tate's literally snitched on himself in his own videos. Like, this is why the guy's in trouble. Like, once Romania's done with him, he's getting extradited to the UK to face trial as well. Because all of a sudden, the Crown Prosecution Service now have enough evidence.
For what? For the trafficking?
What evidence?
For the, well, it's bad for the algorithm, but for the R word that he's been accused of. Like,
What R word?
there are witnesses that he's not just done it to one woman, but multiple.
He's retarded? Oh, never mind.
The other one.
Well, both. Retarded. I mean, he's retarded. He snitched on himself, and at the same time, he's left a, long list of stuff.
I think he's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, but haven't other aren't there any Bible figures that have done Saul? Like Saul,
yeah,
wasn't
yeah.
he
Solomon?
Well,
no, not
yeah,
Solomon.
I mean,
King Saul turned into Paul.
Yeah, he turned into Paul. Apparently, he.
But he was like a ruthless degenerate.
He was,
I guess.
I don't think he was a degenerate, but I think he did kill Christians. He did kill Saint Stephen. He at least supervised his death.
Yeah, I say degenerate lightly, just for our modern terms. But yeah, he was he did some very bad things. King David, I brought that up a long time ago. But God's favorite king. The whole Bathsheba thing and killing his husband, is murder not worse than SA or R word?
I mean, it's the punishment in Leviticus. I think it's Exodus that it sets out, and it does in Leviticus. It's death for both of them.
For both of them?
Yep.
Why?
Worth it.
Because
why the victim though?
No, not for both of them, not the victim. I mean for both types of crimes. So the R word and murder, it's a death. Biblically speaking.
It's crazy to even
well,
prove
and
that,
if
though,
the person was murdered, they're already dead. So
yeah,
can't
but the
go
whole
twice.
idea. Well, no, the whole idea is that the person who did it is also going to die. For what
I agree with that. I mean, tough penalties are effective. Disincentives.
Yeah, I shared that video. Did you see that New York lady? That guy pretty much lassos his belt around her neck and pulls her between those cars. It's so graphic, and yeah, I'm all for public punishment. That's the only way. You have to show people suffering, and you have to walk by them. That's a long lost part of society.
Public hangings and beheadings.
That guy is not. It's not the first time he's done that. He looks like he's done that before.
Bring that shit back, man.
That's the only way. I don't, because you put them in prison, you don't see them. You're not interacting. It's they're in a shit. But if you see them in the, you go to the city square and you see a guy that's been shackled and he's on the verge of death and he's just in pain. You're yeah,
Yeah, and you can
I'm
like
gonna make
stone
good
that motherfucker when you walk by. Like that's a.
Well,
that's a
no,
good
no. I mean,
disincentive.
I think that I think those it's good, but I would go straight for the execution. I wouldn't even bother.
Everyone looks at him walking by and they know he misgendered someone.
Well, you know, it's the guy, the video we saw, like he lassos it. It was done in such a way that he has done that before. You know, he's practiced that at least.
I'll probably do it again.
Yeah, he's
Catch
done
and
that
release.
before, and he's gonna do it again. And that's the kind of vile stuff. I think as well. Look, people have been doing vile stuff for thousands of years. It's just nowadays, with security cameras, smartphones, and stuff, we're now seeing it for what it is. We're seeing what stuff happens. Documentaries get made, movies get made, and it gives you perspective. Because I've watched a a series called Unbelievable.
Oh.
And it's about this military guy who, goes on a series of stuff that his first victim, nobody believes that the detectives actually coerce her, like, statements, and she says that she lied when she didn't.
Is this a documentary or a drama?
It's a drama. It's got Kaylin Dever and a bunch of other people in it, but basically it's based on a true story. Yeah. And then, yeah, there we go.
I'm gonna skip through it so I don't get busted. But is it a recommendation?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, if you really want to delve into that topic, because that guy was heinous. I mean, it does show that we've got quite a bit to go in terms of being able to take these types of crimes seriously, because they are so difficult for people. But my whole point is, why waste taxpayers' money? I know prison is barbaric because you're taking away many years of people's lives. So, if they've done a crime that they can't come back from, I'm sorry, just execute them.
I agree with that. Less of those crimes would happen in the first place.
Oh yeah, overnight you'd clean up. I mean, in New York, you'd clean overnight because people are gonna think twice about doing that.
Yeah, and in the case of Unbelievable, the guy who, in real life, the guy who committed those crimes, he had a hard drive with 75 gigs worth of data on it, and the police believe that he's actually got more victims than the 5.
Well, I mean, look at Jimmy Seville out there in England.
Yeah, and I mean, he won't give them the password. So that guy from Unbelievable, I'll give him this. You either get hanged or you get hung, drawn, and quartered. Which one do you want? Like, give me the password, you get hanged. If you don't, I'll hang, draw, and quarter you. Plain and simple. Like, which is the least option do you want? So that's how I would do it.
Yeah, no, I agree.
I would sign up for that.
Because guaranteed he's dying anyway, so he might as well give you the password.
Johnny, you could pull it up. There was a case in the States recently where somebody who messed with little kids, I think raped and killed some little kids, like, got sentenced to execution, and he's getting like a medieval execution. I forget exactly what the method is. I don't know what the best way to Google it would be, but
Give me 1 second.
And he chose this style of execution too, which is kind of crazy. But it's either like castration or something.
Where did that happen?
It was like Alabama or Tennessee.
In your backyard.
Definitely a red state.
Sorry, give me the keywords again.
Just like execution, medieval, USA.
I mean, what state? You don't. I mean, that's too broad.
And then put it in news.
Put it in parentheses.
Rights
Or my
groups
bad.
denounces Iran. There's a lot of Iran articles about medieval public execution.
Put it in quotes, actually, in Google.
I need
Or
more.
you could just put in crazy execution and look up news. I can look a little bit too.
Nitrogen execution? No. Yeah,
That
it's too
sounds
broad.
fun. That sounds fun.
Oh, look.
Insane inmate deemed too ill to murder. Yeah. Holler at me or put it in the chat or whatever.
For sure.
Let's see here. Oh, boy.
There's a lot of crazy motherfuckers out there. I'm hearing my echo, Johnny.
Oh, sorry. Hold on. Put my headphones back on. Okay. I'm back. A lot of crazy motherfuckers out there. Ain't that the truth? What are we gonna do with all of them? Besides tar and feather. Shackle.
Hang, draw, and quarter.
Yeah, I was gonna say quartering. Yep. Those are the classics. Those are the white man classics.
Yeah, a blood eagle.
I had an interesting thing to bring up that I just thought of. Someone that I know, like an acquaintance of mine, was calling out me and my brother because we weren't publicly calling out his quote unquote conclusion that Tinder has an anti-white algorithm. And he's
interesting.
Crying to us about that, saying we're not something or other.
What's the underlying
publicly calling out anti-white stuff?
But like, how is Tinder discriminating? Like, I don't like that word, but
I don't know.
Are they favoring other people over other people?
I don't know.
Because I would think that's the difference. Because the dating stats on like darker skinned people, it's not as well received as lighter skinned people. That's just a fact.
Well, I mean, unless they want to become single mothers. So either way, do that. It's guaranteed he's gonna leave. So.
That's racist.
It's also true.
Very racist of you.
I have not seen like two people in Congress or whatever who were in Congress, and then the guy's still there. Never seen it happen. Like always with a white couple or a white or Asian combination, you can still say they're going to be together. Whereas if it's a white woman and black guy, the guy's out of the picture within a year after the baby's born. Just happens.
Yeah,
I've seen it happen.
Roll the coal, pay the toll?
Wow, yeah.
Show me the coal facts.
I mean, yeah, I mean, yeah, there's so many. I mean, every day I see a different meme that. Okay, I have an example. I was in the grocery store today. There was this lady, white lady, walking around, fat, and she was wearing like she was wearing like a bathing suit, but it was like one of those like over see-through things, so you could like see she was wearing a bathing suit. Just very not right for a grocery store. And yeah, I saw her children running around. I heard them, but I saw her, and then I saw her children, and I was like, you add it up real quick, because they're being just, it wasn't right. And yeah, she had like 3 black kids, 3 mixed race black kids. But it was like I'm not saying that's that's all the time, but I added it up very quickly. I was like, this lady looks like trash. She's like very, and some of her mannerisms, what she was doing in the store. And then you see, and I've seen that happen before.
Well, the type of guys they go for, those guys call these women snow bunnies. Like they
Yeah.
have their own sort of thing where they want to find white women, white girls, and turn them into snow bunnies.
Mud
it's like
sharks.
a racial thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what they like to do apparently.
Yeah. What is that? Is that like a?
It's like a racial supremacy thing. Like I'll breed your women.
Like,
and
ha, ha,
I'll breed your
ha, got
bloodline
you.
out of existence.
Got you. I don't know. You think that's like conscious? Like they're literally doing like, because that's a lot of commitment, a lot of investment to just be like, stick it to Whitey.
Well, I mean, if Whitey's paying the social security and benefits and he's not paying any child support, what difference does it make? I mean, all he has to do is pump for a few pumps a minute, right? It's not that much.
Yeah.
Considering, you know.
Yeah, I have gone down the stats rabbit hole of black men with white women. It is bad. Like the success rate.
It's so high in pro
It's
football,
bad.
pro sports.
Well,
Which
especially
I find funny.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, there's that photo that came out of all the wives of like the NFL draft.
Philadelphia Eagles. Yeah, Christmas party, wives and girlfriends.
Yeah. Exactly. That was the viral photo, and it's like it looks like a sorority, like Mississippi white girl sorority.
Yeah, look like
It's like-
Crimson Tide, like
They're all
Tri Delta.
Yeah, that was crazy. That sparked up a pretty heated debate between people, especially the black women. I mean, damn.
Well, you know,
State
just
of
before
white women.
it's really the white men who need to get their shit together.
Yeah, goes both ways.
It goes both ways. I think one thing I agree with Christian on, like I think me and him have had this discussion before. If men don't lead, and they're so suddenly okay with even the snow bunny thing, like I'm sorry, if I ran a country, I'm not going to be okay with it. I don't care what you
Right.
say.
But
Like,
what
I
if
would
wo-
never be okay with it.
What if women don't want to be led?
Well, guess what? You're getting led. Put your burqa on and shut up. Like that's how I'm gonna do it.
No, but that's what I'm saying. I mean, you say,
Right.
oh, it's just up to men to lead. But let's say that men decided to lead and women just kept saying, no, I'm going to keep doing whatever I want.
But Adriana, what are they going to do, right? As men, we have an overwhelming, like, take weaponry, everything out of the equation. As men, we have an overwhelming strength on force. Right?
Women have no means to enforce anything.
Yeah,
I mean,
like
yeah,
we
but
have a monopoly on violence.
But
you
when
don't.
is that going to happen?
What do you mean? Like, when are we gonna get our shit together? Or
Yeah, when are men going to wake up and realize, wow, we can take away women's rights if we want to?
Well, if the 20th century is any example, we've done as a collective. I mean, as men, we've done it in Afghanistan, in Iran. I mean, the certain groups of men out here in Britain are doing it already.
Who would want to do that? I love me some hoes.
Like
let's-
it'll happen. It'll
let's say
happen.
Let's say that you succeed in that. Let's say that men just collectively wake up tomorrow and they're like, yes, we're going to take away women's rights. They can't do anything because women are weak and we are strong because we are men, and women
Right.
can't do anything about it. Would you still want to be with the women that are available today?
I'm sure there are
Because they're
some
not going
good.
to change. I mean, they're
I mean,
good, but
They're
like
not going to
past-
change, but if you change
You're
the
not gonna-
circumstances
but
and the
you're not gonna-
outcomes,
But you're not gonna erase the past, like all the
True.
ran through that one. It's still gonna be there. The attitude, the combativeness. They're not just suddenly going to become nice, submissive Christian women.
I would just break up with this hypothetical woman. She sounds like
well, Adriana, look, imagine, right? We've done it. I'm the dictator, right? And if you're that bratty woman and you file for divorce, guess what? You ain't getting shit. Because I am pro property rights. I will not allow the family court number 1 would not exist under me.
You could throw the bitchy ones in the gulag.
And at the same time, the legislation for it is straight away, you ain't getting shit, basically. So that's it. Like, put it this way, the divorce rate would be really, really low. And actually, it would spike up high for a while because it would be a bunch of men who hate their wives divorcing them. But after that, it would, go sliding down because those women won't have the incentives in place. Like, you ain't getting anything.
That's a good point. Women do overwhelmingly
divorce,
initiate
So then
divorce.
but what I'm saying is that, like, everything that you're saying, like, okay, that's good, but it wouldn't change the brokenness of women.
Well, yeah, it's going to have to be repaired over 100 years or so. It's not going to be repaired in 5 years. Not going to happen. We're just going to have to put up with the brokenness. It is what it is.
So men are just gonna wipe up the whole.
Well, they do it all the time. Look at Logan Paul or whatever. They're not averse to doing that, are they? So it is what it is. They're going to do that anyway.
So then what exactly is going to change? Is going to keep repeating itself, the same cycle.
Well, the cycle won't repeat itself because the incentives that create the cycle will no longer be there, and they will not be allowed to exist. Those incentives, you'll have differing incentives, and as a result, over time, the incentives would work to a better society. I think what she's saying, essentially, once the war was over, like everything that you're saying there, it was pre-war, like it's late 1800s that all of this stuff really started. So, like the feminists of the first wave feminists were, pro-transgender, they were pro all sorts of things. If you read into the first wave, they even wrote the woman's Bible, which is basically blasphemy. They wrote their own Bible. Number 2, they were pro-transgender, pro-sexual revolution and everything. They weren't just about the vote. The vote was the way they got to all of these things. So all these like feminists were like TERFs, like who don't like the trans stuff. Guess what? That is feminism. So if you read into the history of feminism, you will realize it was like this from the beginning. So
yeah, I agree.
It wasn't. So when I just want to finish this point, she says, why did men give women the vote?
To get some pussy.
Men didn't. The anti-suffrage movement, so the anti-vote movement, and this is women only, it was very, very big. It was bigger than the pro-vote movement because there are even flyers from the time saying where women are campaigning to other women saying, if we get the vote, we lose this, we lose that. Men have to look after us, otherwise they go to prison, blah, blah, blah. All these things. And at the same time, the type of men who gave women power were very wealthy men. So there was a guy called Cornelius Vanderbilt. He was the world's richest man. And he was actually having an affair with a first wave feminist. So he was, funding her newspapers and stuff like that. So the very wealthy men it's their cynical ploy to control the birth rate and to put women in the workplace. You put women in the workplace, you reduce, the vote, and you reduce the wages, as it were, because the supply of labor has increased. So overall, if you look at why did men give the vote to women in general as a collective, we didn't, because most men.
There's a lot of noise. Someone is making a lot of noise.
Yeah, there's a lot of drawers being opened.
Damn, who is making a drink for 20 people?
Anyway, I was gonna say is that Davey, right? The
I muted him.
Most people did not have the vote, and this includes most men. So most men did not have the vote. Plain and simple, it was only very few people who had the vote. Yes, they were men, but these were landowners, soldiers. I mean, senior soldiers, not like just regular dudes, you know. So it was very high up people of privilege, power, and aristocracy who had the type of the vote.
Do we not think that women should have the right to vote, though? I mean,
I don't even
that.
think
Hell
most
no.
men should vote. I don't think most
Repeal
men
Hell
should
no.
vote. So
Repeal
why
that.
would I let most women vote? It's insane.
Look, this is how I see it. No woman should vote, and only certain men should vote.
No
I
voting.
think one vote per
Monarchy.
family. One vote
Yeah.
per family. If you're a man and you're married and you have kids, you get to vote.
And own land.
Yeah,
Isn't that a
if you
big
own
thing?
land,
Own land.
or if you're a
Seems
serving
reasonable.
soldier.
Yeah.
So if once you come out of the military, you get to have the vote for 5 years. You lose it unless you become a landowner, a politician, or something else. So there's got to be conditions for you having the vote.
Right, because you have stake in the country. That makes sense. Like you're actually an owner of the country. So
oh, I
you're
disagree with this
invested.
argument, but
If, for example, in that case also, I would have the rules where if you go to prison for a violent crime, you will never have the vote. It's
I
like
believe
gun
that's
rights.
already a law. Like if you're a convicted felon, you never do get to vote. And it's not like everybody votes anyways. It's like 40% of the country actually does vote.
And among those 40%, a lot of them are retards.
Yeah, exactly. Well, this is why most men won't vote under my system. So, what makes you think I'd let women vote? You know, like you have to contribute to the well-being of the state and the nation, and if you don't get to have a vote. Plain and simple.
I don't know. I
I
disagree.
agree with that. I agree with that. What do you disagree with?
I mean, I know a ton of smart women who have thoughts about politics, and to say that
You know
just
a
because
ton?
they have, I know a lot of smart women. Yeah,
Name
Cap.
Maria Wheeler, Jory Pelfress,
Who?
Erica
what?
Crom. I mean, bro, I got a lot of friends. And to say that, why is that the point that you're going to harp on? How many friends I
Because
know?
you
Like,
said you knew a ton of women.
well, I know several women who are smart, have thoughts on politics, and to say that
Do they weigh a ton together? If they all stood on a scale together, would they weigh over a ton?
these are ad hominem attacks.
Do you think women? Do you think women have a more emotional nature than men?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Do you think women have a more emotional nature than men?
Generally speaking, sure, but
So you want the gender that is known to be more emotional to vote on what happens to the citizens of a whole country?
yeah, I do. Just because, like, we're speaking in generalities that women on average are more emotional. How do we quantify how much more emotional they are? Like,
Well, we can
there's
look.
so many
We can.
dumbass motherfucker men who.
I mean, we can look at the way that women vote. Women that are single tend to overwhelmingly vote left.
Well,
That's a
well,
fact.
Adriana, it's better to rephrase. They tend to overwhelmingly vote to give themselves other people's money.
And that's
I
why
mean,
it's
young
left.
people choose to overwhelmingly vote left.
No, but we're talking about women. It's not just young people. It's women
Yeah, but
in
that's
general.
another voting
Single,
bloc that chooses to vote left.
single women in general tend to vote left.
The only voting I do is down.
Yeah, if single women voted, yeah, I've seen that graphic spread, like if the different demographics of age groups and single women versus. It's crazy, dude. Yes, that's we're in a liberal country now because women have had the right to vote. I mean,
It's
there's
also
no way around it.
you also have to understand as well, right? Like if let's say you're really well informed, right, on the topics of the day and what will make and who to vote for the common good, right? And I don't know anything. Well, my vote is worth the same as yours, so it's all relative. It means my vote cancels your vote as a result, irrespective. It doesn't matter because now nothing matters, right? So it's not fascistic, wrong, or anything else to limit people from voting simply because you have to have perspective. Like, who's better off running the country and having investment in it? The person who knows nothing and doesn't care, or is stupid, or whatever, or the people who actually care about the future of the country and its successful breeding and, you know, stuff like that. So which one do you want? That's the point. If you get democracy and everybody votes, so it's all relative. The birth rate doesn't mean anything. Your own country's people don't mean anything. You know, your tax policy means nothing, and nothing means nothing. Basically, it's pointless after that if everybody votes. This is how you get. This is how liberalism flies. This is how it happens.
Yeah, absolutely. I have a question for Drew. All right, or for Andy, or CCKA. Sorry.
Okay, let me fire back on that really quick before you ask your question. Like, to say that, you know, and I kind of just lost my train of thought, but honestly, like, the United States has only become a superpower since women have had the right to vote. So that's one thing. And also, I would argue what you said about.
Yeah, you can't. All right, go ahead.
What you said about. Do you want the disinterested, uninvested people to be able to vote? Well, those people aren't voting because they're uninterested and not invested. So you've already got your wish there. And I mean, the United States is, you can say that's a irrelevant point, but we only have become a superpower since women have been able to vote. My point being that
You think America became
fact
a
that
great
women
country?
can vote has not hurt us.
Okay, let me counter that by simply saying, okay, I get your point about the disinterested people, but also what about the people who literally vote, literally contribute nothing, but are very interested in voting, and they outnumber the people who are not interested. Because if the people who are not interested are not voting, well, guess what? The people who are interested to vote themselves other people's money or wealth, as in benefits, social security, whatever, those people are very, very active, right?
I just
At the
think
same
it's a slippery
time,
slope.
well,
Once you
it is
start-
giving everybody the vote is a slippery
Once you
slope.
start taking away rights to vote is a slippery slope, because then who gets to vote, who
No.
does? It's very slippery, man. Is it
mean-
going to be an IQ test? Is it going to be, how do you determine?
Look, your country had the right to bear arms before it had democracy. There were people who could own firearms and not vote. Okay, so, and at the same time, if you say the US became a superpower when it became very democratic, the US was already well on its way to becoming a superpower.
That's the argument I want to hammer in on. You said once we gave women the right to vote, then America became a superpower.
We were not the global superpower that we are today before World War II.
Well, yes, because World War II killed the British Empire, and therefore the only remaining empire after that was America because of its manufacturing and industrial might, not the fact that it was democratic.
Well, we also navigated through the Great Depression pretty well through FDR, and women voted him in.
That was that was when women weren't even working, for the most part.
But they had the right to vote then.
I guess there is some credence to say that America did become a bigger superpower because the employment, like men and women were working now. Like everyone's working. So that
absolutely that has contributed to our growth.
Yeah. And I'm not going to deny that's going to create more output. That's just, that's simple math. But at what cost is the question?
The cost there is the cost of your younger generations, how your kids are raised, the cost of your bloodlines, the cost of your birth rate, and everything else.
Yeah,
at some point,
the system's going to get
well, it's
out of
kind of
balance.
caught up
I
to us
think
recently. I feel like.
Well, yeah, you think. And my other question for CCKA, how much power? Like, what's a good split on power? Say in like just general government positions in the U.S. What's a good split between male and female?
I don't understand the question.
Like, should it be 30%
Like, are you saying what
female,
percentage of a
70%
man's
male?
vote should a woman get, or like?
No, like the authority who makes decisions. Like,
I think
say
it
the
should be
Senate.
merit based, and I think you should take gender out of it.
If it was merit based, the voter base would be
mean-
overwhelmingly male.
Yeah, it would be all
Cece,
male.
yeah. Are you a feminist?
I don't believe in labels like that for myself. I just think what I think, and I don't give a
Do
fuck
you believe
what.
in? Do you believe
feel
in
what you
equality?
feel? Yeah, I
Do
feel
you-
what I feel.
Do you believe in equality between men and women?
Yes.
You're a feminist.
And
But I also believe that
women
men
have
should
also
lead.
worked in fields and farms as well. Like women, this myth that women
Yeah, it's-
weren't working.
I mean,
and they had
entering
their
the
feet up.
workforce. That's what I mean. If it was for the sake of the example.
Yeah,
but
the
yes.
organized workforce.
Not saying women didn't work. Yeah, they weren't in, doing day-to-day American, factory work or whatever that men were doing. Yes, I'm not
I can have my own opinions about what types of structures
Democracy.
lead to the best outcomes, but I ultimately think at the end of the day, like, everyone should be allowed to have the ability to pursue their own agency. wherever that leads them
Democracy.
to.
But here's the thing, though. In America, people were already doing that before they had democracy. They had a lot more freedom before they had democracy, actually. You could walk to the grocery store and just pick up a machine gun if you wanted.
Democracy.
When has America ever not had democracy, though? When we were under British rule, but we weren't America then.
No, I mean, under British rule, you were under a monarch. So technically speaking, you don't have a democracy. It's a monarchy. Sure,
That's
you
what I'm
had
saying, but the United
representatives
States
and
of
stuff.
America, it
They
was
were
founded
carefully
as a democracy.
Yes.
Well, no, it wasn't. It was, I would say, a stage-managed democracy. You could put it as in quote-unquote American democracy. Originally it wasn't founded so every Tom, Dick, Tyrone, and Jimenez and Gunga Din and whoever could vote. Like, no.
Right, yeah. It's not everyone didn't have equal power, but as far as splitting away from England.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
even
you're
in
correct.
England, yeah.
Well, I mean, the guy, our founding fathers, like, that's a good example. That in itself, like, they were the ones that developed it. They were the ones that worked very hard on it and, wrote it up and organized the meetings and went through it all and, role played the best scenarios for law and order in a new place. And I mean, that in itself, they were the leaders of their thing. So yes, not everyone should have a say, and that's where like DEI and all this stuff is crazy, because people that are not qualified are having a say in affecting the lives of masses of people.
And I totally disagree with DEI as a
Well, yes, but that's a
concept and structure.
consequence of democracy, because democracy gives people the freedom for entryism.
I think that's conflating democracy with
Democracy.
wokeism. That's a symptom of the woke culture.
No, not necessarily. No.
Yeah.
DEI was here before the word woke was. DEI is a form of entryism. DEI ensures that your hiring practices are a certain way, blah, blah, blah. And eventually you realize your organization has changed in 10 years' time.
Sure, but
So-
structural racism was also a term before woke, but they weren't actually taken seriously and put into effect until wokeism has actually become something that's taken root.
Yeah,
which it now
that's
has.
Yeah, all the literature from the 60s and 70s or before. I mean, Marx didn't probably.
Well, the whole phrase structural
new thing.
racism and everything else, it's all a campaign, right? It's all a campaign for entryism into the institutions. Like, that's what it all is. This is what happens when you have a
it's
democracy.
Democracy.
That's crazy. To think how that's like been weaponized and how it's makes reasonable sense now to understand like those studies and those ideas are weapons to infiltrate areas these people couldn't ordinarily get into. So, plus
Yeah, because
they create like victim studies and fabricate all this stuff, and that's the weapon, which is nuts.
But you know,
This is-
even in the 60s and 50s, there was I think some journalist. It was actually a big U.S. channel. It's really old, but he was basically saying this is how the liberals work. They say something, they create the problem, and then they offer you the solution.
Well, is that liberals or is that a certain group of people?
Well,
that
they were
starts
more
with J?
causing about. Well, he was
Watch your
saying
tongue,
communists, but
No, I'm
basically,
being. That's a fair question because that's what a certain group of people does. They
Well, there's-
divide, split both sides, and then watch the two fight, and then benefit off that.
Well, divide and conquer. It's a very great strategy. I'm not saying they do
That's
that,
but that's
they'd be
not
smart if they
divide.
did.
That's a that's the not the right use of divide and conquer, as I understand it. Like divide and conquer is when you go to the grocery store with two friends and you're not going to all three walk through the store to pick up stuff. You're going to go spread out but this is dividing like people's beliefs and pitting them against each other.
Yeah,
and
pull it up,
creating-
JMO. No, I see your analogy, but that's not correct. It is like dividing, like putting people against each other, letting them beat each other up, and then you conquering.
Well, I guess the original thing is for rough word is he used the term liberal, and I was like, well, where does liberalism come from? Should we maybe be attaching the group of people or the ownership, or can we assign it to people rather than assigning it to a political term?
I would say you can address it to a group of people, sure, because there's plenty of groups of people that you can look at and address them to. I mostly say liberalism because liberalism is the start of it, for me anyway.
Who do you attribute it to, though?
Liberalism, well, liberalism has been a slow creeping thing for several hundred years. So a lot of this liberalizing and stuff like that of values and so on
Right,
has
but
been
like,
going
where
on
did
for a
it
long
start?
Yeah,
I know, but
and I
what's
have
the
a take
source?
on this. I think
Because
an
normal people don't
interesting-
create this kind of stuff.
I think an interesting take on it. You can trace it back to like Horace Mann and the beginnings of the public school system in the United States.
Yeah.
You know, it's what we're all. Liberalism is basically the fact of what we're all brought up on if we go to public schools in the United States.
Well, yeah, it depends because if you look at the education system,
The curriculum or the arrangement or the time or what?
Everything about it. Look up Horace Mann. Look up founding of.
What specifically? I mean,
The
is it
education
lunch that's served?
system.
Is it what's taught or is it the
it's
format?
what's taught. It's what's taught, and
It's the philosophy of school. It's
Is
all
it you have
encompassing.
a front row and a back row instead of like a circle? Like what's the?
There's
Because I
different
have-
philosophies of school. There's Montessori. There is
All right, Horace Mann.
Waldorf.
Waldorf. I'm not sure what philosophy of school public schools in the United States fall into. I know there is one though.
Well, there is one attributed to the Prussian model, I think it is, which was designed to create, loyal soldiers, basically loyal workers and soldiers. And unfortunately, when you combine that with a liberal ideology and you start, showing them trans stuff and rainbow flags, or basically, blasphemy, that's what you get. The major school system is developed to create not the ideal citizen, but to
The
create
ideal employee.
the ideal employee, correct?
Yeah.
Whereas my system, the one I would want, is the ideal citizen. Because the ideal citizen means you can carry on your nation perpetually without having to worry.
Yeah.
How do you do that?
Well, there's plenty of models. I mean, one model you can look at is the
Waldorf,
very
I
people
think, is
you
the
were.
best one.
The Waldorf is a pretty good system I've heard. I've not researched it, so I won't comment on it much. But one system is simply concentrating on the bloodline of the country, like the ethnic people of the country itself. Another system is having a strict, rigid system in place, so you can look at, nations, peoples, groups that have lasted, that stood the test of time, basically. Essentially, and you can work out your best model from there. So a nation has to be Firstly, even in the Bible, a nation is a race of people, like an ethnicity of people. It's not referring to a country, like a physical piece of land. It doesn't necessarily refer to that. So that's one. So it just depends. You know, you have to create the ideal citizen and the ideal people in the right way, and that means you have to get rid of democracy, because in democracy, you know, it's easy to buy people. You know, it's a popularity contest.
Who owns or who's behind the federal public education system?
Department of Education.
That's what it's called. But like, because after reading that Horace Mann thing, of course. Wow, working like a real government site.
Real quick aside, there was a Biden speech recently
What the
where he was
fuck?
talking about education, and he said that something
Wow.
to the effect
Bro.
of the kid,
government site's
all
down.
children in America are all of our children.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
And it's like, no, bro, like my children are my children. Like,
Yeah.
And I think that's a good, I don't know, it just illustrates how liberals kind of think about the world in a lot of ways, you know?
Yes, and that's why you shouldn't have them in power.
Well, I mean,
that means you should, you know.
They don't have God, right? Or even, I mean, most are. Can you be liberal and believe like in God? So it's like, can
No.
you be conservative and be
Absolutely, you can, dude. Like people
They
exist
they
on a
can tell
spectrum.
they can tell themselves that, but it doesn't mean that what they follow politically is in alignment with the Word of God. That's why you have people that are supposedly gay Christians. That's not real. They can tell themselves that they're Christians. They're not.
I wouldn't even say like word. Yeah,
I disagree
maybe.
with that.
I wouldn't even say word of God, just like an idea of God, just for sake of discussion.
Well,
like,
they can.
Because if you don't have a semblance of a higher power, then you have what, yourself and hedonism and like that. And it seems like a lot of the liberal policies, you know, that I see going on, the far left ones they're rooted in no even consideration of a God.
Well, it's because they're playing God. I mean, they can have a thought of
Fair
a
enough.
God, right?
Yeah, state as God.
Like the state is God, but at the same time, a liberal could believe in God. But if you actually believe in God in the way, say, I do, as in you believe in the scriptures and you want to follow them as much as possible, as much as you can, without sinning, that means what? Your way of life, your way of thinking and acting is very, very different, right? So this is why there's, in my view, in my ideal nation, there would be no separation of church and state. Simply because even if you say there is, well, guess what? Like if I'm in charge, my belief is that that particular church, right? As a result, I'm going to enact policy like I want to do. So so it always comes back to the end. There is no church and state separation. Plain and simple. You know, so if you separate, if you separate church and state, what happens is the state becomes God.
To the people that don't believe and aren't believing or going to church.
Yeah, that don't believe in personal responsibility.
Right. I don't think it automatically it doesn't happen for everybody, but maybe, is government the church of non-believers? Is that, you know?
Well, yeah, because look at how they vote and how they think and what they want from their politicians. They want solutions to their lives, you know.
Well, they do kind of congregate together and, you know, have meetings,
they have their
and they organize and they help people. But it's like, if there's no God, then it's going to be ripe with corruption. So it's the church for.
I mean, even if there is God, it's going to be rife with corruption. I mean, that's a human failing.
I know, but when
There was a
the
lot
government,
of corruption when it was a papal state in Rome. Like popes were notoriously corrupt back in the day.
yeah, but Rome was also a city too. It wasn't just a church. Like they have
But
jurisdiction.
even in the Middle
and
Ages,
create their own laws.
Catholicism is gay.
Well, I'm not against like laws and law enforcement being secular and that not being a part of church. I think when like in Rome, like they have their own government, like
Yeah, Vatican City.
they have their own police, they have their own little secrets, and that's kind of, I don't know, maybe it's a better system to keep the two separate.
I mean, if you're a pedophile, it's surely a better system.
Yeah, if you're a lot of things, you can hide so much under the guise of, religion.
Of religion and righteousness. Yeah, I mean, it's a
Yeah.
human failing. It's not.
That's why I think the system that America originally set up of, we're having secular government is secular for the most part. But there was an understanding, like a deist understanding of, in God we trust.
I think it's
so it wasn't just nothing.
It wasn't just nothing, but I think when people say America has separation of church and state, it really didn't, because every state had its own separate, state. Had its own separate church. Sorry, there were religious representatives. People who were preachers, who ran churches and stuff. They were active within the state as well during those times. So, as a result, that's what I mean. You have no separation of church and state. You could even literally say in your constitution there has to be a separation between church and state. But if the president is religious, right? If half of Congress is, well, guess what? You don't have separation of church and state. If they are genuine believers, they will enact policy as how they feel.
Does the Constitution even say
Pertains
that?
to their beliefs.
Does it even say that separation of church and state?
I don't think it
says
does.
that it says that the government cannot infringe the religious rights of people, but it doesn't say that thing of separation of church and state. That's a liberal myth, honestly.
I think that's a Jeffersonian concept.
This thing that politicians are supposed to be atheists, that's not. I mean, that's actually against the Constitution. Politicians can be Christian, and they can enact laws that are based on Christian values.
Sure, they can.
So where does this idea that the government is supposed to separate the church from the state come from?
I think it's a Jeffersonian idea.
I think it was just like a term to, it doesn't appear in the Constitution.
Thomas Jefferson.
I mean, literally, the line that you just said,
it's a concept.
Adriana, implies a separation of church and state. If people have the freedom to choose their religion, that implies a separation of church and state, because you're not choosing one church to represent the state if there's religious freedom.
Well, no, the religious freedom concept in the Constitution comes from, simply put, a lot of the original European population that was moving to quote-unquote free world. They called it the free world because they would go to America to escape persecution from Roman Catholicism.
The Church of England.
Yeah, and the Church of England, yeah. So as a result, that was enshrined in the US Constitution. It had nothing to do with, if thou art a Jew, you can do this. No.
That's part of the beauty of the Constitution, though, is that the language they used is broad enough that it can still be applied today. It wasn't too specific, so to speak.
Well,
Yeah, they had that in mind. Yeah. I think they knew that things were going to change, obviously. But yeah, to not have super specifics, but here we go with the interpretation thing. Like, everyone's going to interpret it differently.
Well,
you can
and
obviously
also,
bend it if you're...
America was a rejection of a state where church was connected to the state.
True, yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, yeah.
And how would you respond to that? England, I don't know your name, sorry.
Sorry, no. What did you say?
America is a rejection of church and
point.
state being together.
No, it isn't. Because if you look at your country in terms of Bible believing,
Hold on. But you just
it's
said we were founded because we were trying to get away from Roman Catholicism and the Church of England.
no, you weren't founded because of that. I was implying that the whole idea of separate, freedom to practice your religion, as it were, against religious persecution, that was enshrined in the original documents of the founding of the US. I presume it was in there. That's because to protect against one Christian denomination going up against another one. That's what it was for. So
But
basically,
they weren't trying to force their denomination on everybody, and that's enshrined by the phrase religious freedom.
well,
They're
that's
not
what
saying
religious
Quaker
freedom.
Quaker religion is the rule of the land.
No, I mean
Protestant.
There's plenty
They
of
left it
Roman
broad.
Catholics in the Senate. Like that, what it's saying is that the Roman Catholics can't burn Baptists. That's what it was for.
But why not make that language about that it has to be Christians then? All Christians instead
I
of
did
all
want to
religions.
bring up a quick fact that the Senate and House of Representatives is 88% Christian, and the Senate is half Protestant Christian, claiming. I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, claiming. I mean, do we all really think that Trump's a Bible thumper? Let's be real.
No, you don't have to be a Bible thumper to be a Christian.
He's
or
not, but it plays
abide
into
by Christian
politics
values.
to be a Christian.
I mean, Trump's basically, he's not Christian. He's nowhere near it. He's Kabbalistic.
I mean,
He's closer to that.
Trump supports gay rights, so I don't think he qualifies as a
Well, hold on. To be a politician, you do have to
Yeah, I
make
support Trump.
sacrifices.
I support Trump, but to call him a Christian, he's not one.
But who's someone to even say they are or they aren't? Because we don't know what he does behind closed doors. I mean,
Saying that you support homosexuality, I think is enough proof.
if he's a politician, so he does not want to lose that voter base. That's a
But that's the thing. If you're a Christian,
hugging a
you
gay
would,
flag, maybe a little too far, but
if you're a Christian, you would not let your politics get in the way of that. And you can say, well, if he does it for politics,
Yeah,
that's
but
true.
you have to make
and that
sacrifices.
means he sacrificed Christ.
No.
Wait,
can't
are
say
you
that
saying I have to
definitively.
get? Are you saying I have to get rid of my gay flag blanket?
Yes,
I
God
mean,
said
you-
no.
And
you
the
can do
trans
what
one,
you
bro. And the trans pillow cover.
and all the Andrew
come
Tate
on.
posters and all the Andrew
look
Tate
so
posters as
good.
well. The Andrew Tate posters too.
Yeah, you shouldn't worship hormones.
You have
That's
Andrew
funny.
Tate posters? What?
You also have to get rid of the Andrew Tate posters that you have in your room.
Why would I hang up Andrew Tate posters?
I mean, you have the gay flag, you have the trans flag.
Dude, we can't go one convo without Adriana bringing up her crush. Big boy
I love
Tate,
Andrew
top
Tate.
G.
Andrew Tate is the love of my life.
Top G.
Oh my god.
Cap. He's
Top
present.
G, Big
Oh,
Daddy T.
John, I'm gonna go soon, but here's something
yeah.
you might want to finish off with. Type into YouTube, Gen Z Bible.
I have the mandolin
no.
hung up.
No, that's so. I hate that so much.
England,
It's
before
actually
you
funny.
go, I wanted to throw this recommendation out
Gen
to
Z
everybody,
Bible.
but I watched Tucker Carlson's interview with Tucker Max earlier tonight. You guys remember him? The guy who kind of invented fratire.
Oh
as a
yeah,
genre of
the
literature.
email dude.
I'll pull up a pic of
I've
him.
seen that. Yeah.
He basically he's been off the grid for the last 12 years because he totally changed his lifestyle. He's become a homesteader, lives in Texas, but man, it was a great episode. He is so articulate.
Nice.
And it's a great episode. I just highly recommend everybody watch it. One thing that he said though that I
With
thought
Tucker
was really interesting.
Carlson?
Yeah. One thing that he said that I thought was really interesting and really true, he, after all the books that he wrote, he only had so many drunk college stories to tell. He founded a company called Scribe that basically ghost wrote novels for celebrities. who wanted to write a biography or a memoir. They would like help them write these books. But his company grew to over 500 employees, and Tucker Carlson asked him about, did woke culture creep into your company? It seems like it's crept into a lot of companies. And Tucker Max was like, no, it never really did. And I'll tell you a little secret about why.
Oh yeah.
If you make the values of your company, the top values, responsibility and accountability, woke people won't come to your company. And it works beautifully.
Well,
and
yeah.
I thought that was really wise, because that is the foundation of wokeism, an avoidance of personal responsibility.
Yeah, victim too. Victimhood, yeah.
It
Accountability.
enables everybody to become a victim.
I think that's more evil than being like a conservative and cheating on your wife or something. Like, I think that's a much...
It's a mind virus.
Yeah, and it seems like, it's like, no accountability and no responsibility for your actions. Like, I don't know, I think that's a bigger sin than all the other sins we like to toss around, like drinking and smoking and cheating and sex. Like, that's a whole category that's very wrong.
Those are kind of symptoms of a lack of responsibility and accountability, though, in a way.
True. Yeah. But you know what I mean? How people toss around like, like the sins that people talk about.
Mm-hmm.
It's usually like, lying, cheating, but like, yeah, what about accountability? Like, cause that's such an important thing.
Well,
being
it's pride. It's pride. Pride is
yeah.
described. Pride is
True.
described as one of the worst capital sins for a reason. Because if you have pride, you probably have all the other sins. Because you won't be accountable for any of them. Because you're prideful. You don't care that you're lustful. You don't care that you're lying. You don't care that you never take accountability, and it's all because of pride. So pride is like the beginning of. It's like a slippery slope towards all the other sins.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Here, I'm gonna pull up this clip. This guy real quick. This one caught my attention. That you're talking about Tucker Max. See what he has to say about
concerts.
Sorry. Hold on.
People who take LSD and go to concerts. I took LSD and cried and found God. The experience for me was not like talking to God. I felt the oneness of all things, and I felt the connection to all things. And I remember thinking, the kingdom of heaven is within. Now I know what Jesus was talking about. And I did not understand religion. I did not understand spirituality or belief in God until I had the experience. And for me, I had to get there on psychedelics. I don't really feel like I do now. The psychedelics were important to open me up, but now I think I have enough of a connection to source, to God, whatever you want to call it. I'm very, very much a God guy, but not in the way most God guys are. People take LSD and go to concerts.
His face.
And I agree with that 100%.
Yeah, I don't completely disagree with him. But like that aha moment, you realize you can have heaven on earth. Like, is heaven really a place we go to when we die? Or is it like a state of peacefulness while we're living and conscious,
Yeah.
Well, in the Bible it says, "For in my Father's house there are many mansions. I go to prepare a place for you." So yes, you do go somewhere.
Well, but that could be metaphorically taken. Like, God has, carved out a space for you in your life, and has a specific plan for you, or a place in life. I don't think that necessarily denotes that it's an afterlife. Do you?
Not necessarily.
No, it denotes both. I mean, the kingdom of heaven, those words I just spoke before, that's Christ. Literally, those were his words.
I know,
but when it comes to heaven on earth, why not? Like, you've got one life, God gave it to you. Have a decent, good life.
Yeah, I'm just starting to, as I'm getting older and more mature, I'm like realizing that maybe heaven is a concept of like peacefulness on earth. But I mean, the Bible does describe paved with gold and everything. But like, what is that a physical thing? Like, or is it actually a place? Maybe even it's a figment after you die. Is it really gold, or is it like when you go out in public, you're walking the streets and you're at peace. You're not doing anything wrong. You have contentment, and like
Yes.
everywhere is just gold. You're walking around, and I think when you're like consumed with sin, it's hard to just walk down a street, and like not, and just be in the present moment and not be,
It's hard to have
thinking
peace of
about
mind when you're
things.
in sin.
Yeah, so I'm wondering. My question is maybe there's more of a there. I mean, there may be an afterlife. I don't know if there's an. I don't know, but maybe more of the teaching was about having heaven on earth, like while we're alive, and they have like a golden street. Maybe it's just your perception of life.
Earth cannot be heaven because we are living in a fallen world. This is a fallen world.
Right, but we,
You're
our
gay.
souls are not fallen if we're redeemed. So
And what evidence do you have to support that? Like you can't really argue that you have any.
Evidence of what?
That we're living in a fallen state or a fallen world.
I don't know. Go
Well,
outside.
Look around you.
yeah, I mean,
Go outside in nature though and tell me
What's
that we're
your
living in a
source?
fallen state.
Yeah, go out in nature where there's no human.
Well, in nature, you'll see murder and everything else because that's just beasts. That's what beasts do. What I mean, go outside is go to the gym and you'll see a bunch of harlots shaking their asses and a bunch of dudes who are vain and looking in the mirror all the time. You're like, I get it, you're henge. Good for you. Now, put the tank top away and put a proper shirt on. But it's
Take the tank top off and leave it on the ground.
But I think this speaks to the point of spirituality, though. If you're living a spiritual life, are you going to be doing that? Are you
John,
going
it's
to,
the 1 minute 29 one, by the way. Sorry, mate, go on.
Are you going to have? You're not having. You don't really have peace of mind if you're going to the gym shaking ass for guys. Like,
right.
You were doing that for a reason. Like,
true.
Well, yeah, that's what it
That's
means.
Again, as you were talking about like drinking and drugging, that's just the result of the sin. It's like it's not the drinking or the drugging or the cheating or the sex or whatever. That's the result. Something is upstream from that. Like the woman wearing a bodysuit being sexual in the gym, like that's the product of it, but that's not the issue, obviously.
It's filling the void.
Yeah, and I think it's easy to go unconscious, like, and not realize why, like why are these things happening? Speaking for myself, I mean, you see it in other people, but I think it's like there's something else that's causing it. As Drew was saying earlier, it's like the sin, like the act of the sin is not the actual sin. Maybe is what I'm saying.
it's a symptom of problems in your mind.
Yeah, spirit, your mind. I agree with that.
In that, so right after that clip that you played of Tucker Max, he goes on to say that like after he found God, he called one of his best friends who's a Mormon and is one of those guys who you meet him and it's like whatever this guy is on, I want to be on too, because he's just like so energetic and
yeah.
We've all met people like that just seem to be operating at a higher plane.
Yeah, well, it's like Christ energy. I've met people like that before I knew they were Christians. I'm like, what is this guy like? He's just like on fire.
And he said to this
and you can
friend,
see it. Like everyone knows it.
Yeah. And he
It's
said
like
to
in
this
their
friend, I
eyes,
finally
it's-
understand what you've been talking about when you say that you have an active conversation with God. Because it has to be like,
Yeah,
it's
but
not,
but I think God, I don't know if about having conversations with God. Doesn't God speak to our hearts? And God is a voiceless God.
it is. And that's why I actually like the term of source instead of God, because it takes away the connotation of like a ghost-like creature that you're actually talking to. It's not that.
Wait, he says source?
Yeah.
Oh,
He said that in
interesting.
the clip that you
I thought you were going to say sorcery or something, but yeah, I hear you.
he basically alludes to the fact that for him, he calls God the source. Like he doesn't believe in any particular religious dogma, but he's spiritual and does believe there's something beyond.
That doesn't mean anything. I'm spiritual, but I don't know what God is. Like that's crap. I'm sorry, that's just crap.
That's an opinion, though, and I respect your opinion, but I just disagree.
I'm gonna go out on a holy limb here, as when they say I'm spiritual, I'm just guessing the Holy Ghost is trying. But they're not listening.
I don't think God wanted us to reach him through drugs.
It's not yeah. I don't think it's a bad step in maybe the right direction. I don't know. You think it'd be better if you're like claims spiritual versus like an atheist? As long as you're not like, I'm not talking like crystal energy and stuff, but maybe someone that's like agnostic or seeking.
England, can I ask you a question? Like, do you believe that people that aren't of the Christian faith go to hell?
Damn.
I've been torn on that, but I'm gonna say yes, because from my research so far, it will indicate that if you're not saved, you are going to hell.
But do you believe then that there are not righteous people that are of other faiths, and they're going to go to hell?
Not necessarily, but who am I to decide what God's going to do, right? Because at that last moment before that person passes away, what if they get saved?
But what if they don't, and they were righteous people their entire lives, and they just happen to grow up in a country and a family that practice Buddhism?
That's for
Well,
God
I
to
mean,
judge.
Buddhism is idolatry.
Well, then they're getting enlightened, and then they're going to hell.
Like, thou shalt not worship any gods but me. So, if God's commanded that to you and you're worshipping Buddha, well, there is an element to idolatry which is punishable. Like,
Can
God
you
doesn't
blame
like
a person
idolatry.
for their idolatry, though, if they were brought up in a place where they were never
No.
even exposed
Yeah,
to
like out
Christianity?
of like ignorance. Yeah.
Yeah, I
I
wouldn't
mean, what
blame
you're
them.
talking about is what they call the fate of the unlearned, which is
Oh.
basically
You doing some
what
Googles over there?
I've heard of this before. I'm not an expert on this by any
You
means,
googled it yesterday.
but sure I did. I googled it just now, Davey. The fate of the unlearned is basically, it's a theory of what is going to happen to all of those that never learned about Christ. Are they going to be condemned? Are they going to be just forgiven for everything that they did, even if it was horrible, because they just didn't know any better? Like, and obviously these answers, we don't really have them because we're not God. So we don't have the ultimate perfect judgment in order to be able to say, oh, these people are going to heaven or go to hell, because we simply do not know.
Yeah, and that's
But
the
you're
bottom
not
line
saying
is
that you
like
don't
just
know,
don't
though.
know.
So, like, you're saying that they go to hell. That's what England is saying.
Look, it depends, right? There's also the concept of you had the chance to get saved. There's also like people who could have got saved, but they didn't. So there is, like, hell does exist, and some people will go there. Like, it is what it is. If
You
somebody
could be right on that, but I choose to believe it's not based on what religion you believed in. It's how you lived your life as a person.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, God says salvation by grace through faith, not of works, right? So lest any man boast. Because, great, you lived a good God. Like, if you ask people the question, how do you know you're going to heaven? Right? And they say, well, I'm a good human being. I didn't kill anyone. I didn't murder anyone. I'm like, yeah, neither did I, right? So,
But
what
by your
makes you...
definition, though, Dalai Lama goes to hell. He's done a lot of good works that have not enriched him. They've helped people. But Dalai Lama has to burn hell.
Considering that the current ruling class quite literally worship the guy, I think you might be in league with Satan, to be honest. If Hillary Clinton's praising you, you've done something wrong, personally.
Maybe.
But I get your point. I understand the point you're trying to make. It's not...
Right,
your
like...
good works doesn't mean you're going to heaven.
Yeah, and I might not be articulating it the best, but I think that my overall point is questions like these are what make me unable to fully embrace any one religion, because I think it's just the questions like this. Any righteous God would not allow a righteous person of any faith to go to hell, in my opinion.
Well, the thing is, God gave us free will, and if you read Genesis, I think it's Genesis 9 or 8 or maybe 10, where
But-
God says he understands that we're evil and that we are sinners and that we're going to do what we want to do. And he makes a covenant with man and every living creature. So how do you know, as a secular person, let's say you were raised in a Buddhist or whatever, or wherever, right? You were
Let's say
raised
you're
in
an
a shadow
uncontacted
environment.
tribe. You're
Well,
the most righteous man in an uncontacted tribe in the Amazon.
Right.
You
So,
go to
but
hell.
how does that person know to keep to the commandments? Right. Thou shalt not murder. Thou shalt not
They
commit
don't.
adultery. and
Those
everything.
are human.
No, they're not just human though. How do they know it's wrong?
That's just like the moral imperative of being a human. It's
Yes, but the moral imperative, I would argue, comes from God. The moral imperative, the Holy Ghost is God. It's talking to you, saying that's wrong. Don't sleep with your brother's wife. Right. Don't murder your mom.
Right.
Right. So just
It
because
could
you
be
didn't
God,
do
but it might not be a Christian God. It's just God. It's source.
no, the Christian God is the only God there is.
But if you
Wait.
live in an uncontacted tribe in the Amazon and live a moral and righteous life, have never been exposed to the Christian God, you're
But
saying that you go to hell.
who defines what morals and righteousness is?
Well, sorry, let me rephrase. Not the Christian God, the Old Testament God is the only God there is. So if they have not been exposed to him, we believe he created them. So they have been exposed to him.
Okay. They're just not actively aware of it.
They're not actively aware of it, but how do you know that murder's wrong? Right? Because there's plenty of people out there who go about murdering, like just as the video we saw of that guy lassoing that lady and dragging her behind a car. Like, that guy's going to hell.
No, he can be redeemed. He's savable.
And that's
right?
another thing
I mean,
that I
he's
disagree with
he's
him.
going to hell in my
I
point
don't
because I think he's rejected it. But I think you're
Well,
right because
But you're picking
you
and
can
choosing
get
then
saved.
because the Christian
but-
faith says that you can be saved as long as you repent.
See, this is where I
Hold
think
on.
the presence of heaven and hell, it's present as while we're alive. Like, yes, he's living in hell. You think this guy has a peaceful life? No, he's dealing with demons, like
I agree with
demons
that, John.
upon demons upon demons upon demons. He can't just walk down a street. He has no concept of a street being golden. Like he's fucked up in the head, obviously, and in the spirit. So that's where I think, but he's still redeemable. I don't think it's a game over. You can murder someone and still go to heaven, I guess. But again, I don't ascribe to the. I'm thinking about this more like I really don't ascribe to an afterlife. I don't think. I think Christ's teaching is
I think
more about.
reincarnation is just as likely as an afterlife.
I don't know about that, but I don't know.
I don't know.
What
I mean,
were you
I
going to say,
personally,
Ruff?
well, I was going to say is look, the lasso guy. He could technically get saved. It's possible. He can do that, but
Wait, but what if he was saved when he was like young, like baptized in an Orthodox?
he was saved. But if
church?
it goes the way of a reprobate, then you know, right?
So murder or rapists aren't allowed in heaven. And
Not
PDF files and.
I mean, pedophiles, they're definitely going to hell, as far as I'm concerned, because
But that's but
that
that's
is
kind
just
of your flesh speaking, because
sure,
that's
but
just they're just going through hell, like
Well, pedophiles
to
are
no
also-
fault of their own. Like, yes, they're making horrible decisions and disgusting, but they have trauma. Like people that don't have trauma wouldn't seek out that behavior.
Hurt people.
Yeah, exactly. And I think as a Christian, like that's one of Christ's teaching is understanding like they're going through hell. Like, and it doesn't mean you treat them differently per se, but you can at least recognize that. I mean, do you believe like it sounds like that you believe in like degrees of sin, like, PDF files being the top, murder, R word, SA, and then like stealing bubble gum is, at the other end of the list. But
well, a sin is a sin, right? So a sin is a sin. However, if you look at, for example, God's commandments, right, the famous one that preachers are very scared to preach nowadays, which is that if a man lieth with a man as he does with
Thou shalt
womankind,
not covet
he has
oh.
committed an abomination, and
Yeah.
he should be put to death. Blah blah blah. So in those
You're
verses.
gay. You're good.
Is that one of the commandments? I'm not aware. Is that one of
It's
the
not a commandment. It's
No.
not a commandment, but it's after. So in the commandments come from Exodus, whereas what I just said comes from Leviticus instead.
Yeah. It's probably speaking to the culture of the time. They're probably like, hey, we need to like stop. Guys need to stop
It's
being
also
gay.
it's also relevant to today, right? So those people,
Stop
as far
being
as
gay,
I'm concerned,
bro.
are going to hell because God didn't say, "Oh yeah, by the way, these people can be saved." Because if you look at Romans 1, it says there are people who can't be saved.
Oh.
Because remember, we have free will.
Wait, Romans 1 says there are people that can't be saved?
Basically, I mean,
Whoa, now you're saying basically?
Basically,
Hold on,
I mean, it
hold on.
depends.
I'm pulling it up.
Remember,
Let's
it's
pull
the
it up.
Bible. Okay.
I'm curious on your interpretation. I'm not going to hold you too tightly, bro. Don't worry about it.
No, you can hold.
I understand.
I'll just say that I completely agree with Lady Gaga in that, baby, they're born that way.
No, yeah, born with a spirit. It's not a genetic thing. They'll use the argument that it's like the gay gene. I don't believe that.
It doesn't
They-
exist. They
They
even
get
have
mol-
studies on
They
twins.
get
and stuff.
molested as children, and then
Yeah,
they
the-
turn out gay.
Bro, 90% of them have been molested by an uncle or a brother or some other man in the family.
Like
there's
stepfather, mom's
you don't have to look
boyfriend.
that far in the research. That's like, oh, you were just
well,
fucked up
I
in the head
have-
when you were young.
Do you remember I knew a guy in high school, and actually back in middle school too.
Ricky.
Max W. I won't say his last name, but
I thought it was Ricky. Oh, it's another
I'm
one.
thinking of Max W. just because I grew up with the guy, and I remember back in even 6th grade, I cracked a classic joke where we were having a sleepover at one of our friends' houses, and we were all ripping this Max W. guy for being gay in 6th grade. And I was like, Max, even your bike is gay. And he's like, my bike isn't gay. I was like, bro, it's a GT, gay transportation. And just point
That's
being
good.
that at a very young age,
That's
you know,
good.
before any of us were even really thinking on a sexual level, like we all kind of picked up on the fact that this guy was different.
Yeah.
And
No, you made him gay.
but we didn't molest him, I promise you.
John, it's Romans chapter 1, go from like 21 onwards. Well, it's 18 onwards, but to keep it short, it's 21.
Nice. But Drew, it's not that it's like a gay gene. It's that like he was corrupted somewhere. Like there's probably trauma most of the time. I'd say, I don't know, I'm going to go on a limb, but there's going to be anomalies, but they're going to be like 1%, less than 0.5%. You're going to have freaks of nature, of course, obviously, but with all the different permutations. But
Well,
do you
if
think
that's
there's like
true,
a gay gene though?
I don't know, but I do think
Yeah.
they're born that way. I think the most plausible Occam's razor explanation is that they're born this way. Yeah, the
And that's why they must be born again.
Oh, touche.
So if you want to hold the God gave them up, so it's from 21 to 24, where 24 basically says, wherefore God also gave them up to uncleanliness through the lusts of their own hearts, to dishonor their own bodies between themselves, who changed the truth of God into a lie, and worshipped and served the creature more than the Creator, who is blessed forever. Amen.
Interesting.
Where is that? Which part? Oh, where is God? Okay, let me. Sorry.
I do think one fact that kind of does like lend credence to your side of this, that there is no gay gene, people aren't born that way, is how when men go to prison, you know, a lot of
They drop the soap.
Yeah, a lot of people that were not gay outside the walls become gay inside the walls.
Well, they say it gay for the stay.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, they gave themselves up to lust,
that
They
is
gave them up
one
to
like
It's just animalistic behavior, yeah.
it's one fact that I do think kind of lends some credence, but I don't know. Yeah, it's just hard to say. I don't know. You know, they have all these programs that are supposed to take the gay out of you, and I don't think they have a very high success rate.
Well, right, because maybe they're not addressing the real things. I think it's a spiritual issue. I truly believe that. You know, it's what are you going to do it through psychosis or like hypnosis or medication? No. Just like transgenderism, you're not going to alleviate or cure a transgender like their brain from medication or any of that stuff. It's I'd argue it's a return to the Father. You know, this is a spiritual issue.
Yeah, it's also verse 28, and even as they did not like to retain God in their knowledge, God gave them over to a reprobate mind to do those things which are not convenient, being filled with all unrighteousness, fornication, wickedness, covetousness, maliciousness, full of envy, murder, debate, deceit, malignity, whisperers, backbiters, haters of God, despiteful, proud, boasters, inventors of evil things, disobedient to parents.
Right. We were directed to this passage, I think, because you said that
The reprobate mind.
that they couldn't be saved. That there was a soul
does
that
that mean,
could not be
reprobate?
saved.
Because it basically says, and even as they did not like to retain God in their knowledge, God gave them over to a reprobate mind. So
What's
God says,
reprobate mean?
Reprobate means unprincipled person. If you just like Googled it, I think.
I'm thinking like like probations, like rehabilitation or reprobate. My Latin, bro. My Latin's bad. Reprobate. A depraved, unprincipled, or wicked person. A drunken reprobate. Rogue, cad, rascal, wretch. So just yeah.
An undisciplined person.
Degenerate.
Disapproval. Degenerate, yeah. Reprobate. I got to use that one. You're a reprobate, bro. Don't reprobate me. But yeah, we went to that passage because it was about the idea that a soul can't be saved, or like the possibility. And I was like, no, I think anyone can be saved, even at the last moment,
Well, look, even
last
like,
breath of life in the electric chair. I think someone could be saved. Didn't Christ save the guy to the left of him on the cross?
Yes.
Yes.
He
Right
saved
before
both
he
of them.
died. Yeah, or he, yeah. No, he didn't save both of them. The other
Really?
guy was like, F you. Yeah.
Oh.
No, but one was like, I confess my sins. I did wrong. Like, you know, and Jesus was like, you'll see me in heaven. Whatever
Well,
that
John,
means.
it's also when you say somebody can be saved, I agree
Right.
with you. However, what I'm saying with the reprobate mind thing is the person who is a reprobate, if they suddenly just before they die make some fake declaration, they're not
Yeah,
saved.
of course it needs to be genuine.
It
Yeah,
has to
well,
be genuine.
I mean, but who are we to say what? That's obviously between them and God. But
Yeah.
I mean, if it's genuine, then
Thing is that in theory everyone can repent, but like the Bible also says, it says here, Matthew 7, enter through the narrow
we're
gate.
thumping.
For wide is the gate and broad is the road that leads to destruction, and many enter through it. But small is the gate and narrow the road that leads to life, and only a few find it.
Yeah, it's,
So in theory,
it's a
everyone can
difficult road.
repent. In theory, everyone can repent, but is that really going to happen? No.
Can I ask a question? Like, doesn't the intellectual part of y'all's brains ever stop and just say to yourself, like, this might be all bullshit? Because, like, there's just so many things intellectually that, like, if you actually stop and think about shit for a second, it's just like, this doesn't really hold up. Like,
How does it
it's a
not
leap
hold
of faith.
up?
Well, for one thing, like God was in the Bible, God was everywhere. He was showing up. He was turning water into wine. He was doing this and that. Where'd he go?
He ascended to heaven. That's where he went.
That's what the word,
But he was
the word
but
says.
God was showing up in real ways before Jesus.
Yeah, but he wasn't showing up every day. Like the
But he
Bible
was
is done
showing up.
across over time. He was showing up now and then, but why just
Why
because
not
you
make a
feel
reappearance?
trouble? Because he'll make a reappearance when he feels like it. Like it's up to him.
But at the same time, he loves all of his children. Wouldn't you think, like, maybe, 2,000 years later, it's time to, like, give these motherfuckers an update?
Well, he'll give you an update when
He can
you
give me
see
a
it.
TLDR.
Yeah, and it's not just that. It's like, he was all around back then when these people wrote this book hundreds of years after the events occurred. Why does God let bad things happen to good people? That's another one that, if you actually think about it, it doesn't really make a ton of sense.
No, it does make a ton of sense because we have free will.
Okay, but why do righteous people sometimes just get slaughtered for no fault of their own?
Because unrighteous people slaughtered them, or another righteous person who said they were righteous, blah blah blah, did it to them. It's humanity. Humanity did it. But the only time God strikes people down is when he feels like it and he has a reason for it.
I mean, back in the day, he used to bring people back from the dead. Lazarus. He used to cause global floods and keep all the animals alive, a la Noah.
Yeah, but what I'm referring to is right after the flood, God makes a covenant with mankind and every creature, saying that I understand now that you are given up to your evil ways. Like you were wicked before, so I brought the flood, but right afterwards, I realize now that you will remain wicked.
But doesn't the
you are the
intellectual
way
part
that
of your
you
brain
are.
question that the fact that, like, all of your info is coming from a book written thousands of years ago? You have no day-to-day, like, seeing is believing proof. You have to question it. And if you don't, I feel like you're kind of like...
No, I
Yeah.
think sometimes you do question it. Sometimes you do feel indifference to it. Sometimes,
To this day,
yeah, to this day, everybody does.
I definitely question it. Wrestle with it all the time.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean I should personally. I feel like it doesn't mean I'll go out and blaspheme constantly, right? Like, what's
No.
the point? Because ultimately, I still believe in it.
Yeah. Adriana, you were laughing at my take about Christ being a troll, but I
Wait,
think I was
what?
onto something.
When did I laugh?
Christ was a troll. He overturned the tables, kicked out the money
I was saying it was a lot. It was a small conversation like a long time ago, but I was saying that God, who is making that fucking drink? I'm muting your ass.
Remind me.
Oh, it was just about like paradoxes. It was like about Christ using paradoxes. And we're not going to debate if they were or they weren't, but my take is, or we can, but my take is that maybe Christ was using these stories that were just so up for interpretation purely for men and maybe women to gather and discuss them. Like that was the point of it being almost, you'll never be able to interpret them correctly. And anyone that says they've interpreted the Bible 100% correctly is wrong, I think.
I mean, if you mean
Dang,
if everything in the
Adriana's
Bible,
shots fired.
I mean, if you believe that everything in the Bible is meant to be taken literal, well, of
Right.
course not. There's
Of course
a lot
not,
of there's a lot of metaphors, so I don't disagree with that.
Yeah. But it's like
Well, you know,
how far, like some of these, like some people, like policies are written and people live their lives. Like I'm trying to think of an example of a verse. Like, okay, well, I don't want to go
Look
down
at the
this rabbit
story
hole.
of the prodigal son, right?
Yeah, prodigal son's a good one. Yeah, we can talk about
That's
that.
an example that he gives, and that's an example where he's saying, like, the son is expecting, all he wants is, like, if my father takes me back as a servant, I'll be happy, right? But the example he's given here is the prodigal son. If he still had that money and everything, he'd still be boozing and slagging around. Something had to happen for him to change his mind and go home. Something made him go home. That was because he ran out of money. booze, and the ladies walked away, right? Like
Yeah.
he was no longer allowed in the VIP section anymore.
Right, he squandered everything. Didn't he have to like sleep in a pig bed?
I haven't
like his
read
last
that.
night. I read it recently, or not recently, but in the last year, 2 years. Yeah, it was a really good story. Really.
Maybe that kind of ties into why in the Bible they talk a lot about there's righteousness and poverty. You know, and because only through poverty can you go home. Can you? And I can kind of speak to that through my own life, you know, as I, you know, had some issues. I got fired from my job a little over a year ago, which was some bullshit. That's a different story. But for faking phone call metrics, I'm in sales.
It doesn't matter. Whatever. But yeah, what's the point? The prodigal son, like poverty,
But
going home.
the point being, like, I was fucking making a lot of money before I got fired, and then, you know, that kind of all went away, and, you know, you squander a little bit of money. You got to go back to first principles and start finding self-esteem through other means. Like, it's not about money, it's about maybe your body or just how you treat people. You have to be more careful with your money, which leads to better decision making with money.
Well, bro, our mutual friend who will go unnamed, extremely wealthy and miserable. Well, I'm not going to go that far, but there's just there's a lot of things that are not at peace.
A lot of discontent in the soul. Yeah.
Not at peace at all, dude. I'd rather be broke and at peace than be rich and in turmoil. Because I've been both. It's, you know, and being, you know, I don't need to define.
It's almost
being poor,
easier
but
to find peace though when you're broke.
Well, yeah, because you realize what really matters.
You get humbled.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, things start to have more value, you know, like, you know, obviously if you're wealthy and $1,000 to you is, you know, $10 to another guy, then yeah, it's going to be a distortion about value and what that is and how your lifestyle is.
Even when I've been at study, like obviously I'm the youngest one there, but there's
How
a
old
lady
are you,
recently,
England? I'm sorry to interrupt.
30. I am 30.
Okay.
And there was a lady, she used to be a nurse. She did end of life care, and she said those people who were Christian and those people who were not, there was a difference. Like the Christians before they were dying, there seemed to be something there where they were at peace with it. Whereas the people who weren't, like who weren't saved, who didn't believe in God, who didn't have like that peace, they seemed to be saddened and they seemed to be worried, right? And there's also stories where some end-of-life nurses, like a really rich man, he's on his deathbed and he's just thinking about all his regrets, right? He's thinking, well, I should have spent more time, instead of working, I should have spent more time with my kids, you know, because I missed all of that. You know, that, for example, my nieces, right? One time I'm coming home from the shops, the niece, she's just come home, getting out the car. She saw me, she jumped up a little and she just started running towards me and wanting me to pick up. And I will never forget that, because there's just something about it, like the face lighting up when she saw me smiling and running. And you just never forget that feeling, right? Like that wholesome feeling that you get just because a young kid, you know, just wanted to hug you and say hello.
Well,
Right?
and that sounds to me like a good example of heaven on earth and why heaven is on earth. And
Well, yeah,
a lot of people on their deathbeds, they want to all of a sudden become religious because of what you were saying. They're scared or what have you.
Yeah, because, you know, Susan from accounts isn't going to see you off on your deathbed, is she? Because Susan from accounts is either dead or she's at work.
And to me, that's actually the greatest explanation for religion from from an evolutionary psychology perspective, it's a cope. It's the ultimate cope, because we get scared about what's going to happen when we die.
No, I don't think it's cope. I mean, those people.
It makes sense though.
I can guess that would make sense. I can understand where you're coming from, but to me, those people who are saved, as it were, they seem to be completely at peace. They're just like, you know what? It is what it is, right? And the ones who have a lot of regrets and everything because they didn't do this, they didn't do that, blah, blah, blah. They're just sat there. I'm sure there's people who are saved who have regrets, like, oh man, I didn't do this. I was cruel to this person and so on. But at the end of the day, they are at peace because they know time's up.
Well, they're at peace because they believe in everlasting eternal life after death.
Sure. But it's also about the peace, the perspective.
Like, would religion exist, or would Christianity be a dominant religion if it weren't for everlasting life after death?
Well, the whole concept of it is
It's a good sell.
everlasting.
It's a real good sell.
The whole concept is everlasting. Christianity wouldn't exist without it.
Right. It's intrinsic to the message and like the whole concept. But again,
And it
this
might be
idea
fake as fuck.
Well, no one knows. Literally, no one knows.
All good questions.
I've
All good
watched a lot
questions.
of near-death encounters or experiences, and there's a common thread between all of them. But hey, what's up, C? Welcome aboard.
Yeah, it took me a while to get my mic going, but I was listening in CCK or whatever alias you're going by now. Those are a lot of good questions, but
Cash Cow King Andy, by the way.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, King Andy. No, those are all good questions and completely valid, but it informs me of your view of what you think.
I identify as agnostic, by the way.
Right, but it informs me, of what your views are and what you think Christianity is.
Okay.
And it's a very fair assessment because that is the, I think the public image, that's the marketing, right? And there's a lot of things that I could go comment on from the last like half hour, but the most recent thing you're talking about, the fear of death being a motivator for Christianity, as if it's
100%.
If I accept Jesus in my heart, then I get this golden ticket to go to some fantasy Disneyland for the rest of my existence,
Yes.
which eternity, right? That's the way it's sold, and I completely agree why that's your view of it. That's a lot of people's view of it. It's not my view of it. Like, a Christian doesn't have to worry about death because he knows death is not the end, and it's not because you go to some Disneyland. It's because I think death is not exactly what it appears from this perspective, from this plane of reality. But I think death is mainly, it's like a fear of attachment, like attachment to the body and attachment to this plane of reality. And I think,
which is so fleeting. If everlasting life is real.
well, in the scope of eternity, yeah, it's infinitely small and constantly collapsing, which is kind of why it gets into philosophy as well, but I kind of believe that time is not what it appears to be either. It's a concept that we have to make sense and order of things, but I'm not sure it's necessarily real. Like eternity,
it is. Einstein proved it's real. Jew, by the way.
It's a concept, right? It's like everyone believed the Earth was flat, and they found out it was round because of circumnavigation, and that completely turned all of human understanding on its head. It's a completely different understanding of reality on a pretty base point.
Yeah, I mean, the theory of relativity, in my opinion, and not my opinion, I mean, it's pretty much proven, is
it's a theory
that space and time are connected.
Yeah, there is a relationship there, but again, we're talking about this plane of reality from from the position we can observe them from, which is pretty minute.
Right.
You know, there's a lot we don't know. There's a lot we've learned, but there's still so much
100%.
we don't know. And I think the problem with the Christianity that's being marketed today is that it's really caught up on the magic, like these magic acts of like being saved or going down to the front and saying some magic words, and then you get to live forever, and Jesus miracles and all that stuff.
Yeah.
It's not a magical thing to me. And I think a lot of it, and I know some people in here disagree, but I think a lot of, especially Old Testament stuff, is mythical in nature, like the flood and other things. But
Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yeah.
Based.
But myth is important. That's how we make sense of our existence. Like every culture has their myths, right? But myths point to inherent truths. They point to like eternal understandings, like the spiritual realm, which we can't fully understand, but we can kind of. I always think of the Pythagorean theorem, like you don't know the hypotenuse, but if you do know A and B, you can solve for the hypotenuse. I think A and B is what we see on this plane, but C is what we can't see. But if we have enough wisdom and understanding in this plane of reality, we can see that C is true. And for me, in my experience, in my journey in life, like I see the truth of it. I don't need anyone to convince me of it. I don't need anyone to persuade me, and it's not because I'm afraid of dying. It's because I see the truth. I see the truth in the teachings, and I see the ought, like the way we ought to be. I don't think of it as, oh, when you die, you go to heaven or hell. It's just it's eternally now. Like everything's happening right now. The past doesn't exist. The future doesn't exist, and this time is kind of this illusion that we see from a very short-sighted perspective.
But why do people need the myth to see that?
Because that's the only way to explain it on this plane of reality.
But it's fugazi though, and it just like causes a lot of issues. Like for people that actually want to think about this shit on an intellectual level, it just causes rejection because it's a myth.
Well, the truth is not a myth, though.
The truth
it's
is
kind of
not
like it's kind of like the map is not the territory. You can have a map, you can see what's around you and where you're headed, but that's not the terrain. That's the difference.
True.
It can guide you, it can help you have a light to your path, but it's not the experience in and of itself.
I agree with that.
So there's so many different ways I could go further on this, but that was the most recent thing you were talking about, the death thing. Because if you're really a Christian, like, you should have no fear of death whatsoever. You should understand that it just is. Like, it's just a step in, and everyone has to deal with it. Everyone always has had to deal with it. But we're only seeing it from this perspective.
See, when you say that though, that it's just a step, you see that as a step to eternal life afterwards?
No. What I'm saying is, like, eternal life is right now. Like, this doesn't stop. It just keeps
agree,
going.
and that's why I kind of believe in reincarnation. I think reincarnation is plausible.
Well, you know, that's always been an interesting topic to me too. It's just that I believe there's way more than what we can see right here on this plane of reality. And I don't know, after you leave this one, if you go to the next one or another one, or you don't ever really die. I mean, there could be also parallel universes. I could have died in 1,000 others, but then it gets in a little more philosophical stuff.
I find that all of that stuff so fascinating, like parallel universes, the multiverse, like how the nature of the universe being infinite implies that there is a version of you that for every decision you've ever made, there's a different version of that decision. Like, it's crazy. Like,
well, in the context of eternity, anything is possible.
And infinity.
Right?
And, you know, it's hard to really comprehend.
It's impossible to comprehend, again, from this perspective, from our experience, from everything we know, because anything we know comes from a previous reference point.
Mm-hmm.
So there's some things that can't be referenced, and that's why I'm saying like, you have to reference A and B to get C. You can't visibly see the hypotenuse. You can't touch it, feel it, taste it with our limited senses. We only have 5 senses. It's a very limited interpretation of reality, and that's just on this plane.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, it's not about going to heaven. It's about knowing the truth while you're living. And I think this question about evil in the world and stuff like that, I think that exists because you have to have a yin to a yang. We don't know anything that doesn't have polarity. Like we have to judge things by what they are not to know what they are. And that's why I think the relationship stuff with men and women, understanding to know who a woman is, you have to understand what a man is. And to know what a man is, that comes from somewhere. That's passed down from God from Adam to your great-grandfather, to your grandfather, to your father, to you. It's the spirit of the man. And that's the eternal part. Like that's the spirit, the Son of God.
Yeah.
And that for me, once I got to know myself as a man and what that meant to me and what that is, what my nature is, it really helped me to understand what I'm not, which is a woman. And that helped me that's helped me navigate women so much differently. Like I get it now. A lot of stuff, the red pill stuff, Myron stuff he says.
Idiot, but
well, I think you always have to engage with the argument, right? You can't just be like, I don't like this guy.
That's
he's
it.
dumb.
I'm sure.
So, of course, he's gonna rub people the wrong way.
Nazi salute the other night ago with Stiko, idiot.
Well, those things to me just don't affect me because they're not killing anyone. They're not going out and doing things that are necessarily evil. They're kind of just goofing around. And if someone gets offended by that, that just tells me something about them. Like it or not, though,
they're role models.
Right.
And I don't like a role model throwing up Nazi salutes in 2024.
Well, I don't think all Nazis were bad. I know that the Nazi has become the Hollywood symbol of the bad guy, right?
You believe in the banality of evil?
No, it's just the whole Nazi trope is kind of like a joke.
What do you mean?
I'm just saying, like, these were real men like me and you living in a certain time in a certain nation. Like, if you lived there and you grew up there, you would probably be trying to show your superiors that you wanted to be promoted and you wanted to do things. You wanted to move up in the ranks because that was your home country. And at the time,
but I think if you're a Christian though, and you have a moral imperative, and you realize that, hey, we just fucking put all these people out of trade, and now we're gonna set them into the gas chamber to get Zyklon bead. Yeah, you could want to move up, but there's lines to this shit, and if that's one that you're willing to cross, you're a piece of shit.
Right, you, the individual, and this happens all the time where you're put in a corner and you can choose, okay, do I choose and
that's an extreme
the big salary, the money, the status, all the things, the worldly things? Am I willing to sacrifice what I know is right to achieve these things?
But also, see, what's your take on people in the Amazon that are uncontacted tribes? Because you're saying that, oh, you were a Nazi, you were born there, you want to move up, blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
Does that also extend to people that have never been exposed to Christianity in the Amazon that lead a righteous life? Do they have to go to hell?
Well, what kind of righteous life are these people in the Amazon living?
They live morally. They help their brothers.
How do you know that?
Well, I'm just saying, let's say hypothetically one does. They've never been exposed to Christianity.
Well, there were absolutely savage Native American Indians. That's well documented.
Okay, but there were non-savage ones too. There were the
right,
the people that made the blankets. What was that tribe called?
The Sioux, the Apache.
The ones that made those nice ass blankets that go for a lot of money.
Navajo.
Navajos, yes.
Yeah.
The Navajos. They
Right.
weren't Christian. They all had to go to hell.
No, I don't, I'm not, okay, I won't say I don't say, I'm not sure that it's even like a Jesus specific thing. I think Jesus just came and spoke the truth and made it clear, and also challenged some of the religious problems with the day. And the religious problems that Jesus opposed are the same exact things we deal with today. Like the reason.
But can we agree though then
The,
that accepting Jesus is not a prerequisite to heaven?
Yeah, well, you know,
I can agree with that.
I would kind of agree with that, but
We gotta talk about it.
because as I get older and my understanding deepens on these issues, I think we needed a hero. We needed a hero and a figurehead, right? And I think Jesus was someone who was a leader and stood against the problems of the time, and he saw them clearly because he studied all the texts. You know, he studied in the temple growing up. So I think he read and digested and understood the truth of these ancient laws and mythos that create order in society because they're based on truth. But I think he saw kind of what you're describing in the modern day church. I think that's exactly what he was dealing with back then. I think it's a perversion of the truth, and it's, you know, commercialized, commoditized, marketed, put on shelves and sold as some sort of magic system, you know, kind of like what you said, like, come on, guys, like, don't you ever stop and just ask yourself, like, is all this bullshit?
Yeah.
But you're referring to like the magical elements to it. To me, I know that's not even a question in my mind. I know it's not bullshit. I've lived it and I've seen it and I've experienced it for myself.
The core teachings are not bullshit at all.
Right.
It's everything else around them, though. It's
But that's what people have made of it, though, right?
Right. That's
and the
like,
Bible wasn't written when Jesus was living.
Well, the New Testament was.
No.
Well, notes
No,
were
was
taken
that?
by the people. I mean, Matthew,
Well,
Mark, and Luke, John were.
I mean, it's just like
Johnny,
all
there is
disciples.
no New Testament text that was written less than 100 years.
100?
Jesus died. Yeah.
But the disciples walked with Jesus. They were followers of his.
Right,
You
but
mean
none
written
of that
or
text was
published or
written.
circulated?
Written.
But people took notes. That doesn't diminish like an artwork if it's done 100 years before it's well received or it gets into the flow of society. But that's an interesting. I didn't know that it was over 100 years between when. But how do you determine like published? Like what?
You'd have to research it, and I can't claim
Well, I
all
mean,
the details, but I do know that it is pretty much
maybe
factually.
it just naturally the story was told amongst communities, and then that's what took so long for it to be well received or
I'm pretty
published,
sure the
so to speak.
consensus, like archaeologically and
Well, they didn't have a
historically
printing
speaking,
press, so yeah.
But again, that kind of thing doesn't really matter to me. I mean, I remember going to my aunt's place and she had a video series about how, like, proving that the North Star was over the Bethlehem manger on this date. They did like all this science and stuff. I'm like, who cares? Why does it matter?
Yeah.
That stuff's just kind of silly to me. And I think Jesus was probably constantly just sighing, like, "Oh God, you know, I'm trying to
That's why
speak
he
to
had-
these people, and I'm trying to communicate the truth to them,
But in a
and they
simple
keep
way."
doing funny things, and they keep trying to worship me and all this stuff." And when
but he's
when
also
the religious
walking on water and turning water into wine. Like, which way do you want it? Like, are we going to believe you because of your miraculous acts? Or are we going to believe you because of the righteousness of just what you're saying?
But he always said, like, it's not me, it's my Father working through me.
Right, but he saw the power of miraculous acts.
Well, You know, again, I wasn't there, and the magical side of the New Testament and Jesus's miracles and stuff. That is something that I have had to think about, like especially this last year, and wondering how much of that. First of all, how important is it, and second, does it matter as much if it is or isn't? Because to me, I kind of just see, if you take the present context, like I was saying, I think the modern church is exactly what he was dealing with the Sanhedrin. You have all these religious elites that are kind of making it a power play, and they're getting wealth and status from it. And meanwhile, he's telling everyone, don't pray in public. Don't pray like the Pharisees do, so that the people can see them doing it, and they can get
Like,
a little
is Joel
clout out of
Osteen
it.
a righteous figure to you guys?
No.
Joel Osteen is I mean, he's an entertainer, and he's
Christian
a
has
businessman.
a great coined term for him. It's 2 words: a hope dealer.
Yeah. Which
He's
is
kind of like a
basically drug dealer.
motivational speaker.
Yeah,
But
he's
I think
very talented at speaking. My goodness.
I don't think he's a bad person because of that. I don't think there's anything wrong with raising people's spirits and encouraging them. I've listened to some of his content, and he doesn't sound like a con artist or something like that. Not to me, at least.
He does to me. I would disagree.
He's doing his thing.
Prosperity gospel is being a con artist.
I don't think it is being a con artist though, because you can be a public speaker and you can go do events and speak at colleges and things like that and
Yeah,
inspire
but he
people.
said, but he says that's Christian.
Well, he says he is.
If he only did motivational speeches and it had nothing to do with God, then I would agree with
But
you.
it does have to do with God.
A little bit, not really. I mean, prosperity gospel.
Not enough.
I mean,
Not enough.
it's not enough because that's what they do. It's prosperity gospel. You know what prosperity gospel is? It basically means that, through good works, you will get wealth and
Correct,
everything
and that's what he espouses.
that you ever dreamed of.
thing?
He's a charlatan. Because God can come
it
and
is-
smite you down. The next
Well,
day.
it is a
bad thing.
Well, it is a bad thing because he's spreading false gospel.
What's the false gospel that he's
what's-
spreading?
I don't think that's false gospel.
What she
It's
just said, that it's
inspiring
prosperity.
people.
Like if you do good, if you live
Well,
in a
doing
certain way, you'll get
But
rich.
there's
But
practical
that's exact-
implications to that, though. If you
That's
don't
biblical.
cheat, you don't steal, you don't
Materially
lie. No.
That's
Yeah,
biblical.
well,
And it's the
yes. There's
and
nothing
it's
wrong
the
with
fo-
prosperity and riches.
No,
Like,
it's the No,
people
it's the
think you got to be
focus on
poor
it.
to be a good Christian. It's ridiculous.
No, but it's the thing is that it's the focus on it. It's the main focus.
Dude's a charlatan. I mean, in the
how
hurricane,
often do you listen to him?
Well, I could just go off this though. I have listened to him.
You can't
a
say it's
little
his
bit.
main focus if you're not listening to him
Hurricane Harvey,
every
though,
Sunday.
he would not open the doors to people.
I don't.
that-
I mean, what's wrong
We
with that?
Well, hold on a second. That's a headline. I wasn't there. I don't know what actually happened. Do you really
even
want
know what's
like
wrong with that.
1,000
Be chaos.
like
Him of all people should be
lowest
willing to open
economic
his doors.
status people coming into your church and just
No.
making a mess out of it? I mean, did you see
All
the
the things
stadium?
you-
Did you see the
Hell
way
no.
those people left the
Hell
stadium
no.
that they stayed in?
Drew Pock, are you kidding me? You're telling me that you'd open your doors to that shit?
If I've Joel Osteen,
What,
and I'm
because you're a
preaching what he
churchman?
preaches,
See,
yes.
but
No.
you're applying. This is the problem. You're applying this.
interesting.
You're applying this sort of superiority and idol figure to him, and that's exactly what happened
Well, he's
with
made hundreds of
Jesus.
millions of dollars preaching this, and then when actual time comes,
Preaching
to
what?
put your
I
money where your
promised to
mouth is,
open the church doors when the hurricane comes. I don't think he
Preaching,
ever said
like-
that.
preaching Christianity, preaching.
I know, but this is your model of Christianity. That's what I'm saying. Is this is the public concept of it? And it's so silly. Like being Christian means being nice. It means
Yeah.
doing
Helping
doing
poor people all
anything
the
to
time.
virtue signal. That's not what it is.
It's ridiculous. That Christianity's over, bro. It's a feminized Christianity, which I
Yeah,
think the
it's
NIV
not what it
Bible
is.
is a big part of it, but also women getting involved in churches like in cancerous rates in the last 30 years.
Well, this
it's
is
game over,
interesting.
especially for
This
the
is
young
interesting.
men in the church. It's because men have become the older men that the elders that should be holding this in line. The Baptist church does still a pretty good job of it, but I mean, I can only imagine. Well, It's a mess. Churches are a mess, bro. Just like
all
the
this-
They
stalls
are.
where they were selling shit. That's when, you know, Jesus flipped over the shit and like he was enraged about the message because it was totally distorted.
Yeah, he was saying, "Don't do it in the Lord's house."
I think the Christian way of operating is you let your yes be yes and your no be no. You don't virtue signal. You don't play games. You don't worry about getting your feelings hurt. You don't worry about being accepted by the group. You just say the truth, and you have integrity about how you feel about something and what you think about something. You just say it because you're seeking truth, and you have to stand by that truth. That includes the truth of how you feel about things. Like, oh, I don't want all these people coming in here, even though it's gonna look bad, and people are gonna start posting all these things about how I'm a bad guy because I didn't do the nice thing. So I actually kind of commend him for that. He didn't want them in there. Okay, but
But aren't they God's children too? And
but Joel Osteen has made I don't know the stats on this, but I'm sure Joel Osteen has given tons of money to charity and tons of resources, and I'm sure his church also has programs, charity programs, outreach programs.
Oh yeah. There's again this.
Those
we're
are just
going
haters
down-
trying to make him look bad.
We're
Well,
going
I
down
think
the
he should look
stream.
back. I will hate on all mega churches for the most part because they are profit generating machines. That's their main goal. It's not about
No, it's
God.
not. You can't say that though.
Dude, why do all the founders of these mega churches then fly around in private jets?
Because they need to get around quickly to different speaking engagements and share
John,
the gospel, bro.
You should look up the video. Oh my gosh, I have to look at.
Come on.
I'm just saying it's not.
They're not using them though to fly around to impoverished people like Mother Teresa. They're going to the fucking Turks and Caicos to vacation.
Well,
And they
because
can
of
do that.
I mean, I'm sure this is not.
They can do that if they want to. I don't
private
care.
jet, it takes
I don't
the same amount
care.
of time to go on a public jet.
Why do you
can
care?
do that.
But what's
Well,
wrong with
because
it? I mean,
I care because I hate hypocrisy.
What's the
how is that
hypocrisy?
How is that hypocritical?
It is hypocritical because
How
they
though?
are preaching.
Nail it down right now. How?
Because they are preaching Christian values and helping
But your
brother.
concept of Christian values are poor, nice guy.
Yeah.
No, it's about helping thy
feminized,
neighbor.
poor, nice guy.
Yeah, it's a feminized Christianity. It's be nice, be emotional. Oh, we need to open our doors to everyone. That's why immigration got us fucked. That's why
Treat
everyone's
others
hating
as
all these
thou
successful
treat
people that are
yourself.
spreading good messages.
Yes, treat others as you would like to be treated.
Isn't that a Christian value?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the golden rule.
Okay, well, if I'm starving and my pastor is flying on a private jet to Turks, I don't think that he's treating me how I would like to be treated.
Go to a different church.
I mean,
I'm
Like
particularly
your pastor.
picking on
Okay,
the mega
look. No. Your pastor's job is not to feed you baked beans and tell you you're a good boy.
Yeah,
His
I mean,
job is to preach.
that- we can just localize this a little more. The homeless, the drug addicts. There's plenty of programs for them. They try to get them into rehab and all this stuff. They don't want to. They're not ready. The reason why they are where they are is because they don't follow these rules, because they don't treat others the way they like to be treated. Those are the natural consequences. You lose your friends, your family gives up on you. You go into a deep dark hole. You end up on the street. You end up unconscious 24 hours a day nearly, trying to escape the pain, the suffering of your hell.
I agree.
Yeah, most people just don't want to be helped.
Yeah, I mean,
You
it's
can't
for the
help.
same
You can't get help until you're ready to be helped.
It's the same reason I'm not gonna open my door and host some person just because I'm a good Christian and they need help. I'm not gonna bring them into my house and set them up a bed. I'm curious where did you get this idea? And I'm speaking out loud. Where did the idea come in? That I mean, is it the guy on the was it the Good Samaritan? Where was the message that gave this thing where we need to help everyone?
Good Samaritan.
Okay,
Yeah,
well, we should discuss the Good Samaritan. I would be very curious to pull it up or do like a homework assignment, because I swear when I read these passages again, it's like a Mandela effect. Because I'm like, that is not how I read it before.
Of course, we want to help and uphold the dignity of our brothers, right? Of course, we want to do that. But sometimes that means we're not giving you free needles anymore. We're not allowing you
But
to
when you're in
to
a
treat
hurricane,
yourself.
not opening your doors, how is that equivalent to needles?
Well, okay, first of all, see, I know about that event. You know about that event. Everyone knows about that event because it was a big news headline. I don't know what really happened. I wasn't there. I don't know what Joel said about it.
I don't either, but it's a great example. You know,
I know it is such a good gotcha because it's so concise and short and easy to point the finger at someone. Like there's a reason for that.
Never given an explanation really of why.
It's the same thing. Like it's similar with Trump now. Like, do you think this guy just suddenly they just figured out that he has like 100 felonies or whatever? It just so happened that they all figured this out just months before an election. I mean, he's been around for a long time. Like now they're just all figuring it out. No, it's because they're trying to paint a picture. They're trying to paint a picture in the heads of the American people. Oh, I can't have a criminal as a president. We just can't have that. Why would we want to vote for him? I mean, that's what they want you to think. But it's all all because of the election.
All about molding minds. Like,
yes,
we don't think that Trump is a Christian either, but he certainly pretends to be one.
Well, it goes down to what you define Christian as. Again, your definition of Christian is doopa-doopa-doo, nice guy who virtue signals and makes sure that everyone thinks he's a good person. But that's a very feminized way of looking at it. I think the church has been majorly feminized. And just earlier, you guys were talking about like women voting and stuff like this. And if you look at the voting maps, it used to be Democrats and Republicans were men and they discussed actual issues of politics. Now it's turning into just a war of the sexes. And that's the problem you get when you let women be equal and vote. Now you just have the war of the sexes, which is a very worldly battle. Like there's no leadership, there's no masculine leadership, and men are designed to lead.
It's because everything's become relative now. You know, those talking points, oh, well, he's a hypocrite, he's this, so you're supposed to be nice. Those are relativistic talking points.
Everything has always been relative.
Well, that's the point. Everything's become relative, but...
Not become, it's always been.
Well, no, with God it's not relative at all. Anyway, I've got to go. It's been great. Thank you for having me, John.
Hey,
I would love to hear you expound on that next time, England.
I will do. Well, but till then, pick up a Bible and read it.
Good night.
Sounds good, man. Have a good one.
Bye.
Later,
bro.
Well, I mean, on what he was saying when he was leaving, just pick up a Bible and read it. It's like, well, if you don't have the spirit of truth and wisdom, then you don't know how to read the Bible. That's why you get so many Bible thumpers.
It's a bunch of like archaic gobbledygook.
But it's not. It's not archaic gobbledygook. A lot of it, you know, the Old Testament is there's a lot of like historical context in that, but it's not gobbledygook. I mean, these are things that are still true 2,000 years later that Jesus talks about.
Well, right, I mean, we can pick and choose and find good principles throughout the Bible.
What was the last passage you read, Drew, that was gobbledygook?
Revelations, the entirety.
Well, I mean,
Revelation was
it's
never
weird.
Revelation wasn't even part
of
the canonized.
It's in the Bible, isn't it?
The Bible is a collection. Yeah. It's a canonized collection of books and letters.
Correct, and flawed human beings, decided which books would be included.
Yeah, sure.
Of course, and that's always going to be the case because we're humans. It's a game of telephone. It always has been, always will be. But that's why it's important to always go back to the truth. Truth is not something that you can just put on a shelf and dust it off and like it's just going to be there forever. It's a constant battle. Like lies are always creeping in. Darkness is always creeping in, and you have to be the bearer of the light, the city on the hill.
Yeah. And I think with scripture, like people have this idea that like every word is like holy. They're like every preposition, every verb is like every single word is holy. It's like, well, hold on, maybe like you got to read the whole story, and then there's truth that you can distill from the story. But this idea that like it was, I mean, the counter argument from the other side would be that like it's God. What's the God breathed, or like God's breath on paper? Pretty much is like the Greek or whatever. And it's like, well, I mean, yeah, but and I think that really lends itself to Bible thumping.
I mean, when
where
you
think
say
like
things
every
like that,
damn word,
right?
You're like, oh, every word is holy. You know, every
Well,
word, every word.
It comes back to what I said about myth. Like truth can't necessarily be held, touched, tasted, or anything like that. You have to solve for what we can't taste, touch, see. And even the name Holy Bible, I think, is a misnomer, because the text in itself is not holy. It's ink on a page.
Interesting.
The content and the truth that's in it, you shouldn't have to be convinced of it or persuaded.
But why are people convinced of it? Because we know these things intrinsically.
Yeah, exactly. That's why, I mean, Jesus.
And they confirm our intrinsic beliefs.
Yes, but our intrinsic beliefs come through aging and wisdom and experience, because we have to face the consequences of doing things the wrong way. And that's where you get a lot of like, oh, drug addiction, we're going to put you through rehab, and now you're a reformed alcoholic. It's like, but you're not a reformed alcoholic. You're not an alcoholic. It's all these identifications and attachments that we have about our identity and who we think we are. And everyone has those with God. Everyone has those with Christianity. When you hear that word, your idea of it is very different than mine.
Bro, that's why I reject labels. I don't like labels on anything.
Well, unfortunately, they're kind of necessary, you know?
They're not, though.
They are for communication. Like, we use symbols to communicate. Letters themselves don't have any intrinsic meaning to them. We just all agree that they make certain sense in certain orders.
Well, we just try to simplify things that are complex. You know, it's a human.
I think it might be the other way around. I think we complicate things that are simple, and you have to kind of tear that away. I've told this story before, but a classically trained cellist here in Seattle, for an interview we did with her, she said how she went to school and she did her master's and she became, classically trained and followed all the rules of music notation and writing music, and how she had to forget all of that to get back to kind of like the creative state. As it says, like Jesus said, you have to be like a child.
Yes. Which
is uncomplicating things. The truth is not complicated. The lies are complicated and very confusing. I've been through this experience of not knowing who I was, what I was doing, and I knew I am so confused. I would write that in my journal. I would tell myself, I am so confused. I don't know who I am. I don't know the truth. I don't even trust myself. And I had to find my way back to that.
I see what you're saying, and I just think that, like, you can say it both ways. You can make things that are simple complicated. You can complicate things that are simple. The way to uncomplicate things and make it simple is to judge every person on the context of their own character. When we start labeling people into groups, oh, you're a Jew, oh, you're black, that is simplifying things that should. I just don't agree with simplifying them down to that level.
Well, it's
or woman or
it's
man.
Usually, I think another way to look at it is that I think when you truly believe in Christian values and Christ's message, that's absolutely correct. If you are enlightened in a certain way, you realize it's all individual and it's a spiritual world. I'm not my body. I'm not my skin color. I'm not all these things. That's who I thought I was. And I had to be reborn and my ego like redefined about understanding who and what I am. And usually the groups and all that stuff, that's usually the people who haven't gotten there. That's why blacks all group together and like, oh, like we're all black. We have to do black things in black neighborhoods. But if more people were enlightened to the fact that I'm not those things and I don't identify as those things, we all see each other as brothers and sisters in
we all
Christ.
are.
Exactly. And see, this is what I think is the tragedy, is that the current state, and maybe not the current state, like I said, I think it's the same when Jesus was around. The religious marketing and the church and all this stuff is wrong. And it makes it's bad advertising for the truth. Like, it's always kind of hidden behind that. And if you don't see it for yourself, you see what Hollywood tells you, and you see what, the newspapers tell you and the media and all this stuff. You get like the wrong impression. And then I completely understand, because I've been through the same thing. I went through phases where I was just like, oh, this church stuff's just hocus pocus, and I'm a real person. I see like the real world, and I know that that's not true. I believed it growing up, but it's just like a fairy tale. But I moved through that. Now I see the confusion of all that, but I see the truth of what it actually is.
Well, and I feel like I can look at Christianity, I can look at a lot of religions as beautiful things without believing in their dogmas and still be spiritual. I'm not an atheist. I'm agnostic. I don't believe that any man truly knows what the truth is.
You're literally talking like a Christian.
Cherry picking?
Yes, that was the whole message. The dogmas of the church is what Jesus stood up against, and they got pissed off because he was turning people away from the church, and they were starting to follow him because he was speaking truth, and people vibed with it.
Yeah, I believe that the historical Jesus was a great man, just like the historical Muhammad was a great
man. It's the greatest man ever sent to earth, bro.
At the very least. Was a
Put some
great
respect on his name, man. I'm just kidding.
I know. No, I know. I think these are all very interesting, topics. I do, and I wish we had more certainty. Like, wouldn't it be nice if, like, the real God could just show himself and make himself known?
He does reveal himself. Go
Can
ahead.
you give an example?
Oh, well, give an example first. Then.
The truth. When you live a life in darkness and you cry out for the truth and you submit, and you finally say, I'm not going to do it my way anymore. My way doesn't work. I'm going to observe your ways. And I'm not going to judge things. I'm not going to have an attitude about good, bad. I'm going to observe the things that are happening to me in my life and follow his path, not my own path.
Okay, but that's so abstract compared to, like, I literally just took this glass of water and turned it into wine. Drink this wine. Or I'm walking on a fucking lake on top of the water.
Well, again, that's the hocus pocus part of the Bible, and that is something that
was a topic I wrote down about how if Christ didn't perform miracles, how would his message
it would have never
been marketed
crossed
to the
over.
masses? And I made note of that because it's interesting just from like a marketing perspective. Like, if he was literally not doing anything extraordinary, no one would have paid attention. As far as the kind of the like get your foot in the door type stuff, as far as where you get a whole city to talk about him. Yeah, that was much later on. That was much. I'm talking about in the beginning stages about like the. It's funny talking about it like this, but like the guerrilla marketing, bro. He had to get his name off the ground. He'd be like, "Hey."
I don't think he chose that. I think other people chose that wrote the things down. And
interesting.
Again,
his message was the guiding vehicle for it, obviously, because truth is attractive.
Yeah, well, humans are fallible, and again, I think myth is important in culture to communicate spiritual things. Like the Greek and Roman gods, they were used constantly in storytelling because the story, right? It's in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God. You know, what you believe is what you believe to be true, and what you believe to be true is your God. And if you believe lies and you believe that lies are true, those lies will be your God. If you believe the government, and the government is true, the government's going to be your God. If you believe the woman and you follow the woman's going to be your God. And you become subject to these things, like earthly things. But he did say, greater works will you do than I. So, you know, nobody's done these miracles since, but he said that greater works would be done. So I don't know exactly what he meant by that. I'm not sure anyone knows exactly what he meant by that.
Don't know. There's so many questions, and that's where I think Jesus was trolling us. There's going to be never going to be an answer to some of these questions. He just wanted us to get together and talk about them.
Well, I think asking the questions leads to certain answers that are kind of self-evident once you think about it enough. And
well, especially when
there
you
is
have
a lot of
people-
philosophy in it.
Right. But I mean, I've been in like Bible groups where, you know, I'm not trying to be argumentative, but asking questions about, you know, certain things. Well, was this meant that way, or was this meant that way? And it's just a very
My phone died, guys. I had to...
You're good. It's like the very conscriptional, like Sunday school answers. You know, it's like don't question anything, just. but I honestly think it'd be wrong to not question these parables, because that's the whole point, right? You're supposed to come up with a litany of questions, like, why did the guy
If you have a
that
brain,
buried the
you're gonna
money?
question these things.
I know, but like, yeah, but the parable of like, why the guy that buried the money and came out even, was he reprimanded, while the guy that invested the money and lost it all was praised by the Father? You know, it's like, and there's a third guy too, but you know, these parables are really cool if you actually read them. And we talk about them a lot, but I'd be the first to admit, like, I have not sat down and actually read like a nice parable from start to finish in a minute. Because they are, I swear, as you age, like the text changes, obviously because your perception changes. But well, I was reading one lately, but yeah, like the prodigal son, I read that and I was like, man, this is a whole different story from how I remember reading it in school.
No, I think asking the questions is the beginning of a journey.
The wrestle with
And
God.
Yeah. I mean, I don't have it all figured out, but I've certainly noticed a lot of things that, you know, are inherent truths, and they do exist, and some of them go against common understanding.
I think the like truest shit that we've said is that all of this stuff, like, heaven is on earth, and
Can be, yeah.
all of these religions are designed to teach you how to live a righteous life and to teach you how to live a fulfilling life on earth.
Yeah, I think there were a lot of societal implications as far as interpretation of the word too, that benefited people or kept order. Maybe it was for better reasoning. I don't see, again, like that is where I don't know if it's like wrong, if, you know, if it's for the greater benefit to interpret something and implement it into, you know.
It's not a coincidence that every group of people, whether it's an uncontacted tribe in the Amazon or the Roman Empire or anyone, they all have creation myths. They all have ways to explain dying and what happens afterwards.
Of course, because you can't not have them, right?
Yeah, well, it's
just
before
being a
art.
human being. You're having consciousness. You're gonna have to ask those questions. Oh, I notice people in my village are dying. Well, what happens to them? And also the other question of like, how did we get here? What are these things? I mean, these are existential questions that every living being will at some age begin to question. That's completely natural. You do have to have, people are going to come up with some answer, right?
You know what? Here's a kind of a hot take. I think that one reason that contributes to why God has, and I'm saying this with air quotes, why God has, air quotes, died, is that most people, most of the human population these days doesn't see the stars. You know, we don't have that nightly reminder of something beyond us. And I think that's undervalued and underreported.
Yeah, I could agree with that. There's something to that.
You know, when you're looking up at the heavens every night, like that's going to naturally cause you to think beyond yourself, and that doesn't happen anymore. Like I'm looking outside right now. I live in Chicago. Like there's no stars. Don't see a goddamn thing.
Well, during the day we have, clearly we have the sun, and that's a reminder that there's something far,
True.
far out there.
We've all been in nature though, away from the smog. Like when you're in a place that's like really remote and you just see, the heavens in their full glory, and it's powerful.
Yeah, I've considered that everything's a symbol, and if everything's a symbol, then these universal entities like the sun, every culture knows the sun, right? Every culture knows the moon. Every culture knows water.
Every culture knows the North Star, which led the 3 kings to baby Jesus in manger.
Right, and if everything's symbols, then you're going to have storyline. You're going to have a mythos that can't be avoided. But I think there's, again, I think myth explains truth. And it seems kind of a paradox that myth is truth, but it's not the myth that's true. Again, I go back to the map and the territory. We try to make maps to explain the territory of the realm that we don't live in, but that we can somehow sense that we're a part of something greater, like you said.
I think a lot of it too, like for me, like if people that believe in Christianity could admit the fact that righteous people who don't believe in Christianity can go to heaven, that would be so helpful for my own journey, because that's such a deal breaker for me, where it's just like you're full of shit.
What is righteousness?
Righteousness is living morally, so following the 10 Commandments, because those are, to me, they're not delivered from God, they're delivered intrinsically from being a human being. We all know right from wrong intrinsically.
Do we though?
Do we?
You just described the tribes. You just described tribes that live in I don't know where, that do horrible things. Clearly, we don't really know good and right, good and wrong.
And there's been child sacrifice and all kinds of pedophilia throughout tribal life and tribal culture, and
But I'm sure
extreme
there's
violence.
an example of a good person within those tribes, never been exposed to Christianity. They, by
So
these
people-
rules we're laying down, go to hell.
So you're saying that people that accidentally, just happen to follow the Bible without even knowing that they're following it, those people should be saved. That's the argument you're making.
Correct.
But again, we're speaking in terms of this Disneyland
Exceptions
you
make the
go
rules.
to after you die because you were a good boy. I mean,
But
that
that's-
seems so mama to me. It's crazy.
But that's such a specific scenario. How would someone follow the Bible, almost perfectly without knowing of the Bible?
Because I believe that morality is hardwired into a normal functioning human being.
But it isn't. That's why you brought up those tribes that never heard of God and that do cannibalism. They rape kids. They eat kids. They
So you're
skin people
generalizing. They
alive.
don't all do that. They don't all do that.
I didn't say they all do that, but that has happened.
But she's refuting the fact that morality is not pre-programmed. Otherwise, you wouldn't have those things.
Okay, but the Navajo Indians weren't all raping everybody.
But I'm sure some of them committed crimes.
But some of them didn't, and those people that didn't, they go to hell too.
But that doesn't make.
They're
we
living
all
in
go to
hell.
hell without salvation, right? Nobody's
Without
perfect.
Christian
You can't live life perfectly.
But again, I think the rape is the grape is a byproduct of the sin. Again, it's not the action. It's just a result. Here,
I mean, go back
let's
to,
I'm gonna
go
watch this
back
clip
through
real
history.
quick.
Go back to like the Mayans, the Aztecs.
All right,
like,
hold that thought about the Mayans and the
I wasn't
Aztecs.
there.
Let's watch this clip real quick.
I just saw my YouTube. Oh shit! I hear my echo. Ugh. Raging Tomato.
Shut up for a second.
They commissioned two of their brightest and best to design and build a stupendous supercomputer to calculate the answer to life, the universe, and everything.
Oh, deep thought. We want you to tell us the answer.
The answer to what?
The answer to life, the universe, everything. We'd really like an answer. Something simple.
I have to think about that.
Hold on.
Return to this place in exactly 7.5 million years.
Has it finished? Oh, no, there's more. There's more. They go back. Well, 7.5 million years later.
That's right. They do.
Deep thought. Do you have
An answer for you? Yes, but you're not going to like it.
It doesn't matter. We must know it.
All right. The answer to the ultimate question.
You guys ready?
Please.
The universe and everything is 42. 42? Yes, I thought it over quite
Is this
thoroughly.
Monty
It is
Python?
42. It would have been simpler, of course, to have known what the actual question was.
But it was the question. The ultimate question.
All right.
That's not a question.
I don't want to get this ish taken down. Probably already compromised that, but it's a funny movie. 42, guys. Well, okay, you were talking about the Aztecs and the Mayans?
Well, yeah, I'm just saying, like, those were huge civilizations, pre-Christian contact. Sure, there were some
Right.
good people in those civilizations. Like, had to be, right?
Well, what is a good person?
Like, they did a shitload of good deeds. But
don't know.
is your argument, though, that everyone lived in pre-Christian contact South America went to hell because they weren't Christian?
Well, again, we're hung up on this concept of Christian. When we talk about Christian, what is that?
Believing that Jesus Christ is the Savior. Very specific.
He himself?
Yes. Right? Like that is what the Bible says, is that you have to accept
Like the man
Jesus.
himself? The Bible says you accept Jesus?
I could be wrong. Like, I'm not read, but that's been, kind of how, like, things have come down to me, is that I feel like that's the argument, is that if you don't accept Jesus, Christian Jesus, as your Savior, you go to hell.
I wonder if Jesus is like constantly doing the face palm.
Yeah, he's
Just
doing the Matthew
it's like,
McConaughey meme.
Stop making it about me, this human being, and this character, and just start listening to the truth I'm trying to communicate to you. It's not about me. It's my Father. I'm trying to point you in the right direction. I'm trying to show it to you. It's right in front of your face. I try to make it so obvious to y'all, but you don't get it. So I got to make these parables to help you understand, because you don't understand it directly. And they kept making it all about him.
There it is.
Like even when the I forget the name, the religious elites kept challenging him, and they asked him, like, are you God? Are you saying that you're God?
Mm-hmm.
And his answer was, you say that I am. It's like, you're making me that. I'm not saying I am. You're making me God. That's your supposition.
That's interesting.
Right.
Because
He didn't say I'm not. He said you say that I am.
Right. And people didn't like that answer apparently, because this is kind of like
no, it's an enigmatic answer. It's not a hard.
They wanted him to say yes so they could get rid of him,
or
Just a
say no. You know, I mean, either way, it's just like I am what they say I am. It's
I am
that's
what
very
I am.
true.
Isn't that
It's
what he
very
said?
It is what you make it. Is I think
Right.
the message.
Right. But I think because you're able to spin things if you have a hard yes or a hard no, right?
Well, and I think this is where man gets in the way of God, because obviously, righteous people that lived morally in uncontacted tribes, they go to heaven. Like, there's no denying that. Like,
all uncontacted tribes under Drew go to
no,
heaven.
not all people in the uncontacted tribes. The morally living people,
The
the
mo-
murderers,
the
the
ones-
rapists.
Okay. Well,
the ones that were just chilling.
Let's put it this way. How good do you have to be? What's the threshold? I mean, obviously no one's perfect, so what's the threshold? Are you like 90% good? Does a B plus get you there? Does a C get you there?
It's not
What
a
do you-
requirement, though, to believe in Jesus to go to heaven. Though. It's about how
Right,
you live your
Adriano.
life.
But what is the requirement is what I'm asking.
How you live your life.
I know, but to what standard?
To a righteous, morally good standard.
Right, but nobody's perfect. We agree on that, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so my question is, if you get an A, can you go to heaven? What if you get a B plus? Can you still go? Like, where's the line?
We talked
I
about
like
the
to think
sliding
it's
scale
kind of
of
like
sin.
you stand at the pearly gates. They go through a list of your good deeds and bad, and the balance determines where you go.
Right, but what grade do you have to get into the
Nobody knows, so
college?
live as well as you can.
It's people
Nobody
suffer
knows
from
'cause
this.
there is no.
Yeah, people suffer from this idea of binary. It is or it isn't, and you can see it ripe in culture with. Okay, you guys can probably help me out with some examples, but AT&T, T-Mobile, like Apple, Windows, Android, Apple.
Churches. These are all churches.
Well, it's just this idea. There's a bigger idea of you need to be with something or against something. Like
Pardon
that's
my
where
ice
people
again, I'm pouring
kind
my
of find identity. Well, you can mute yourself,
fuck
or I'll mute your ass. But there's other ones there. It's like with sports too. You're either a Cowboys fan or you're not, or you're. What are some other ones?
No, that's good. I like the sports analogy.
Like you drink or you don't drink. Like you smoke or you don't. You're a smoker or you're a non-smoker. It's like this duality binary thing, which a lot of people get. I'm not going to do the whole like there's a spectrum, but because I don't think that's a good explanation either. But it's like, why even focus on that? Like that's the kind of minutia stuff that doesn't really push the ball down the field as far as discussion goes.
I was always choosing a side. Yeah, I mean,
I mean,
I'm not here for the red team or the blue team. I'm here for the game.
Right. It's to watch the sport and to see it unfold. But like you see it in culture, and I started noticing this. I mean, what are some other? I have a long list. I can't pull it up now. But it's corporations. It's politics, obviously. Conservative, liberal. I mean, what are some more of these polar opposites where everyone, it's dividing people?
Well, it's the desperation to know who I am. What is I? And people will use external identifiers to try to fit into a group so that they can feel like they have a personality and identity. But it's like an ego identity. It's not a spiritual identity.
Right, because you're trying to be a part of something. Or like... Because you shouldn't be seeking out to be a part of anything if you
the only thing you want to be part of is the truth. That's why Andrew Tate, Myron, Donald Trump, all these people.
Fuentes.
It's either these people either love him and they worship him as an idol, or they hate him as a demon. It's neither one. Is he speaking the truth, or is he not? And if he's not speaking the truth, you can call him out. And I think if you're self-actualized man and you don't have insecurities and defensiveness and all this stuff, you'd be open to that. You'd be like, look,
Right.
and this is what happened with Red Pill.
It's just another man.
Red Pill started with men getting together and sharing notes and saying, I noticed this pattern. What about you guys? No, we did. It's kind of like, I'm not going to go on the crypto thing, but blockchain, that's kind of how Bitcoin works. You have all these computers in a network all verifying the truth of a transaction.
Sure.
And if they all agree on
totally.
it, then it's the truth. For it doesn't mean it's always the truth, but there's a really, really good chance when 100,000 people agree that something's true, that the math equation equals a certain answer, that it's probably true.
Yep.
But if it's not true, then you have to fix the bug, right? But people have to be open to being corrected. You have to be willing to say, you know what, I thought that was true, but you make some good points, and now I have to reassess, instead of just sticking in the camp because you're afraid that your identity is being threatened because that's what you believe to be true. But maybe it's not true, and some people have a really hard time letting go of things that they have thought were true for a very long time in their life, maybe since they were born.
Yeah, that could be earth-shattering.
Yeah, it's scary.
Like reality shattering. You're like, wait.
But it's because they attach their selfness to these beliefs that may end up being lies. And that's like when you die to your ego. And sometimes when this happens, people kill themselves because they identify so closely with it, they think that they're dying, but it's not them that's dying.
Interesting. No, I mean, I've been there. I've had the earth-shattering, reality-shattering experience. But to talk about the inconsistencies when you're amongst a group of like men that have consistent stories, it's really interesting because it provides perspective and context. Like when you're trying to finding a big bug, like a glaring bug, it's going to be one inconsistency out of 50 other consistencies.
And it can be inconvenient. It could be uncomfortable to accept certain truths that you've always kind of held close as your little teddy bear your whole life.
Right.
But it's all the attachments, right? It's you're attached to this identity. And I think in a spiritual life, a big component of high level spiritual enlightenment is not being attached and being very observant to the truth.
Especially to people.
And that takes a lot of balls.
Because these people leave no buffer between Trump and themselves. It's like, oh, he did something wrong. It's like, well, hold on. I was saying earlier, like, let no man teach you. I mean, that's what Christ said. Like,
and also Stalin
you're
said,
on your own.
Stalin said, if you show me the man, I'll show you the crime. Essentially saying, like, if we tail him long enough and we get into his private business enough, we're going to find out that he has skeletons in the closet, but we all do. That's why he said, just show me the man and we'll find out what's wrong with him, because nobody's perfect.
Right. Yeah, it's a powerful saying because it's very short. You kind of have to say it twice to really get it. It's deep. Deep, deep. Phew. Oh, man. Well, I'll probably bring it up to a wrap here. That seemed kind of like a natural closing to me. This has been a good pod. It went way longer than I expected. You turn up some music
Sometimes
here.
it does.
Let's vibe out to the music for a little bit. This music's kind of cheesy, huh? I got work with it. shit, we got the loop. Nice, nice. Well, shit. I had my notes up here from my co-producer, Pac, or Cash Cow King Andy. What did you want to talk about Gunna about? Did you see his stage? If you rewind the pod like 3 hours, there was a structural engineering segment of the show where we watched Gunna's show, and the second story of the venue was like flexing because so many people were jumping up and down. So I was curious what you had to say about Gunna. You said your Yeezy pods are coming. Oh, I think he fell asleep. Oh damn! I think we got everyone falling asleep. I was wondering, is someone breathing?
Oh my god. I have been on mute for the last, who knows how long. Can you hear me now?
Bro, I thought you were the one breathing that fell asleep.
Nah, bro. I've been talking incessantly for the last 30 minutes.
Are you kidding me? Where have you been?
Nobody has probably heard me. I've been screaming into the mic for the last 30 minutes. I've had so many takes.
You've been muted for...
I just did a freestyle rap about Christians versus agnostics.
Oh.
I mean, and let me try to redo it. Can
Do you
hear
want
me
the
now?
beat? You want the beat back up? Yeah, I can hear you now.
All right. Christian bitch, I'm an agnostic. You could suck a fat Christian dick.
Whoa. I didn't know it was going to be like that.
That was it's not as good as it was before. But Drew Pac, I'm an agnostic. Don't give a fuck what you think about it. You can suck my dick.
Wow, very
Any day, anytime.
kind of sus, bro.
Any day, anytime. Only want a girl on my line. Lines I'm on 9876. Pussy ass bitch, get on my dick. Why I wanted to talk about Gunna?
Yeah, dude, I can't believe you
Dude,
haven't.
I've been rapping, I've been talking.
And you're just not getting feedback, and you're just like, well,
I started yelling, and then I ran over my phone. I was like, "What the fuck?"
yeah. I'm like my co-producer gave me notes. Yeezy
Bro,
pods are coming.
How long has it been since you heard me talk?
I don't know. At least like 15, 20 minutes, bro.
No.
Rewind the tape. Yeah.
Oh my god.
I know. I've done that before, dude. I actually did that. I have a crazy story. I'll keep it real short. I did that on a Discord with Riggs and Pyro, England.
Riggs, but go on.
Well, maybe you'll teach something about yourself.
Okay.
Him and England, and we were in a three-person chat, and I've been chatting with England for like 3 hours or like forever, and then Riggs got on for like an hour, and Riggs couldn't hear me the entire time, but we were like talking, and it was like kind of working, and it was freaking me out. I was like, what, is this guy like hating on me? Is he just ignoring me? And it was an interesting exercise because all thoughts are all lies, dude, because it just wasn't true. But like Satan started to permeate my head and be like, hey, start creating stories and stuff. Anyways,
it's just a label.
No, it's a spirit, bro. You don't believe it's a spirit?
I believe it's like a natural force that creeps into our heads. It's
fair enough.
It's evil, but it's not an actual like horned figure.
Yeah, of course not. No, I mean, there's someone did a really cool AI here. I can pull it up of what Satan would have looked like.
And last thing I'll say, I'm about this. I can't believe I was muted. I was throwing so much heat.
Yeah, I wish. Anyways,
though, see, like a lot of what you were saying there, like I agree with and I disagree with. I wish you would have heard everything that I disagree with and agree with, but ultimately what it boils down to is that I believe that the only thing that we can truly be, if we're being intellectually honest with ourselves, is agnostic. Because nobody knows. We've got a lot of different ways to look at the world, whether it's Buddhism, whether it's Christianity. They're all kind of guides to a moral life. And whether or not you believe in the Christian God or not, I truly believe that there's a path to heaven for you, no matter what you believe. If heaven exists. And we'll never know until we die ultimately.
Yeah, but what if we die and we still don't? There's no like conscious understanding.
That's the most probable thing.
I'm more in the camp of heaven on earth, bro. It's peacefulness, it's stillness, it's if you live a quote unquote sin-free life, then you're not looking over your shoulder. You can walk on the beach and enjoy life. You can.
It's the Occam's razor way to look at things.
You've used that term. I don't know what that means.
Pull it up, Jima.
Occam's razor?
OCCAMS.
OCCAMS.
I can't believe you never heard of that. I know
Occam's razor.
I know CS.
Oh, this is like a monk thing?
No.
This is kind of like a meme. Oh, this looks good. This is probably too advanced for my understanding, but I want to see the meme first.
Basically, it boils down to the simplest explanation for anything is usually correct.
Oh. Interesting.
Well, it's not, Christianity.
Who's snoring? I'm muting Davey.
Is not a sales pitch. It's not a persuasive thing, and I know it comes across that way a lot by people who don't understand it from a certain perspective, at least the one that I view it from. It's something you have to see for yourself, because then it
relies on faith, though, right?
No, it's not. I guess there's an element of faith, but not faith in the sense of like, I'm just gonna believe it though I can't prove it, and I'm just gonna kind of go on a ledge here or go a limb here because I'm afraid of death. That's like fear-based. It's just something that
absolutely does rely on that though, because you're depending on 2,000-year-old books written, like.
No, see, you keep going back to this thing. I thought we just talked about this, but here's the one thing I would encourage. You have to see it for yourself, and that's the most important thing, because then there's nobody to blame. It's not like, oh, this guy told me this, and now I'm finding out that he's not perfect, so I can't. Now I'm mad at him. You have to see it for yourself, but the asking questions is good. I mean,
I see for myself what morality is, and I feel strongly about what is moral.
Yeah, and that's fine if it works for you, and
I can hang my hat on saying I don't know.
Well, yeah, none of us do. We're humans. There's
All right,
a lot we don't understand. We're never gonna understand certain things on this plane of reality. It's just beyond us. They're existential questions. And I don't. There isn't an answer. There shouldn't be an answer.
I mean, if there was
the answer is 42.
it'd be over. Then, yeah, exactly, dude. Yeah, that one's gonna sink in, guys. I think that one's gonna sink in for everyone in a minute.
Say it again.
That clip I played from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
The answer is 42.
Answer is 42.
Yeah, I didn't get that. I heard that. I didn't get it.
Yeah, I know. It fell upon much confusion. I could hear it in the air. Everyone was just like,
well, I was talking at the store.
So, what did Sally do last week? But yeah, here, let's watch.
I need like a.
Exactly. What does it mean? Here, let's watch one more clip and then we can talk about it.
It means that any answer will lead to another question.
Yeah, it's just a never-ending. People, and also the thing that I got from it is people are gonna create meaning out of nothingness, just by inherent nature of being a human and consciousness. So, you could. It doesn't matter. 42. You could say green eggs and ham. It doesn't matter.
Okay, I understand. But how do you not see that as a refutation then of your religion?
I'm going to play this clip because I want to get this out of the way. It's Mike Judge's Occam's Razor. But Drew, bring that question up after we exit this, because it is a valid question.
Okay, it's now painfully clear. The adults are definitely paving the way for an invasion by the saucer people. You fool! Can't you see it's a massive government conspiracy? Or have they gotten to you, too?
Stop it! Why are you guys jumping to such ridiculous conclusions? Haven't you ever heard of Occam's razor? The simplest explanation is probably the correct one.
So what's the simplest explanation?
I don't know. Maybe they're all reverse vampires and they have to get home before dark. Reverse vampires!
Maggie, the genius.
Lisa.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Lisa. My bad. Oh my gosh. Throw some respect on Judge's
Divine feminine.
justifications.
Divine feminine coming in there with the
The divine feminine. I love that.
which is a cool thing. Like I actually just thought of that term. I remember from my anthropology class in college though. Like some of the oldest
Bro, you should
carved
do a whole
figures.
video on this. That'd be incredible.
It is interesting though that some of
Should.
the oldest human
Hate that
carved
word,
figures are pregnant women carved pieces of like mammoth bone.
Beta goes back old as time.
Yeah, people simps go back to age 1, bro.
I mean that's funny though.
Day
that's
one
the
simp.
take on that.
Adam was a
Like,
simp. Was he not? Was Adam a simp?
No.
Yeah, because he listened to the woman.
What? How is Adam not a simp?
Because he fulfilled God's
That'd be
plan.
a great YouTube video. Was Adam a simp? And you're all, in the camera.
That's a funny answer.
Holding the Bible. Let's be honest here. Adam was a simp. Okay. People have done it. Yeah.
If Adam
Or a
hadn't
cuck
be a
even,
simp though,
because-
where is the world now?
Well, in the garden, paradise.
I think you're
Okay, so
answering
we're
your
all
own questions,
naked,
bro.
like,
Take a look
living in
around.
garden? Like, do we want to be there?
Yeah, everything you would ever need. I mean, that it's heaven essentially, right? That's the,
Seeing all these like ugly ass titties and ass, like
I don't think we would ever think of it or consider it.
yeah, I'm just kind of trolling right now. But,
That's funny.
but yeah, no, these are all very interesting questions. I love thinking
Yeah.
about this type of stuff. Like,
No, it's
I
very
really do.
Well, it's interesting to me because it's stimulating, but it's also like stimulating at a level where I'm gathering that it's in search of the truth, which is probably one of the most
Well, it's the truth that we'll never
stimulating
find.
things for a man, is to get to the bottom of this. Not that we're ever going to get to the bottom of it, but to pursue it is really.
Well, I think that's
it's
to me
amazing.
that's what life is for.
Let me ask you guys this question.
Is to
So
get
if,
closer.
If alien life like shows up with irrefutable proof, like a spaceship comes into our orbit tomorrow, what does that do to your views on religion?
Wait, what was the question?
Yeah, I've thought about that because that's kind of like Copernicus, right? I mean, it's just like, oh, yeah, Jesus was definitely not a simp. He even told his mom to shut up.
No, I'm going through. No, she meant Adam. No, I think I have a strong case for Adam being a simp. Are you guys monks? Yes. we're
Wait,
monks.
Adam was the first simp.
Yeah, it's pretty clear. That's what I'm saying. Either cuck or simp. It's debatable.
No, it's
I could create a great argument that he was a cuck because he sat by and watched and didn't,
Well, he's also the most alpha guy ever because he created pussy. Like,
from
wasn't
his
it-
rib.
Yeah, wasn't it a piece of his rib?
Well,
that
God
pussy?
created the woman. He didn't create the woman.
It's part of Adam's rib, though.
Right,
Yeah, but
he
what's
didn't
clay
form
from
her.
a big chunk of clay? It's not. I don't
Bro,
know.
obviously, like, woman wasn't created from some guy Adam's rib. Can we agree on that? Like, that's part of the myth that you were talking about.
I don't know. I mean,
Well, you're
it
about
seems pretty
to
reasonable
open
to
a
me.
whole new can of worms that gets philosophical.
I'm cutting this off at a 6-hour mark too.
My
So we got 10
understanding
minutes,
of women,
boys.
I think when it comes from the man, a woman is kind of a reflection of the man, and she folds into his frame when the order
But
is
that's a metaphor, though.
right. A myth, as we talked about earlier.
Myth and metaphor are different, but I'll digress.
Well, myth is what I'm talking about, because obviously no one was around to write down history of the first man and woman. I mean, that's obviously a myth. Come on.
But the talking snake, though, that's real.
That was at the same time. No, there's.
I know, I'm kidding. But
Yeah, no, it's all myth, but there's truth in the myth. And I mean, I think that's the most fascinating aspect of it, is that simps were around since the beginning of time. It's always been a problem, and it always will be.
So
I find that fascinating, though, to think that you guys like are heavily Christian and think that Adam was a simp.
Yeah,
He was, because he didn't obey his father. He didn't obey God. He put the woman in the
first
place
simp.
of God and followed her instead of his father. That's
But you're
exactly.
implying by saying that he was a simp that there was an alternative to that.
Yeah,
Well,
obey
yeah,
your
it's the
father,
fall-
obey God.
Yeah, it's the
He
fallen
was the
state.
first man, though. He had no choice. He was created as father's image.
Yeah, it's the fallen state of man. I mean, this is all part of the story.
Wait,
right?
what's being lost here?
Adam was created by God. He was the first human man,
Correct.
according to Christianity.
No one's debating this. What about it?
So we're saying that God's creation was a simp.
Yes, when he disobeyed. The disobedience is what made him the simp. His simpism isn't what his identity. That was his behavior. A man is not a simp.
But he was
Simping
the
is
first
a behavior.
one, though. So he was a bug in the programming? Like, the simp was a bug in the programming?
No,
Yeah, it's
Satan is the bug in the programming.
But again, it's the result from the sin. Yes, the initial was the deception, which was a lie. Well, even before that, the behavior of Eve was there's something greater. The grass is greener. There's something better than what is going on here.
No, she was seduced.
Yeah, and I mean, a bug. It's interesting you put it that way, Drew. I was kind of stunned. Like a bug in the system. Yeah, I mean, but didn't there have to be a bug in the system for any of this to make sense? Because
I don't know. If I'm thinking about an all-powerful creator, I think you would optimize until that bug kind of disappeared.
yeah, but then we'd just be in heaven. It wouldn't have mattered. There had to be something go wrong. There had to be a stick in the spoke. Like something needed to. Or
Why was
else
that necessary,
the whole
though?
struggle of life and the whole battle between right and wrong wouldn't
Well, you
matter.
guys talked about the prodigal son earlier. It's like, why did he need to suffer? So he could come home and have gratitude. He had to leave home, suffer, and then come back home. And so he knew what suffering was. So
No,
he knew
I think
difference.
the answer is because we're working backwards. We are humans. We have these failings, and then we try to explain them. It's not the other way around where it's God created what he wanted and made it perfect. If that makes sense.
Well, his creation can't be perfect, right?
Why?
Because it's not of him.
But why wouldn't he want to create something perfect? Like if he's all powerful,
Because then there would be nothing to love God. You would just be alone.
Interesting. So there
Like
has
to
to be
create
some
love,
distortion.
you have to have.
Well, but can you hear a pure signal? Does it like a pure signal exist? You have to provide some distortion to it in order.
Well, again, we were talking about
Or,
everything's a
rep-
reference. You have
Right.
to have dark to know the light.
Yeah,
You have to know
agreed.
tall to know short.
Right.
You have to have know long to know.
I mean, a clear glass
tall,
of
short,
liquid.
You have to have that duality.
From some perspectives, you wouldn't know if a glass was full of water or empty based on if there was like a particle in it or something to pollute the purity of it. You wouldn't know the difference.
I agree.
So maybe what we're talking about is there has to be impurity in order for even an ideology or something to happen where people start questioning right versus wrong. I mean, it's all part of the plan, obviously.
If God is perfect love, he has to have something to love, right? And to create something that comes from you but isn't you, you have to have a substrate.
I agree with that.
To know what love is.
Yeah, I
Do you-
mean,
do you
again,
guys
like,
think that
you
the
can't know
highest
heaven
condition-
without hell. Like that Twilight Zone episode when that guy wakes up in hell, but he doesn't know it's hell. When he's got the tailored suits, the cigars, the women, the casino, but he wakes up every day doing the same thing. And he's like, and it dawns on him on like the 6th day, he's like, holy shit, like I'm in hell. Like, I have everything.
But it's not
Like,
enough.
Everything's not enough. Everything is at my fingertips, but I'm still not at peace. I'm still not happy. And everyone told me that was gonna, that was the ticket. But that's where, we kind of circle this back to like poverty. Drew, you're saying like it's easier to see things more clearly when you don't have, much. There's truth to that statement.
It
Or
is.
like when you know what I mean.
That's how you get like pathologies. Like when you grow up poor, then you pathologize money. And when you are an incel, you pathologize sex.
Huh.
It becomes this
Just
like
cope.
unachievable thing. You start to obsess about it.
When you're almost 40 and you
Yeah.
don't have a family, it becomes that.
Sure. Yeah, it's
And-
kind of these inverse copes.
And I honestly think,
But it's not true.
last week I spent the weekend with 8 people, 7 of which, besides me, have kids and have wives. And, dude, I actually think that, like, did I lose you guys? Can you hear me?
I'm still here.
Oh, okay. I think that, like, having a family is the highest level of success that one can achieve. I really do. And I haven't achieved it yet. We've still got some time. But I think a lot of what we're talking about even is cope because we're looking for families.
Well, the family, to be the father of a family, you have to know truth, so you can raise the next generation, right? And most men, I don't think, know the truth, especially now. They worship the woman. They get married to have unfettered access, sexual access, which turns into having kids. And then the kids learn from the parents who have imperfections, and then they get traumatized by that. And it's kind of like a cycle. And eventually,
I think there's an error in what you just said that I'd love to point out really quick. I think the
Mhm.
unfettered sexual access thing, like that is true for the first little bit of a relationship, but that fades. And then people stay together for long after that. It's
well,
monogamy. That's
some do, not many.
I would highly encourage you, Christian. I don't know or if you heard me talk about the interview with Tucker Max and Tucker Carlson, but one thing that he talked about that I thought was very powerful was how he didn't get married. He's 48 now. He didn't get married until he was 38. And he talked about how he had had success with women, but ultimately, like, no matter how good looking you are, no matter what status you are, you're going to have to work to have sexual relations with women. You're going to have to work for them unless you're famous. And once you become famous, that kind of all goes out the window. You have abundance. It's like going from scraping, like hunting out in the forest to like kill a deer to eat, to living at the fucking Golden Corral buffet in Vegas
Mhm.
all of a sudden. you're gonna indulge for a little bit. You'll probably throw up from eating,
Mhm.
but eventually you're gonna like stop overeating, and you're gonna start to like see things a little bit differently.
Yep.
And what do you actually want in a partner?
Yep.
And women kind of know this more intuitively, because when a woman hits puberty, she has sexual access all day, every day.
Yep.
And she lives this life of having sexual access. Like, that is such a different, I mean,
Yep.
and it's just interesting to think about. My thoughts aren't fully formed, but I've been thinking about it since I listened to it. And, women are much more in tune to like what they're looking for in a partner beyond the physical. And I think it has a lot to do with this aspect.
It does, and I'm glad you're noticing that, because yeah, women live a totally different reality that most men don't understand. Most men apply their reality to a woman's reality.
Correct.
And that's how they end up frustrated and confused a lot of the time with how women are behaving and the results they're getting.
Mm-hmm.
But when you understand what a woman's life is, that's the beginning. As a man, I don't think twice when I go down to the corner store at midnight. I just go do it. I don't think about it. When a woman goes to the corner store at midnight in the city, she's thinking about it, all right. She's probably going to choose not to, because she doesn't want to go out there. She doesn't want to be approached. She doesn't want to get in a dangerous situation. They live a life of fear and insecurity.
Rightfully so.
Rightfully so. And a lot of men don't understand that perspective of a woman and her life that she has to live. Women live on the defense. Men live kind of on the offense.
Yeah.
And the more you get into that understanding and deeper into it, the more success you'll have with women, because women love
leads into why women want a man to lead. It's safety.
Right. Safety is a big part of it, but it's not just physical safety. There are a lot of other elements to it. If you can provide psychological safety, if you can make a woman not just tell her, but make her feel that it's okay, everything is all right.
Mm-hmm.
When you're with me, you're safe, not just from physical dangers, but you're also safe from your own anxieties and your own insecurities.
Yes.
And very few men, especially today, I don't know how things used to be. I'm sure it's always been an issue, but today more than ever, men, because of all the equality talk, and men are just like women, and women can do everything a man can. When you believe that lie, you don't have the insight that women live a very different life.
It's just when it gets into like men and women aren't equal. We are equal, but we just have different strengths and weaknesses. It's a yin and a yang.
Well, yeah, there's a balance there, and I've noticed that design, and I used to complain about that design, but now I realize how functional it is and how perfect that design is and how it balances.
The balance is beautiful.
It is beautiful. I completely agree with that, and it took me a long time to realize that. And most guys are kind of in the same boat. They complain about women. Oh, women are dumb. Why don't they get it? Like,
Yes,
so many,
I hear that a lot in the red bullshit.
So many guys just want women to be men, and it's kind of gay.
It is.
Yeah, you got to understand they're different, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's the way it's supposed to be. That's who they are. That is their nature, and there's a difference.
And that is the way to like kind of like, I feel like, articulate that fact is sexual selection. A good-looking woman can walk out on the street, fuck anyone they want.
An average-looking woman can.
Average-looking, if you're a 6. If you're an average-looking guy, the same cannot be said for you.
Yep.
You have to have game. You have to have you have to do a whole bunch of other shit to have that sexual access.
Yeah,
80%. Huge difference.
80% of the women want 20% of the men, and it's the inverse for women.
I've even heard more than that. I've heard it's 90% of the Women want 10% of the guys.
Yeah, I was being conservative, but I mean, everyone wants the top 1%, right? But they'll kind of settle for 10 to 20% of the top guys, but that means 80% of the dudes are just settled for. A 5 or a 6 girl will want an 8 or 9 guy. And of course, how we rate is very different between men and women.
Well, and that also is contributing to the current culture of dating apps and things like that, because these fucking like 5 women, are matching with higher value men on dating apps because it's just like a roll of the fucking hay.
Yep. Yeah, no, all the stats are there from the dating apps, and it paints the picture pretty clearly.
It does.
Yeah, a lot of women end up marrying men that they're not even in love with, that they really don't have genuine desire for. But it's because women need different things, Women need security, financial security. They need some sort of protection, and a lot of women desire to have, children at some point in their life. They just have the natural urge, so they decide to settle down. And
they used to settle for a guy maybe they didn't think was worthy, but now they don't settle. They keep swiping. They freeze their eggs.
Yep.
And and nobody's happy. And like marriage rates are way lower than they used to be. Birth rates are way lower than they used to be. That's what bonded couples in the past, was having a child. You could think that you're above this guy or whatever, but when you have a child, that's an equalizer. That's what brings you into calibration with your partner.
Right, and as you said, the sex, the dream and the fantasy, and this is the like Muslims believe, right? When you die and go to heaven, you have like
72 virgins or whatever.
Right, it's all about the sex, but the timing of what you said, after you get married, that fades after the next couple of years. Well, yeah, it's because that's what draws most men into marriage. They lock her down, they get the ring on her, and then she's the possession. She's a property. She's a sex slave, essentially, to be extreme about it. And then that fades out, and then these couples wonder, like, why do we get married? Like,
See,
now that the
I know
sex
it's
isn't a big deal.
earlier on the West Coast, brother. I would love for you to listen to this Tucker Carlson interview. One thing that he talks about is when he got famous, and all of a sudden, he had been successful with women, but had always had to work for it, had to use his charm, had to use this and that.
Yep.
Once his books made him famous, that aspect of having to work for it went away. He had access to anyone that he wanted.
Yeah,
and
now he's on the defense.
And paradoxically, that is what showed him the way to finding a partner that he actually wanted.
Yep.
Great interview.
And I think that's part of why Myron says, and I don't think this is the prescription, but it's his prescription.
50,
yes.
50.
I don't think that's the answer, but I understand why he's saying that. He's saying that so men can get over the pathologizing sex, and they can see women for who they are, and they don't focus on the sex. They're actually looking for a mother of their children, and a woman who will follow.
You're looking for the right type of partner for you.
Yes. But
it's such a stupid way of putting it that most people aren't going to see it for that.
Well, it comes down to, red pill reminds me a lot of biblical things. It's about truth. It's about observing truth and seeing things for how they are instead of imposing your own will upon reality. It's seeing things and accepting things, even if it's difficult and goes against what you've always thought to be true. Red pill's like that. But then red pill got twisted and turned, and everyone started thinking that the red pill was the people talking about it. Any man, including myself, who interprets truth is going to have certain prescriptions based on his own opinions, his own experiences, based on those ideas. But the pure essence of truth can't really be spoken in a sense. And that's why I was saying, like, Jesus used parables and myth to explain things that can't really be told in a straightforward way. It's almost like as soon as you speak it, it becomes tainted. It becomes corrupted because it's going through an imperfect
human lens.
medium. Yeah, exactly. So when people like Myron or Rolo or any of these guys, when they talk, I just see them as like, oh, they're just a purveyor, that they're a channel of something greater, but they have their own opinions and prescriptions on it.
And failings. They have their own failings.
Exactly. It's, they're speaking it the way they see it, but everyone's going to bend that through their lens, as you're saying, including myself. Like no one can't do that.
Yeah, I mean Myron in particular, like he's just a fucking troll, looking for views and looking to make money.
That's why it's so important to stop looking for heroes, saviors, and leaders to follow. That's why it's so important to know the truth for yourself, because then
100%.
Then you can form your own opinions, ideas, and prescriptions that only apply to you. If other people want to follow it, that's fine. That may be part of their path to finding their own. But you shouldn't
100%.
idolize any of these people or think that they're right or wrong. They shouldn't be demonized or glorified. They should just be like, okay, that's that guy's opinion. I agree with some of these things. Some of these things I don't agree with. But he's just trying to figure it out too, just like me.
Correct.
He just has a bigger platform.
I would say if I have one thing that I'm proud of myself about, or one thing that I feel like I don't know, my superpower is that I do think for myself on every issue. I don't give a fuck what any influencer says, or if it speaks to me, it speaks to me. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And I can separate. Like that's why one thing, and that's why I feel like a lot of my views are left, a lot of my views are right. Like I don't give a fuck if they're left or right. Like it's just what I think, and that's where I leave it. And I think people would be better off if they just think for themselves on every issue and not think about where their tribe comes down on said issue.
Yeah, I agree. But a lot of people don't have their own identity, so they need to join a group.
Yeah.
Because there's an emptiness there, right? You can't go around the world not knowing who you are. I mean, you have to have something to hold on to, some reference point.
Like when Myron, for instance, like throws up the Nazi salute, that makes me sick. I think that's
it's a joke, man. Come on.
But
it's not a joke.
Well, we can be fair about why.
Okay. Why?
Why do you have that response?
Well, because it's so disrespectful. It's
Why?
so disrespectful. To throw up the Hail Hitler is it's just fucking so disrespectful to the innocent people that died.
For what it symbolizes.
Yeah.
Like the movement, the gesture of a body doing that thing.
It's validation of Hitler.
It's validation of Hitler. That's rich.
How is it not? How is it not? You're throwing up his salute in an earnest way. He's doing it in
Well, it wasn't just. It's not his salute. That's the Romans used that. It's much older. Same with the Nazi symbol.
Still do this?
The swastika is a very old symbol too. It's not a Nazi thing, but
but they've been co-opted.
Some parts of Mexico still do the Roman salute, and even
Do you think that's what they're thinking of though when they do that?
I think it's very. I've been very careful to kind of understand like the programming that's been instilled. I mean, there's a whole nother pod topic, obviously, or personal thing, but
what if they won the war? You might have been doing the salute too.
Yeah,
I would never.
But it's attached.
But you can't say that.
I can.
No, you can't.
Because
you're looking at it. You're looking at it in hindsight.
You're playing God. Yeah, you're playing God. You're saying you would do something, which I guarantee if
I've
of us
stated many times that I believe that morality is inherent to me as a human. What I believe. I don't believe it depends on any religion. So I ultimately do believe that, put in any context, like if Germany had won World War II, I would have never gone along with like, oh, we need to kill every Jew.
Yeah, but that's not why World War II started. That's not how the Nazi Party started. It wasn't kill all Jews. There were
No,
political issues.
it
It's
was
much
a
more
reaction. Correct.
complex
It
than
was a
that.
reaction to the after effects of World War One, to hyperinflation, but it also became the world. I mean, a demented person, as the war went along, came up with the final solution, and it was gone along with.
So demented.
Well,
like if we're gonna, I mean, literally, like fucking Jews were put into train cars and shipped off to fucking concentration camps.
That's
Like,
but we have to be fair. That's what you were told. You didn't witness that. You didn't
there's
see that.
pictures, there's a lot of evidence.
Well,
Yeah,
but that's part
there's
of war
plenty of-
too.
it's
Japanese
proper-
internment camps. I mean, like this is a normal part of war. Civilians are going to be
Okay,
transported.
but do
What
you wanna
happens to them in the
compare-
end
do you
can
wanna
be
compare Auschwitz or fucking Treblinka to the Japanese internment camps in the United States.
Well, no, it's not a
No.
comparison. I'm just accepting the truth of the fact that I don't know, because propaganda is very powerful, and it's been proven many times over that there's all kinds
Very
of lies.
powerful. That's how the Germans
just
were
for
able
me,
to
this
convince their
is-
people that Jews needed to die.
Yeah, and
but
that's how the U.S. convinced a nation to go to war.
Yeah, no, for me, it's
Same
I'm
with Twin
a
Towers.
little bit more into practical speculation, kind of running numbers, trying to not have confirmation bias, but but understanding that yes, people are going to be transported in war. Like, yes, people are shoved into train cars in war because they're being moved around. Civilians are going to be moved around. That's nothing new.
But they were
Like,
taken
why
into
is
death
why
camps,
is that? Hold on, why is that even small thing such a talking point for a specific group of people? It's like, oh, we were shoved into train cars and transported. Bro, that's happened ever since the railroads were invented.
Wait,
Like,
but how do you know they were sent to death camps? How do you know that they were?
That's what I'm saying.
put
Well, the
in
end
these
result.
gas chambers that were
Well,
disguised
because
as
the Germans
showers.
are
I want to
engineering
focus on
people.
just the
Because
middle
Germans are
story.
engineering people.
They
What?
kept receipts. They're very like they kept great records.
Wow, that's a.
Have you seen these records?
Yes.
And you know that they're authentic, and you know what they mean,
I'm not going to say a number of 6
and
million.
how to
but
interpret them.
Do you not think a genocide was committed against the Jews?
Man.
No,
Hello,
no.
guys.
This is the problem. It's not a yes or no. I'm just admitting that I don't know.
It is a yes or no if you think Jews were, if a genocide was committed against.
No, it's the same thing with your
You
ideas
don't
on
know?
God.
I
I
don't
don't
know.
know. I'm agnostic.
Agnostic. I like
How
that.
can you be agnostic on that?
Do you like that?
Why can you not be? You're going on
because you
faith.
can go to Auschwitz, you can go to Treblinka. You
Yeah,
can go
those
to
are just
Berlin.
places. I go to Rome
that.
too.
Yeah, but they're not 2,000 years old. They're
Have you
within
been
the
to
last 60
Auschwitz?
years. I have not, but
Then how do you know it even exists? The point I'm making is there just needs to be a clear separation of what actual truth is. Doesn't mean you have to deny that those things happen. You just have to admit, okay, I've never been to Italy. I don't know if Italy necessarily exists. I haven't been there. I haven't seen it for myself.
But yet you do believe that the Garden of Eden existed and Adam was a sin.
No. I don't.
Well, no, if
You
you
stated
listen
that
when we
earlier.
talked about that, I said that to me, I
Bro,
believe
we
that's
talked-
myth.
Talked about myth and story for like an hour. I mean, we're not gonna. I'm not gonna claim a side whether, but the context of it is we're exploring it, we're pioneering, chatting
Did
about
Latine
it.
say something? Latine.
Well, this goes to choosing sides. I'm not choosing sides. I'm just
Yeah.
admitting truth. The truth is,
I know.
Yes, I
don't.
said hello, you guys.
Hey, what's up, Latin A? What's up?
It's like Biden, got 81 million votes, so that's real too,
Yeah.
Yeah, same thing.
God, I love you, Latine. You sound so sick.
I'm not saying he didn't. I'm just saying I don't know
could've.
because that's the truth.
He could have, he could not have, but I'm leaning more probably didn't.
Right, but that's faith.
Right. That's just kind of my hunch.
I guess I have faith too that Hitler was a genocidal maniac.
Yeah, and you're totally welcome to have that belief. All I'm saying is, how do you know what you know? I think that's a good question. How do you know what you know?
That's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
not
I've
a
had-
specific thing with World War II or anything like that. It's
I
just
mean, it's a hell of a lot more recent than Jesus or anything that happened in the Bible. For one thing, there's
Fair enough.
photographic evidence. There's bone evidence. There's ash
Bone.
evidence.
Ash.
There's
Love it.
record evidence because like every person that came into the fucking train station, they took a record of.
okay. Well, how about something even more recent that had all this proof and
about-
documentation? What about COVID?
Well, no. How about like Pamela Anderson's boobs? You can touch them, you can see them, you can feel them. You can slap them. Are they real though?
No, but I still want to slap them.
Well, I think the COVID thing's interesting. I mean, they literally told people if you don't get this shot, then you're gonna get sick and die.
Yeah,
And
I
there was
disagree with that.
AstraZeneca.
I know,
recall
but
is
that was
crazy.
the propaganda. That was in the news. That's what they
Dude.
told everyone.
Yeah,
And that
like
wasn't true.
70% of people ate it up. AstraZeneca just did the press release confirming, like, don't
saw
take our
that.
shit.
I saw that.
Like, how often does a pharma company be like, hey, like, no, don't take our shit. It's over. We're game locked. Do not inject this in your body. Like, this isn't even being radical. This is, they publish it themselves. Like, and this has only been 3 years. What? 2 years?
Can we all
Bro.
agree on this? Like, god damn.
You couldn't even talk about this on YouTube. Remember during that fucking era?
Because
It
they
was
had
like
to
a
control the
total
propaganda, the
brainwash,
messaging.
bro. I mean, that was. I hope
human beings
more
are
people.
You think that's the
fucking
first time
serpents.
that's happened?
No, but it was very.
Yeah,
the
you're
internet-
right.
The
You're
internet
right.
made it very clear. Well, it didn't make it very clear, but it made it more. I mean, yeah, I got pure blood, bro. Pure blood, stand up. I mean, I am not. That's crazy. It's crazy that had happened.
You
And
have
no one's even
serpent blood,
talking about
John.
it. Still, people are not even talking about it. How crazy that was. It was crazy.
People are
The
talking
serpent
about it.
Do you guys remember
infected-
COVID?
The serpent infected Adam and Eve and made us all serpents. I truly
Yeah,
believe.
it's lies. It's all lies.
I
That's
remember
what-
COVID. COVID
Yeah.
was the craziest
COVID
thing
was
of my lifetime.
nuts.
Yep.
I mean, we were having a good time, but like the media, at least what the media was portraying, was just bonkers. I didn't experience that because I was in Florida, but
It was the best
dude,
time of my life.
Did you remember when you came? We went to Pelican Larry's.
Yes.
Yeah,
Because we
Dude, they
saw
were
through the
partying
fugaziness of
like
it.
no tomorrow.
Yeah.
Because not many bars were open, so I think they were. It was like a little bit of a rebellion kind of.
I
was a
miss it. I miss
rager.
COVID.
Yeah.
Have you
the
guys
world
ever
was
looked
ours.
up the root word for propaganda, like where it originated from?
Propos from Greeks.
Google is saying it comes from in reference to the Catholic organization.
What's the
which
meaning of
one?
the word? The origin of the word?
Oh,
Well,
I
it
see it. The
just
second
says-
definition.
Well, it says
Yeah,
that it's from the ablative singular feminine of propagandus, which is the gerundive of the Latin propagare, meaning to propagate. The first use of the word propaganda without the rest of the Latin title in English was in reference to this Catholic organization.
Yeah, propagating a narrative.
Information. I would assume the second definition to be earlier than the first. I'm no wizard, but interesting. I love seeing these graphs, like the use of the word over time. So the word didn't exist until like 1890. And look at the spike on this. Isn't that funny? And this goes back to trading, to real quick side note, trading and just trends and like.
Well, I have here,
I love it.
though,
The
it
use
says-
of the word propaganda over time. Look at 1940s, it was like going crazy because
Johnny, Latin.
Yeah, well, it says that
What's
So
up?
originally, this word derived from a new administrative body congregation of the Catholic Church created in 1622 as part of the Counter-Reformation called the Congregatio de Propaganda Fide.
Oh wow, you
Or
said that with
simply
a pretty good
propaganda.
little Italian inflection there.
Well, I was trying to
Like
say
that.
it how they say it. I don't know if I said it
Yeah.
right.
Latinas and Italians are very closely like related. I feel like brothers from another mother, so to speak. It's just a hot take.
I don't know about the genetics, but
I mean, they're both dark-skinned, olive-skinned with dark hair.
That's because the Moors invaded for like 500 years in like
were the
lower.
Moors even a thing though, or is that just like Wu Was Kang's folklore?
You tell us. You look at.
I don't know. I don't know. It's a big. I don't know because there's big. Like, well, I don't know. When were the Moors supposed to be around? They're supposed to be like this, like sovereign, rich, African group, but
they were like northern Africa, which would probably be more like Egyptianish, you know, like more.
Let's just say I never learned about. Yeah, I never learned about them in school. Not saying that
I learned
is
about
anything.
them in school.
You did? Where'd you go to school?
Nanya.
I guess so that's not a public school.
Yeah, you went to like
I went to a poor
public
public
ass
school.
liberal
I
school.
didn't. Yes, no. Actually, my areas like used to be mostly farmland and a lot of conservatives around here and white people. You know, like I went to school with like cowboys and cowgirls. You know, they all wore their boots and their hats and had shit on them too.
Interesting.
Latinay, I've had a few drinks, but if I come out to California, can we make a child this weekend?
You flirt with everyone.
No. I'm just like ready to procreate. This conversation is making me realize.
I'm ready to procreate.
Like the
I
only
recommend you go to a nice Amish family or Mennonite, or shout out to, who do I always give a shout out to? Yeah, the Amish and the Mennonites.
I like them too. Like they live off the grid.
Yeah, and the Mennonite chicks are pretty. You know, when I was at the grocery store one day, you know, shortly after the Chinese air balloon that was spying on us, you know, and I saw these.
Oh wow, I forgot about that.
Yeah, there was these like really old fashioned looking white people in there, and they were really young kids, you know, like they look like they're like 14, 15, 18. And I started talking to them, and then I was like, hey, where'd you nice white folks come from? And they're like, why are you asking? I said, because a lot of the white folks have abandoned my town, and
White flight.
I want to know where'd you come from. And yeah, they said they came from Montana. They were visiting these Mennonite chicks.
Interesting.
It was so cute to see these young white people all together. And the girls, they're so feminine, and they wear these long skirts, and they have long, pretty blonde hair, you know, natural blonde hair.
Johnny, do you agree with me that, like, I don't mean to be like weird, but
oh boy,
wow, really,
it's just like it's funny. Like there is something about the sound of a voice where I can tell Adriana is like fat and ugly, but I can tell Latinay
damn,
is hot.
Well, Latinay's the pillow fluffer.
Like I would literally like bet my life right now that Latinay is hotter than Adriana.
Well, I'm not gonna say like that.
Aren't you the pillow fluffer though?
I think that most people have enjoyed my very the kindness I show to them in real life, you know. And I know how to cook and clean.
It's just like fatness somehow comes through like tone. I don't know what it is.
Who knows?
You guys agree with that? Like,
no, I think that maybe these guys have seen these other women before, and they're just not telling you.
Maybe. Yeah, it's a hot take. I could be wrong.
Because, you know, men aren't supposed to tell. Because if the girl finds out you told, then she's going to, like, you know, do who knows what.
Yeah. God, you set out, letting it. I'm drunk. I better go.
So
Are
what's
you
the
ever
final
sober?
answer to your question for
I am. I mean, I'm not that drunk. You just said that.
what's my gosh, CC, your name again? CCK.A?
Oh, Cash Cow King Andy.
Cash Cow. Cash Cow King Andy. Bro, you gotta at least alliterate it, so I like it though. Maybe you could
I
develop
mean, you
a
can call
brand
me
art.
by my DJ name, DJ Ice Pack.
You know, I
DJ Ice
changed
Pack.
my name to Cali, right?
I see that.
I'm not Latin in Cali no more. I'm just Cali in Cali.
Dang, that's a big
I
state.
might change my name to just Cali.
Could you just change
Oh,
it to
yeah.
Ice Pack's girl?
Because
Ice
in
Pack's
Cali
good?
means like, you know, you're like, I think of, oh, you're in the state of California. Unless Cali means something different.
No, it still means California. Hey,
Yeah,
I was
maybe
at the grocery store
Cali
today.
could be a name or it could be a space, which maybe be a little more.
Hey, I was leaving
Anyways, you're in the grocery store,
today,
yep.
and there was this really awesome, like, old Chevy truck, right? Like, I don't know what year it would be. I think it might be like a mid 60, early 70 Chevy truck. The kind that have like kind of like a round nose, and it was like so bright cherry red or something, and it looked so beautiful, and like it had the perfect rims and everything, and this guy had like California on his window and on his shirt and stuff and on his hat, and I think he even had a tattoo that said California. So I asked him what it meant, if it was part of like a club or a gang or something, and he said it was like
It's that Cali
a
pride.
brand. It's a brand.
Literally. He's like a cow in a pasture of California.
Sounds similar to those Florida bumper stickers I see. Like,
These people that identify with their location is weird.
what are
That'd
those
be-
ones you see in Florida all the time, Johnny? Like,
Salt Life.
Salt Life, yes.
Salt Life.
I was surprised
Dude.
because he was
These-
really masculine, and he had kids though. you
Oh,
know?
sure.
And he sends his kids to private school and everything.
I'm not saying it's like necessarily a bad thing. This goes back with like Joel Osteen. Like, I
Yeah,
don't
it's
think
a
it's like
religion replacement.
I don't think
know.
it's like a bad
It might
thing,
be a
but
good
it's
thing,
just
though.
like
It might be a good thing because you think about it, it's like having pride in your country.
it's
I
better
asked
than
him,
shooting
I
up heroin.
It's a human need for community. That's all.
Right,
I
right,
asked
right.
him if
Yeah,
he liked
it's a
Biden.
cry
He said
out
no.
for a belonging. Yeah.
And it's to mark your territory, you know, like these foreigners, these, these, you know, like the lady that looked like she was half primate. You know, these people should be ashamed and embarrassed to be around like people like that guy with the nice truck, and he was Hispanic too. But you know, he's you could tell like he was very proud to be an American. You know,
Hell yeah,
sure.
like those are the guys that look like they will protect us if there's like something to happen. You know.
Yeah.
Latine, you are a breath of fresh
Yeah.
air. Guys, I gotta go to bed.
Yeah, me too. It's almost. Oh my god, it is midnight.
Yeah,
It's
that's late. It's
2:05
so late.
a.m.
I was
I
supposed to
gotta wake
wrap
up at
this up an hour, like at least 30.
It's
Hey,
a testament
well,
to the great convo with
yeah, it's a good pod.
beautiful people.
Yeah, good pod. I'm gonna rock out a little bit. I might just kind of ease out here, but thanks guys for coming by.
Hey, Johnny C. Latine, I love Jesus almost as much as I love you guys. Good night.
Good night, bro. Hey, let's go.